Hey everybody, welcome to our first council meeting of January the 16th, 2024. And as is tradition, we start our council meetings off first with the singing of O Canada. And just before I ask you to stand, I'd like to introduce our singer. So if I can maybe ask Kate to come to the microphone, and we'll make sure the little red lights on the microphone, down on the bottom, the little button. Welcome, first of all, to Kate Dunham, mother of two and a teacher at Trillium College. Kate's been singing professionally for more than 25 years. She's performed the anthem many times for Canada Day celebrations, at the Welland Jackfish baseball games, who won the championship this past year, and for the WNHL Hockey League. She also sings in two local bands, and I happen to know she went to A.N. Meyer because her Wesleyan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Way back in the day.
Wow. What a rowdy bunch. I'm just glad you're all awake. I guess I made an assumption, which I shouldn't have done. Her former VP is here. Lou Vesho's in the audience, and I assumed that was at Meyer, but obviously I was wrong. So welcome, Kate. She loves our anthem. She's proud to perform it. Please help me welcome Kate Dunham to the council chambers this afternoon to sing the national anthem. All right, sure.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Qu'à ton bras se porte l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée, il s'est porté pourquoi. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Well done. So, Kate, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Niagara, we're grateful for you. Thank you. You did a terrific job. And I'm assuming that the VP and you don't know each other that well, because usually you're in trouble when you get to know the VP. Is that right?
I was never in his office, ever.
Oh, see, good for you. Well, double kudos and thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And now, with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Sago, thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even, to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, They have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the City of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie Labonte. We're grateful together for the land that we share. Moving along in our agenda, we are now at point 2, the adoption of the minutes from our December 12th meeting. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Lococo. You want to speak to the minutes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will put the motion forward on the bylaws 2023-117. I said I was opposed. It was the council schedule, and we changed it back to 4 o'clock, so I'm not technically opposed any longer. I talked with the clerk, and he said just to bring it up to correct it.
Okay, great. We got that, Mr. Clerk? Thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Next up, any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 6.4, the board's commission and fees, we talk about Niagara Falls Art Gallery. I sit as a board member as a resident, but I will speak to the report in general, but not specifically to that. And then I was also wondering if we could move 8.1, which is the social services grant, either before 6.4 or after 6.4, because some of the agencies might have some comments regarding the suggestions in 8.1. They're connected.
Okay.
Rather than having them on two separate parts.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, yes, please.
What I would suggest then is we'll just move 8.1 just before we go in camera at number 7 there. That way, when all the presentations are finished and after we speak to the finance report that does mention about social services, so I'll just suggest we move 8.1 ahead of in camera.
Okay, you want to make that motion, Councillor?
Yes, I will.
Okay,
Thank you.
motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. There's no discussion. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. There's one bylaw that relates to a planning application from last meeting. The planning application is within the notification zone of my main residence. It's bylaw 2024-04. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And as per our traditions here, we make sure we write down any conflicts that you have on the sheet. And for those of anyone paying attention home, the procedural notice form, and then we hand those into the clerk, or we email and allow the clerk to be aware. So, moving forward, now it's everyone's favorite part of the meeting, it's the mayor's reports and announcements. So everybody gets all excited at this part, so try to contain your excitement. It's not very long today. I apologize in advance. First off, we start with obituary. Our condolences go for the passing of Robert Orr, former city councillor, having served 2 3-year terms in the 70s and the 80s. Also, Kathy Phillips, the mother-in-law of Heather Phillips in our mayor and CAO's office. And the passing of Vincenzo Iannone, the father of Carma Iannone, in our HR department. So our hearts and our sympathy go to those who have lost their loved ones. On a brighter note, there's some birthdays that we're going to be acknowledging. First off, Friday, January the 19th, Councillor Newestag, happy birthday in advance. Sunday, January the 21st, there's 2 birthdays. We've got Serge Felicetti, our Director of Business Development and Tourism, and he's in the house tonight with us, and also Regional Councillor and former City Councillor Joyce Morocco. So happy birthday to everybody celebrating their big day. We had I've got some photos, draw your attention to the screens, the 9th annual Dalton's Wish Toy Drive that's hosted every year by Councillor Strange that he does at Boston Pizza. Is there anything you wanted to say to this, Councillor Strange? You've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it was an unbelievable turnout. I think it was the most toys ever that we received, and just appreciate it to all of Niagara, and including everyone else in the region, including Welland, where Dalton was from, a lot of family and friends, and the community of Niagara Falls was just, it was amazing, and special thanks to Rob Phillips from Boston Pizza, who we hold it there, and he said it was the best turnout ever, and as well to our legal department, who took over, I guess, kind of for the city, who helped out and raised like so many gifts. It was really awesome, and it was great to be part of it. I know his family and are really so appreciative that we still do this for Dalton, and it's been a number of years since 2016 that he's passed, but he was such a special boy, and he loved Ron McDonald's and the help they give there. So, and we went up there and we gave the presents to Mario Didavitis, CEO. He's from Thorold in Hamilton, and it was just crazy. We saw a bunch of families and children and their siblings. That's what people forget sometimes, that some of the children, they're at the hospital, but the siblings and their parents are at Ronald McDonald House, and we don't want to forget about them. And we've got a lot of Boston Pizza certificates. Actually, they got to go eat and spend, even though they're during Christmas, they sometimes, and it's a great place to eat at Ronald McDonald's, but you like to go out to a restaurant besides there with their family, and so it was awesome. And so thank you, everyone. The whole community was just outstanding.
And the story again, why he wanted to start this?
Well, he was very sick and had the same cancer as Terry Fox, and he was in remission, so he was doing well, and then it came back right to his jaw, just like Julianne Misk. And before he passed, Christmas of 2015, we asked him, "What do you want for Christmas? We'll give you a wish. What you want?" He goes, "Mike," he goes, "I just want gifts for all the kids, their families at Ronald McDonald House," because he loved it so much. So it was just the most unselfish act possible. And a few months later, he passed away, and we just continued his wish, which is so important for his legacy and for Ronald McDonald House.
Well done. Well done. Thank you for that. Thank you. And as you can see from the pictures, we are joined by Councillors Patel, Pietrangelo, and Baldinelli. And thank you to everybody who donated toys and gift cards and came out to support this great wish. Also, we last Saturday had the Cool as Ice Gala, and that was really neat. If you haven't had a chance, the event sold out this year. They had 1,200 people go to the event, and what a neat event. A chance when you can wear your most elegant outfit and not feel out of place. It was at the new Niagara Parks Power Station. I say new, of course it's not new, but it's new for us as it's reopened, and what a cool venue. If you've not been to an event in that venue, there's none like it. It's so spectacular. So I was joined by Councillors Patel and Strange, and what a great way to celebrate the wine here. And Councillor, I'm sorry, you were not on my list, Councillor Newestag, so I apologize for that. So you got to send me pictures so that it helps me remember everybody that was there, but you were there. Thank you for being there. I'd like to thank councillors Councillors for representing the city at different events. Of course, I can't be everywhere at all times. So Councillor Patel, representing the city at a few things, the Notre Dame Christmas Project Judge, the Niagara African Caribbean Culture Organization Recognition Award Dinner, and the New Year's Day Levy at the Niagara Falls Armory. Thank you for representing the city at these events. And we did have some business happenings and grand openings. So so there you see is the levy still on the screen. Very nice. Oh, and she got to fire a cannon. Pretty exciting. That's kind of a little scary too, a little intimidating. No, not at all. Okay, good. It coincidentally aims towards City Hall. I'm not sure why, but it just does. And great pictures out front of the lawn at the Armory. We had some business openings. We had the opening of Triple O's grand opening. I was joined by Councillor Strange, Newestag, Patel, and Pietrangelo. So thank you to everybody to be there for their grain-fed burgers and ice cream scoop milkshakes. So very, very good. Also, just this past Saturday morning, we had the opening of the Paris Lane Boutique grand opening. And for anyone looking for some elegant outfits for women, some beautiful stuff, and a lot of it is made right here in Niagara, which is really neat and reasonably priced and very fancy stuff. So thank you to Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Thompson for joining us for the grand opening. And we just had a flag raising the other day. I was joined by Councillor Thompson as we put the flag up at City Hall, and we're grateful for Crime Stoppers. These guys are oftentimes getting ahead of crime in the community where people can participate by calling in tips, and they oftentimes catch the people who are doing the crime. So we're grateful to have our group here in town. And next up is our next meeting will be on Tuesday, February the 6th for our next council meeting. We will have a budget meeting on the 23rd of January, but the next regular council meeting will be Tuesday, February the 6th. So thank you for everyone's indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 30-story mixed-use building containing 456 dwelling units and 2 commercial units at 5438 Ferry Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 14th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets that are located just outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I will now ask our Director of Planning to explain, our General Manager of Planning, or is it our Director of Planning? Our General Manager of Planning to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually going to introduce Mackenzie Cece, our Senior Planner.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2023-023 for 5438 Ferry Street.
Are we able to mute that line out? Yeah, great, thank you. Okay.
The subject lands, which are approximately 0.35 hectares in size, are located at the southwest corner of Fallsview Boulevard and Ferry Street, east of Stanley Avenue. The lands contain a former restaurant and associated parking lot. With respect to surrounding land uses, to the north and northeast, we have Ferry Street, a restaurant and associated parking lot, and a restaurant at 5485 Ferry Street, which was formerly known as the Abigail Frolic House. To the south, we have detached dwellings, a parking lot, vacant lands that are zoned tourist commercial zone and deferred tourist commercial zone, Falls Lodge and Suites, and the Doubletree Falls View Resort. To the east is Falls View Boulevard, commercial establishments, a motel and inn, a detached dwelling, and vacant lands that are zoned tourist commercial zone. And lastly, to the west is Stanley Avenue, commercial establishments, and vacant lands that are zoned tourist commercial zone that were rezoned in 2022 to facilitate the development of 3 mixed-use buildings with heights of 14, 16, and 30 stories respectively. With respect to the official plan, the lands are designated tourist commercial in the city's official plan and are located within the Clifton Hill and Falls View tourist subdistricts. And the lands are proposed within an area where high-rise buildings, 13 to 30 stories, may be considered. In accordance with the zoning bylaw, the lands are zoned tourist commercial, TC75 zone. And to facilitate the development of a 30-story mixed-use building containing 456 dwelling units and 2 commercial units at grade, the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands to a site-specific tourist commercial zone that permits an increase to the percentage of dwelling units, maximum lot coverage, maximum height of a building or structure, and reductions to the minimum rear yard depth and the number of parking and loading spaces provided, and the minimum width of maneuvering aisles. This slide shows the site plan that was submitted with the application. And here we have a conceptual elevation and rendering of the proposed 30-story building. With respect to the proposed zoning relief, staff are supportive of the requested increases to the percentage of dwelling units, the maximum lot coverage, and the maximum height of the building or structure, and requested reductions to the minimum rear yard depth and the minimum number of parking spaces. And I would like to note that while relief was requested for the minimum width of the maneuvering aisles and the loading requirements, through our review of the application, it was determined that the proposal complies with zoning and that the relief is no longer required. Staff recommend that the amending bylaw include a holding provision that will require the filing of a record of site condition, the inclusion of various warning clauses in the site plan and condominium agreements, the registration of a site plan agreement within 2 years of the passing of the amending bylaw, and the submission of updated wind studies, shadow study report, an alternative concept for the roof treatment, and additional information with respect to affordability of the proposed dwelling units. A neighborhood open house was held on December 14th, 2023, and was attended by the applicant's agents and 3 members of the public. These individuals attended for information purposes and provided positive feedback regarding the proposal, specifically with respect to its overall design and the impact on local businesses. And we have not received written comments as the creation of this presentation. And in terms of the recommendation, staff recommend that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate the development of a 30-story mixed-use building containing 456 dwelling units and 2 at-grade commercial units, subject to the modifications and regulations outlined in report number PBD 2024-01. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Cece. It said that this is a site-specific application to increase the number of dwelling units. What was the number of dwelling units it would have been had it not been a site-specific?
So it was for the percentage of dwelling units. So currently the zoning limits the number of dwelling units that can be permitted on the ground floor. So what this permits is just an overall increase to what can be permitted in the building from 50% to 62%.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the traffic, it said that the EA was in 2014 and that the road network could operate the traffic satisfactorily. That's 10 years ago, and there's been a lot of changes. We have a lot of other developments approved in there. It did talk about two-way traffic going, two-way driveway going into the Falls View part, but the ferry part, do we see any issues with traffic there?
Through you to the councillor, our Transportation Services Division didn't identify any concerns. The Ferry Street exit was recommended to be only a right-in, right-out exit to ensure that there's no conflicts with any of the left-hand turns coming out. And then the Falls View Boulevard access would be an all-movement one. So we haven't seen any, it hasn't been identified that there'd be any concerns with the traffic This is feeding into the results of that EA work that was done in 2014. So,
Okay, thank you. When we look at the capacity for infrastructure through the mayor, do we look at all of the other developments that we've approved, like the one on the two on Stanley Avenue, on Robinson, on the corner of Stanley and Ferry, on Ferry? Do we look at those that they're already approved, or do we just look at capacity as of what's there now?
so they would be looking at capacity of what has been approved in the area, and with the sanitary modeling that's completed, all of those developments would be feeding into that modeling and then informing the capacity that's being observed for this development.
Okay, thank you. A general question for heating and cooling, are they looking at any green models? I know there's a lot of cities now having mandates starting in 2025, 2026 to remove gas heating and cooling. Are we looking at any green features right now?
I'm not aware, but we do have the architect with us today, so that might be something they can comment on when they address council.
Okay, and maybe as a note for later for us to look into the greening mandates for later. Regarding the holding clause for the affordability part, it talked about the units being from 850,000 to 1.2 million, and they have up to 2 years to go through that. Do we really think that these are going to be able to be affordable?
So we actually do have more recent correspondence from the applicant as of today. They had a look at their numbers, and they have communicated that they'd be able to provide up to 56% of the units that at a range starting at $475,000 for the purchase price, which would fall under the moderate income, kind of that upper level of that. So they are looking at new numbers in that area, so we are satisfied with that information we've received.
Okay, that's great to know. Just a question in general, it talks about road widening. Who pays for the road widening because of the requirements for this particular development?
So in this case, they would be providing that land through a reference plan at the site plan control stage and dedicating that to the city. That would be a condition of them, of their development of the site. And then we would essentially keep those lands until, if there's a time identified for those widening needs, that would be then in the municipality's ownership to undertake that work. So it's dedicated by the developer to the municipality. They take care of that.
It's the developer's land, not the person across the street or
That's correct. It's
okay,
the developer's land.
Okay, thank you. I was happy to see about under the Ontario Building Code, a minimum of 15% for barrier-free for accessibility. That was great. And I'm concerned about parking. I'll talk about that later. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson, and then Baldinelli.
At first, I'm really impressed with this opportunity, and the person who owned the property for years and also own the property across the road, and he has been in this city for so many years of tourism and has in all kind of boards and helping the tourism and of this. I think this property has been vacant for so many years. The used to be Capri restaurant couple of times a top of the year or a week, and I think this is a great development that, and I really, when I looked at the 30-story, it was very impressive. So Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor. Got next up, Councillor Baldinelli, then Pietrangelo.
Through you, Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just wondering if the City of Niagara Falls has got any protection against a hole being there and then being there like the other particular sites that we have right now. Are we going to stop progress, and what are we actually going to be doing to make sure that progress is actually continued and not stopped?
Yeah, maybe we'll get Ms. Dolch to answer that one.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of obviously start and stop construction, we do have to go through our building permit application process. And what happens with that is obviously we can notify them, they can commence construction and stop, we can revoke permits, do all that, and we can remediate the site, fill in holes, do all that with the securities we have through site plan approval. Those are our mechanisms to deal with this. But in this case, we have advised the applicant in this case that we were putting a holding provision to make sure that this development starts within 2 years, and hopefully they're prepared to finish construction, start construction and finish construction, versus you know, kind of holding on the site and waiting. That's about all we have at this point. Obviously, any building permit has to be issued as long as it meets the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. We issue it when it stops construction for any reason, similar to what's occurred. And again, it's not just here in Niagara Falls. It's happened in Toronto, all over. Obviously, lending, other issues come about, not outside of our control. So we have those mechanisms through site plan approval if we want to utilize those. And we do have securities for that, and we have hoarding fencing, obviously, is what we've been asking for at this point until they can get up and running again. Those are the mechanisms we have afforded to us under the Planning Act and the Building Code.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli, I'm sorry for that. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then you, Stagg.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess before I ask my question, I'll just say I agree with Councillor Thompson. The applicant, Mr. Jatakos, has been a champion for tourism in Niagara Falls for many years, and the design of the building is beautiful. The only question I have, I guess, would be through you to Ms. CC. It's just in regards to the holding provisions. One of the holding provisions talks about a distinct feature at the top of the building. I just don't ever remember seeing this type of requirement before, so I was just wondering if you can let me know, is it a city policy? Perhaps other buildings have come down and they've had a rooftop feature that was acceptable to staff, so that's why I've never seen the holding provision before.
Through you to the councillor, that's correct. We do have a policy that does essentially state that they have to provide a distinct and interesting roof feature. So if there hadn't been a provision in the past, it would have been that the design that they presented through the application was satisfactory to staff. In this case, we think a little bit more can be done to achieve that. They're off to a good start, but we think there could be a little bit more, and we'd like to refine that before we get to the site plan control stage. So we're just adding it in as a mechanism to ensure that we achieve that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Your Honor, and just a question. Actually, just to reiterate the same thing as Councillor Thompson and Pietrangelo, I think it's an absolutely wonderful design. It great sense of infill, great use of infrastructure. It's on the tourist routes. It's absolutely everything. And knowing that area, I really think it's going to add to that, provide that world-class city that we're looking at, because it's right there in the area. But to continue on with Councillor Baldinelli's, these holes in the ground are something substantial. And through you over to, I heard you say that, but I still didn't get the sense that there's really anything we can do to counteract that. Is there anything that you take, like any financial requirement that has to go up front that we can fill it in should anything happen? Because it's something that could be such a great thing for our city ends up, because of circumstances working against us with these holes in the ground. So I don't know if you can elaborate, like, is there anything, I know you're saying the entire province is going through this right now, but just that once it gets started, it absolutely can't stop.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of site plan approval, when we approve a site plan, we do take securities for measures like this. Similar to a subdivision, we take securities to make sure work's done and completed to our satisfaction. So we do have securities for those projects that have started and are just left waiting. Obviously, we don't want to prematurely use that money in hopes that they will continue construction. Obviously, if it drags on for a certain period of time, we can definitely use those securities should that's what the will of council and staff at the time. But right now, obviously, some of the holes are just newer, and we do want to give them some ability to come in and finish that work. Obviously, we are in the business of making sure that developments happen rather than, trying to facilitate that development rather than fill in that hole. There is a number of mechanisms as well through the Ontario Building Code. Obviously, if foundations have started and things like that, they're not necessarily, because of the freeze-thaw that occurs for foundations, they may not necessarily be deemed safe. That's something a structural engineer would have to determine, and we could look at it going that way as well, making sure that that's removed because it's unsafe for further construction. But those are things that will come about as we go along in reviewing these. And again, that's the call of the chief building official.
And one additional question. You've given a lot of holding requirements here, but within a 2-year, it's likely that all of those will be satisfied, can be satisfied within a 2-year time period?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we've put the 2-year in place. We feel that it can be met. Should something occur where they're doing their due diligence and something happens where they can't meet it, we can always come back to council and explain that it has to be extended, that holding provision. But it gives us some ability to make sure that units are being built. Difficulty we have right now is that units are being held and not being built, and we need things to get built. So we did put that holding provision in place for that reason, and we're hoping that obviously if there's some concern, we're definitely open to listen to them, and we'll raise that with council at the time.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Sissy or Ms. Dolch. Environmental impact study was done in 2014, and transportation traffic study was done on back of that study. So what is the common practice? How long do we accept the studies? How long are they good for? Are they good for 5 years or 10 years?
Cece?
I may defer that question to Mr. Nicol or Ms. Dolch.
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's 2 different traffic studies we're talking about. The applicant is required to submit a traffic impact study, and that would have been submitted as part of their application to be a complete application for a zoning amendment. But we're using some of the information that was completed in the environmental assessment at the City Commission. So we looked in that at a 20 or 30-year horizon for traffic growth. So some of the data in that initial study would still be valid because it still reflects current conditions and future plans in the area. So we would look at the new study plus the information if it's still valid in the old study. And if it still works together and still matches, then we think it's okay and acceptable. And in this case, that's what staff did in this approach.
Okay. Because when you look at the Ferry Street, the pedestrian traffic has increased lots more in 10 years than what it was in 2014 to 2024. So I wonder how valid that study is. That's the only concern I have.
Yeah. No, and staff looked at all of that, to your point, Councillor, and with Fallsview being recently reconstructed and widened, staff didn't have any concerns with the increase in traffic.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Victoria Centre BIA had concerns of Stanley and Ferry with the transportation, and specifically turning left either way. And on weekends is even worse in the tourist time and when we have big events. They were looking at some sort of traffic control, whether that's police or something else. When we have those types of events, have our staff considered other alternatives, being that we're already having issues at that corner? Maybe through to Mr. Nicol?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thanks. The intersection that the councillor is referring to is a regional intersection. So we'll be looking at Ferry Street within the context of our transportation master plan, which is a 30-year growth-driven transportation forecast. But we'll need to layer into that the region's plans for their transportation master plan as well. And so what we'll do is we'll start with the region's recommendations at that intersection, and anything new we have we'll layer on top of it, but the region controls that and the whole entirety of that intersection.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. Is there any way that we can start having those conversations, because we're having issues right now at that corner, and if it is a regional road, would that be regional police? Would that be, what would be some of the solutions that we can do to mitigate the issues?
Yeah, great point, Councillor. We can, those can be brought through to regional staff and regional police. I would leave it to their expertise to manage the specific issues at that location. I know not too far down the street on Stanley, at Stanley and Dunn, there's a red light camera going in for safety improvements. But there's a difference between, traffic moving efficiently and traffic moving safely through an intersection. Just because they're not moving quickly doesn't mean they're moving unsafe. So the region would want to look at a safety first approach before they look at moving more cars through that vehicle, because sometimes moving more cars means moving less pedestrians. So I'm happy to take that back as a takeaway to the region. I think where we're going on this application is that an increase in traffic really is a nominal amount of new cars to the existing issue that might already be prevalent today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Ms. Cece? Okay, we're good. Thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered to speak?
Your Worship, there is no one registered to speak from the public on this. As you had mentioned, we do have representatives of the applicant. However, first we could see if there's anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this matter.
Okay, is there anybody here in the gallery to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. You could just state your name and your address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Lee White, Registered Professional Planner, representing the applicant. Address 240 Jarvis Street, Fort Erie, Ontario.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. I have a fairly substantial presentation. Ms. Cece has done an excellent job of going through the content of the basics of the project, so I will not be reading it all, and I'll just go through it relatively quickly and field any questions that you may have. I also have the architect and the applicant here with me today, should there be questions that would be more appropriately directed to them. So this area was similar to the one that was previously shown. There are a lot of commercial developments in the area that would benefit from this. The single detached dwelling to the south, that's currently vacant and has construction fencing around it, hoarding. I don't believe that is going to be a long-term issue to be adjacent to this. It's also not a permitted use within this district. As Ms. Cece had mentioned, we do have 456 residential units in addition to the 2 commercial units that'll be on the ground floor. The figures for the cost of the units themselves, $850 to $1.2 million, that was based on information that was provided originally at the application. The units have been made a little smaller than were originally proposed, and these numbers have come down. In speaking with the applicant, they fully expect that the singles that will be proposed here will be starting at $475 for each of the units, which would fall within the affordable range, and that would represent 56% of the units that are within this structure. And we will work with staff to find some means of memorializing that and resolving that within the holding provisions. The site plan, all of the parking will be within the structure itself, 3 floors below grade, parking at grade, and then for floors 2, 3, 4, and 5 above, residential will start at 6 through 30, with penthouses on the top floor. I'll skip over this. The recommended or the requested and recommended variances from the zoning have been discussed. the parking. We can field questions if they do arise. There has been a request for the 456 parking stalls will be offered, 1 per unit, 12 accessible spaces, 9 car share spaces on the ground floor in addition to this, as well as 335 bicycle parking spaces, some of which would be outdoor public use spaces, 60 for public use, 230 outdoor spaces for private use, as well as another 45 indoor private spaces, all for bicycles. So this is definitely a facility that we would looking at being pedestrian and active transportation friendly, particularly in this location with as many amenities as are around this area. This shows our connections to the bus routes as well as just the pedestrian-friendly nature of it. Within 11 minutes you can have walked to the Clifton Hill area along Fallsview and Victoria. Proposed elevations are here. What you see as green, they would be sort of a screening of the lower floors that where the parking would be present. We can get more details for those if you're interested. Those are not just like a chain link fence or anything like that. They would be more substantial, have holes for the vegetation to come through, as well as have a pattern on them for those times where the vegetation may not be fully in place. Building design, we've got the one picture here, the main entrance. We certainly believe the use is consistent and appropriate with the tourist commercial zoning and official plan designation, and that the residents of the 456 new units would definitely benefit. I think that goes well to say that during our public open house, 3 people showed up, all of whom were supportive of it. One was the new owners of the Dairy Queen. How many more people will they have visiting their facility? Liquor store, Al Max, Napoli's restaurant, the gas station right there on the corner, they will all benefit from an additional 456 households at this location. Planning policy analysis, I will skip through the details of this. Planning staff, and myself as a registered professional planner believe that the proposal is consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policy as expressed in the official plan. Right now, we're basically at the zoning bylaw amendment application stage. Upon hopefully, presumably getting approval of the zoning, we'll be working on resolving the holding provisions. We've already started that, going through the detailed design of the architecture for the building itself, finalizing the other engineering drawings that may be necessary as well, moving through site plan, draft plan of condominium, and then getting the building permits for construction. I appreciate your time and would be willing to answer any questions that I'm able to, or have the architect or owner do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for the presenter? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. White, through the mayor to Mr. White. I just had one question. On the 5th page where it says parking, it says the development will have two-way vehicular access, one from Ferry Street as well from Falls View. So in the presentation, it said it was right turn only in on Ferry Street, but that's going right in and then right out. Is that what you mean, two-way on Ferry Street?
That was not what the intention was at this time. Basically, that site plan was what prompted the comment that it should be one way in and one way out. Certainly can accommodate that recommendation to be one way in on the one location and two-way on the other.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I guess to Ms. Dolch, is that what we are recommending?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, that's what we're recommending. Based on traffic comments, we're recommending a right in, right out off Ferry.
Okay. And would Mr. White be able to answer my question about the green initiatives for the heating and cooling, or would that be somebody else?
Probably the architect. I'll see, Matt, would you be able to field that? I know certainly the live wall with the vegetation adjacent to the parking would help decrease the heating and cooling requirements by preventing a lot of the sunlight from getting right inside the structure.
Yeah, if you want to step up and state your name and your address for the record.
Hi, my name is Matthew Trindota. I'm an architect at Quartec Group.
And your address, and you are located?
sorry, this address.
Quartec?
Quartec Group is in St. Catharines,
Okay.
here in Niagara. In Ontario, regulation, Ontario Building Code SB 10 dictates that all residential buildings need to meet current energy code requirements, and our development will fully meet those requirements. More complex buildings, such as a 30-story high-rise building, typically goes through and does a full energy model to confirm that all the requirements are fully met. That is the most likely path at this point. When we get into the building permit drawings, we'll further explore that, but I can assure you that it'll meet the SB 10 energy code.
Okay, thank you. I would assume it would meet the code. I was just looking for something forward-thinking, and I know we're moving towards that, but I was just wondering if you were doing something right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, so yeah, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. White. Thank you for the presentation. Microphone, please, Council. Oh, sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I really like the look of the building, and obviously landscaping looks great, really beautifying that corner. Not that it's not beautiful already, the Drasakos family, but it'll really improve that area for sure. I love the idea of the 56% of the units starting at $475,000. It's amazing, and that is affordable. It really is, $475,000. So kudos to all of you for making over half of them affordable units. That's what we need here, and it's great to see that. So thank you.
Thank you for that. So if there's no further comments, then I'll weigh in as well and feel the same way. It's a beautiful rendering, and the idea that 56% will be in that affordable range for a lot of the people that work in the hospitality industry. It'll be great. They can walk to work.
Yep.
So that'll make it handy, and I think it'll definitely be a place that'll be popular. A lot of people will be able to afford it and will want to live in that area. And also for those people that want to get to the theater and get to all the great tourist amenities that we have down there within walking distance, definitely be handy. So what I'm going to do now then is, so I thank you, Mr. White, for your presentation. Excellent job. And since there are no further questions, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Looking for direction from council. I've got Councillor Thompson, and then I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
Yes, I would be pleased to most the approval of this. This person is all kind in the city. Cousin Vinci,
Yep.
the
Cousin Vinny's,
Comfort,
yep.
the hotel, and on Ferry Street, and he's been very supportive of this community for years, and thank you. I make the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Moved by Councillor Thompson that we approve the 30-story mixed-use building, 456 units, and the 2 commercial units. Seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no further comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And you want to comment? Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
I'm actually really, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad that developer did reduce the size of the units. Because that's the only way you can attain the attainable units, because the price of the square foot doesn't change. It's the size of the unit. That's what makes it affordable. So I'm really glad to see that they did reduce the price, reduce the size of the units, that we can get 56% affordable units. So I'm really glad. And it's a great design too. So that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that was unanimous. So thank you very much for coming out, folks. Appreciate it. You're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting. It's going to be exciting. Or not. Appreciate that. All right, now we move on to section 6 of the agenda, deputations and presentations. First off is 6.1, presentation by Stephen DeBoer, mission pastor from the Bridge. We'd ask Stephen to step up, and welcome to the meeting.
All right, thank you for the invitation. Yeah, my name is Mayor, Councillors, staff. My name is Steve DeBoer. I'm the mission pastor of your neighbor across the road, The Bridge. We founded Third Space Cafe, and together we exist to serve the unhoused and the underhoused of our city. What you may know of us, likely know of us, is that takes the shape of an everyday breakfast, 365 days a year. For those who are living on the streets of our city, in wooded areas, in hidden places and invisible places, but also the increasing demographic in our city of those who are having to choose between housing and food. So by coming to us for food, it allows them to afford a place that they can live. What you likely do not know about us is our food recovery initiative. We are partnering with a nonprofit out of Montreal, Quebec, called La Table des Chefs. So La Table has been doing recovery in their city for 25 years with tremendous success. So much so that they are scaling across Canada, and they approached us through our existing food recovery efforts at the convention center. They approached us if we would be their partner on the ground, bringing that effort. So together, we are working on food recovery in our city. Now, it's helpful to distinguish between food banks and food recovery. Food banks have to do with retail and produce foods. Food recovery has to do with leftover prepared foods from restaurants, hotels, convention centers, and banquet halls that would have otherwise been thrown out. I would like to point out that there's nothing like this that exists in our city or neighboring cities or our whole region, in fact. And since this initiative has hit the ground, we've had people from St. Catharines and Fort Erie approach us if they could benefit from this service. So right now we are preparing our partner site on Jepson, just close to Victoria, Faith Fellowship Church, as our recovery redistribution hub. I want to point out that La Table has a long history. It started out with someone who was high up in the chain of the Marriott chain of hotels, and saw the incredible food waste 25 years ago and just felt compelled he needed to do something of it. And they have an existing contract with the Marriott chain of hotels across the country. Of course, we will have to engage in direct conversation with the franchise owners in our own city. And so full throttle, when we imagine this 3 years out, which we imagine this project to hit the ground fully will take 3 years, we will be able to efficiently support not just our mission, but every mission organization in our city. The Soup Kitchen on St. Lawrence, the Region's Permanent Shelter on Summer Street, the YWCA shelter on Women's Shelter on Culp, the Nightlight Youth Shelter on Ontario, any and every place that serves prepared meals to the most vulnerable in our city. So that's it. I was given 5 minutes, so I thought, there you go.
Well, first off, kudos to you and to your group for what you're doing. I know it's greatly appreciated, and it's never been more apparent than now. And food insecurity has gone to, and housing, and the unhoused have gone to levels that we've never seen before.
For sure.
We're getting hit from all sides, so we're grateful. And municipalities that aren't traditionally in the social services industry, we've been forced into it. And it's put us in a tough spot because, most of our money comes from property taxes.
Sure.
And not from the general taxes and income taxes. So it puts us into a tough spot. So groups like you are so welcome, and we're so grateful for you. So questions for Mr. DeBoer. I've got Councillor Lococo, Newestag, and Baldinelli.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Steve, I've had the opportunity to work with and attend a lot of the events at the Bridge. They have a great group of volunteers and people that just are willing to help. A lot of people put aside the issues that are going on, and I know that their mandate is to treat everybody with respect. Not a mandate, but it's a personal thing to treat everybody with respect, whether they're unhoused, unsheltered, if they just need some company to sit with, to have a meal. They have great fundraisers like the bowling. I did attend the last fundraiser at the church at Jepson, and I had an opportunity to see where the freezers were going to be.
Yep.
So it's all starting to come together, and I know that the Bridge and all of the other churches that you work with, they're ready, willing to just roll up their sleeves and work and help our city and our community, and we're really fortunate that we have them. There's a lot of people that need assistance, and I think over the next 2 years, a lot more people are going to need assistance. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
really
great.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Newstag, then Baldinelli.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Quite interested, and I'm actually going to ask a lot more questions, so you're going to be expanding your
great.
presentation. Help me with the logistics of this. So how do you know when there's leftover, like, because you're redistributing food, so how does this whole, how does the planning go on so you know when the food is to make sure you're getting it to the right people at the right time?
Yeah, thank you. So our current relationship is with the convention center. So it's as simple as this. They have an event, they have leftover food, they call us, and we get there as soon as we can so that we can be of service to them. And then we port it over, we process it, we store it, and then we serve it. Whatever we can't serve or creatively translate into a breakfast, we bring to the soup kitchen on Lawrence, or we bring to the women's shelter. We ferry it around so there's no food waste on our part. As we expand the program, what we imagine is a minimal 3-day a week run. So an existing run with it has a set time where we would go to the established relationships and we would pick up the food that they have there. Again, we would port it to our place, we process it, store it, and then redistribute it.
Okay, I've got some more questions here. Now, what about other places that have leftover food? So convention center is strictly just one, but there's so much waste. Like, we all feel sick when we just are at different types of functions, and you see it.
100%.
So how can we logistically work together and make sure everybody is aware of it, and are you open to receiving food from everyone?
Well, yeah. So there are certain boundaries or parameters to being able to do this safely, and so obviously licensed kitchens that have a white coated chef who can oversee the food, knows the food process, temperature controls. That's part of the work that we'll be doing in year one is with La Table, establishing those relationships. Once those relationships are set up, then it's really not a complicated effort, actually. It's as simple as having the relationship. We're talking hotels, we're talking restaurants, banquet centers, the casino. We had an event at Club Italia. They give their food away. Historically, the big reason why hotels haven't done this is, and you can appreciate this, is legal. What if someone gets sick and they sue us? So we'd just rather throw it out. I think food recovery is going to become the new green, because food insecurity is so on the radars of people that if hotels and restaurants and likewise aren't doing it and are throwing it, we're not talking trays of food, we're talking rooms of food. We're talking, La Table has a contract with the stadium in Vancouver. You can feed a whole city of hungry people with what's left over from a stadium event. So that's the kind of work that we will be facilitating.
So if I understand correctly, right now you just have the agreement with the convention center, but you are trying to establish more agreements with all the other hoteliers.
Our goal is every restaurant and every hotel in our city.
Wow, okay. This is fabulous, because we've often heard they throw it out, and it just doesn't sit well with anybody, because there's so many people that are starving and could be good. So what about safety, what if something does go wrong? What happens in that case? Can you see something going wrong shutting down the whole program, or are there measures that you've taken in the event of this?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that compassion always takes a risk, and so there is risk involved. Of course, we want to mitigate risk. We want to be wise. One of the reasons, that we're partnering with this organization started with a fella who was, again, worked at the Marriott, but his father was a lawyer. So they've been legally advised for 25 years. Now, if we started this and tried to reinvent the wheel in our city, we wouldn't have the benefit of all the things that they've learned. Key is food temperature, and so the first thing that we did was secure a van, and so we're in conversation with the soup kitchen. We're going to use and share their van and the cost of their van so that we can do this efficiently as possible.
What about grants? And I know other organizations are always looking for grants. Are you looking for grants too, or how do you fund?
We are actively grant writing. Our budget for this over three years will be $500,000, so about $175,000 a year. And that's being modest. We turn our quarters over 5 times at the bridge. So grant writing is key. We do fundraisers. It's all grassroots stuff.
Okay. Is there anything that we can, like, or how are you trying to get those partnerships with the hotels? You're just meeting with them, or they're...
Yep. So the fact that, so Jean-Francois Archabot, he's the founder of La Table des Chefs, the fact that he has such a history with hotel chains, we're leveraging that. They are really initiating a lot of the conversations. We've had people in the last 3 months since this is who have come to us and said, we want to be part of this. You know, if you're hiring, I want to work for you. I've had a head chef of a very respected local establishment who really said, I want to help this, and I have lots of, I want to help this effort. I have lots of contacts with kitchen. The chef has a bit of power, but certainly those who are on the higher executive levels of these hotels and restaurants, they're the ones you want to get in your corner.
It's fabulous, absolutely fabulous what you're doing. And Councillor Strange just mentioned even partnering with the different BIAs as well, letting them know about, because they have different associations.
I think partnership is key. In our very polarized time that we're living in, I think what helps to bring our society together is on the ground when organizations who represent different interests, different faith, no faith, whatever, when they come together kind of with a shared concern for our common humanity. So that is a key value of the bridge.
Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. This has been fabulous and quite an eye-opener for us. And if there's anything we can do to even help you, by all means, just ask us. I think it's great for the residents.
Yeah,
hate
thank you.
Hate waste. So
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thanks, Steve. That was a great presentation, and I applaud what you're doing. I've run a lot of events before, basically cooking for people, and we always had tons and tons of leftover food. Now, the problem we had was with the Niagara Regional Health Department. Have you spoken to them, and what steps are you going to take to bypass their strict health concerns?
Right, yeah. So we, of course, have a public kitchen at Third Space Cafe, and so we regularly interact with inspectors, and so I know myself I have an elementary understanding, but I know that's a big deal. So that will all be part of the conversations. Of course, we continue to lean on La Table. Of course, they don't know our regional, how it plays out locally, but I think they have a lot of understanding how to engage that conversation with our local Niagara Regional Health.
Well, kudos too, and I really, like Ruth said, all the support is with you for sure, because I've seen so much food go to waste, and I could never understand why it couldn't be redistributed, But we support you completely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Strange, then Patel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Steve, for the presentation. And it is really amazing what you can do with kind of food that's not quite going bad, but you're able to restore it and stuff like that. I just wondering if our staff can help make that kind of love connection between the bridge and our different BIAs, and just get that information out there because every BIA has their hotels and their restaurants and stuff like that, and if they can connect with him and they can pick it up before that food goes bad and deliver it and make it safe for our homeless and other people to eat, it's such a great concept.
Well, I think Mr. Felicetti would be our main contact through the BIAs. I don't know, Mr. Felicetti, if you wanted any insight to offer to the council on the food.
Well, no, we'd be more than happy to provide the contacts. Also, there's the Niagara Falls Hotel Association, so we can connect you with their executive director. So we'll provide any support like that you require.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we're better together.
Perfect.
Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for presentation, Steve. My question is, the food you get from the convention center, is it enough?
Good question. The food we get from the convention center is not even enough for our mission, actually. It goes far, but with the convention, there's convention seasons. It's feast or famine. I mean, no pun intended. When they have conventions, we can get calls every day for 3 weeks, and then we might not get an invitation to pick up food for like, it's not a convention season right now. When we started this, we were thinking initially about how to feed our mission and how to reach out to more organizations. And we just believed it was too small of a vision, that we had a responsibility to the wider city and the wider missions, and that we had the capacity to take what we were doing and scale it to feed the others.
Have you ever thought of partnering with the local stores? Lots of stores have pre-made food that they sell. At the end of the day, they don't keep that food. Even lots of fast food restaurants do not keep the food they take out from the freezer.
All ideas are on the table. If there is good food that can be safely redirected and to feed those who are vulnerable or hungry in our city, it's on the table for us.
Yeah, because I know in our fast food restaurants, we have breads left over from the night before. We can't use them the next day. There's lots of food out there. And most of the time, people are just so lazy, they just throw them in the garbage.
Yeah.
So if you have partnership out there, and I would suggest maybe even reach out to franchises. For example, Subway or any other franchise we have in the city, the Mexican food restaurant franchise, just to get your hands on the food right before it goes bad.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newstay.
Just one last question. If people are interested in reaching out to you, how do they find you?
Yeah, so I've distributed at least enough for all of the councillors. There's a little pamphlet there at Trifold, the bridge. My personal contact information is on the back, my cell number, my email address. I do want to also, I will follow up this with an email that fans out to your shared email address. I know that there's not enough time to give all the history and the things that we want to share with you. So I want to invite you we serve a no-cost breakfast all the time. I want to invite you to a no-cost lunch. And no cost to you anyways, and that we can, at your own free will, we can share more about what we're a part of and what we're doing to feed the vulnerable in our city. Yeah.
Well, maybe we can accept what we want to pay, so you can pass it on.
All right, well, we won't say no to that either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, can we have help to advertise this cause, like on our website or some other way to connect people to spread the word?
We can do that through our social media. We've got a good reach. We can share that on our channels here at the city.
Great.
We can definitely do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do anticipate Paul Forsyth. He's very helpful to organizations like ours, and so we anticipate engaging the media as this story kind of hits the ground more.
That's great, and you've got the media in the house here today too. So,
yeah, great.
Paul's one of his colleagues.
Yeah, wonderful.
Ray Spiteri. A couple things. It seems that everyone's had their comments, and it's funny. There's a lot of having been in the food business before I got into this business. There's a big difference between best before and bad after. And those dates that are on a lot of food have nothing to do with the health of the product. It's all marketing.
Yeah.
And it's a long story, too much to explain. But just because the date says the date. The way we trust is you trust your nose. That's the best way to be able to tell if it's good or if it's not good. But just because the date on something, they put dates on everything now from personal beauty products. It's kind of gone, a little bit silly. The other thing about this that I love is win-win. Because for the retailers, for the hospitality people, they have to pay to dispose of the food. So, and then they got to deal with whatever comes with that, whether it's animals or, coming around. So you're helping them, and it's great for you because you get to do your beautiful work in the community, and the people get to eat tasty, nutritious meals. So not potato chips, right? But these professionally prepared meals. So my only question to you, Stephen, is volunteers. Are you looking for volunteers or not?
Great question. We have the great gift of having enough volunteers for what we're offering right now with our breakfast. In fact, we have some on reserve. No doubt this effort is going to mean more support. I do want to highlight, though, that something about this project that's also slightly different. And I apologize for this feeling like an addendum, because it's actually a big deal. We are actually going, our neighbors and friends who live on the streets of our city are incredibly resourceful. They know where to find food. They go to dumpsters, they go to other places, they find whatever they can to survive. Part of the social capital piece of this project is there, and it's, if funding is there, is we want to have a program that goes with it, that engages our friends on the street to help us with the procurement, the processing, and the storing of foods. So now we're honoring their dignity by inviting them to procure food in sanitary ways and safe ways, and not just to feed their belly for the day, but to feed the city. Of course, that's going to involve, supports and other things, but we believe that will have significantly positive impact socially for our city.
That's great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Looking for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Lococo, Councillor Newestag, all those in favor? Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We're going to help promote your cause.
And thank you to all of you for helping to make our city a more livable, beautiful place.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, up next is the Alzheimer's Society. So we've got Ann Radicic here to speak to it. So welcome, Ann.
Hello. Hard to go after that one. That was inspirational. So did he leave yet? Let me know. Harvey's. Maybe we'll be able to send you some free burgers. But you'd have to cook them. Anyway, Mayor Diodati, Council, City staff, and members of the public. My name is Ann Radicic, and I'm the Vice Chair on the Board of Directors for the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara. And I am a new grandma as of 2 hours ago. So January is not only my baby grandson's birth month, but it is the Alzheimer Awareness Month. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about dementia, our organization, and a board recruitment campaign we are launching. So dementia, it doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone regardless of background, education, or status. Alzheimer's disease, already the 7th leading cause of death in Canada, continues to grow as a public health concern as the number of Canadians with dementia rises dramatically. 1 in every 10 Canadians over the age of 65 has dementia. No one is prepared for the impact that dementia has on a family. I can guarantee that there are several in the audience now that know firsthand and are caring for someone with dementia. In 2020, there were almost 600,000 Canadians living with dementia, and by 2030, we can expect that number to reach 1 million. Every day, more than 350 people in Canada are diagnosed with dementia. This is more than 15 every hour. Niagara, we have our own challenges. In 2021, Niagara Falls had 21.9% of its population over the age of 65, in comparison to Canada's proportion of seniors being only 19%. And according to the Hopkins report, there are 11,750 individuals living with dementia in Niagara. But we know that is underestimated, as many residents have not been diagnosed for reasons such as lack of specialized geriatric services, unwillingness to get diagnosed, and or denial that cognitive changes are actually happening to oneself or a loved one. It is important for families to access services and resources that are available. It's a long, difficult journey that families do not have to endure on their own, with places like the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara to help. The Alzheimer's Society of Niagara region is a recognized leader in the field of dementia care. Our vision is a community where individuals with dementia and their care partners are fully supported to maximize their quality of life and well-being. Our service provision includes all individuals impacted, so not just the person themselves, but spouses, families, children, and friends who also need education and support to facilitate lifestyle, health, and wellness changes for their family member. Now, a physician referral or a formal diagnosis is not required for you to call up the Alzheimer's Society and ask for some kind of help. Anyone concerned with cognitive changes should contact our First Link coordinator. We provide individual and family counseling, support groups, and a vast array of educational programs for both the person living with dementia and their care partners separately and together. Throughout the region, several social and wellness programs offer a welcoming place where they can access information and support, as well as connect with others who share a similar experience. We have an event calendar for all the times and locations for programs and services throughout the region. As part of Awareness Month, we are also offering various educational forums. Visit our website at alzheimerniagara.ca. Lastly, as a director of the board, I can tell you that my own experience as a board member has been rewarding and personally satisfying. I've been a board member for over 10 years now. We have just launched a board recruitment campaign to solicit new members to join either board for this upcoming term in June. Our organization has 2 separately incorporated entities, a society that has a governance board of directors and a foundation. That's the one that I'm on. That's a fun one where we get to plan parties and do fun things. That's the fundraising arm. Again, we are looking for some new leadership to fulfill our strategic goals to ensure that all Niagara residents living at home with dementia and their families receive support to continue living safely and independently within their community. Again, all information including the board applications can be found on our website at alzheimersniagara.ca. So one more thing, I'm going to give everybody some homework. I want everybody to be aware that there is a researcher out there, a Dr. Dale Bredesden, who has done a lot of research on Alzheimer's and actually now prevention. And this book is called The First Survivors of Alzheimer's. So he's taken people with issues and helped them actually either stop the progress or actually reverse some of the progress. And how patients recovered life, hope, and in their own words. And he also advocates, so for those of us who aren't quite over 60, that prevention has to start in your 40s. So you've got to look at things that you could do to keep your cognitive health going right up until you're to 100, because that's my motto. We're all going to live to 100. Anyway, thank you very much for your time and assistance. And yes, any
Awesome.
questions?
Do we have any questions for Ms. Radicic? No?
What's that?
Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for the presentation. And
no problem.
I've dealt with this personally because my dad passed away of this. And it's not pretty. And if you ever want to find out about what you go through as a family and everything, there's a great movie with Anthony Hopkins, the father, and it's a tearjerker, but like it's something that affects them, but affects the whole family and the way you react to a person who has Alzheimer's, and watching them fade away is really, really tough to see. And can we do anything? It's like, I know you can get tested a little bit early, I guess, if they see it coming, and there's different things like,
yeah, you can
being more social.
So one of the things that you can be tested for the gene, but as we know now with modern science, gene expression isn't absolutely necessary. Just because you have the gene doesn't mean it's going to express. So there's a few things you can do. Number one, blood flow to the brain, right? Your brain needs blood. So how do you get blood to your brain? Unfortunately, it's a bad word. Exercise, right? You got to go and exercise. Secondly, when that blood gets to your brain, what's in the blood? How have you nourished yourself, right? What are you eating and what are you drinking that's in that blood that is now going to feed that brain? And then there's the toxins. What toxins are you putting in your body that is counteracting some of the good stuff that you're doing? And then the last thing is actually the toxins that you yourself create, like your own body creates. And those are things like getting stressed out too much. When you let your body get stressed, and when you put negative thoughts and images into your head, your body produces negative things. It gets the hormones involved, it gets all kinds of things involved, and you actually do yourself a disservice. And it actually hurts your body when it feels like it's in a panic mode and things are going wrong, and oh my God, it's not producing the good stuff, it's producing the bad stuff that is also hurting your brain. And then you can do something like table tennis. So you've got to keep your neurons firing, and so that's the last bit, right? You got to keep the electricity going in that brain. So table tennis is apparently aerobic exercise for your brain, right? Really easy, but your brain is having to calculate the speed of the ball, it's having to tell your hand where to be, it's having to, move your body into that direction. So a lot of good things that you can do to help, again, keep your brain healthy and to stave off some of those symptoms. And the last one is, if anybody's been doing some kind of medication for extended periods of time, they found that medications will actually create a state of Alzheimer's, because like we have a situation where a friend of ours, or really more of an acquaintance, but he was a lawyer who was signed up for an old folks home, right? A senior citizens care home. and had happened to get a brand new family doctor. And his new family doctor is a young fellow who said, oh, why are you on this medication? He said, oh, for this. And he said, how long have you been on it? Oh, like 35 years. He goes, oh my gosh. He took him off of that one medication, and he totally lost all of his Alzheimer's symptoms. Right? So you have to be your own advocate in healthcare. You have to, everything that you put in your body has some kind of effect. Even if your doctor gave it to you, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for you, even if it's good for somebody else that's sitting right beside you. So.
Thank you for that. I think it's
You're
good
very
information for all of us, especially we're going through budget times. It's very, very stressful.
Yes. Don't be stressed. It'll all work out.
We need to do some yoga maybe in between.
Put out some positive juju out there. It'll come back.
Thank you for the information. It was great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
So we are looking for a motion to receive Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Again, that's approved. So, Anne, thank you very much. January is Alzheimer's Month, and it's great that we can draw attention to it and hopefully catch the signs early and be proactive before the signs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One thing I do want to point out, Council, I do have a notice of pecuniary interest in the bylaws. Bylaw 2024-007. It was a vacation rental unit. Neighbor of mine declared a conflict when we dealt with this, and I have written that down. I'm going to give that to the clerk as well. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, moving on now to 6.3, Niagara Falls Innovation Hub. We're joined today by Dan Bordonave, the CEO of the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, and I know you're along here with Lou Vescio, who is involved in the mentoring as well, so welcome.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, councillors, staff, and the general public. Thank you for allowing me to share the story of Niagara's most diverse and most equipped innovation center. So the reason that we are so diverse and so equipped is we focus on our 4P model, and that is the place, the people, the programs, and the partnerships and pilots. And today I'm going to go through each of those factors and how that all works together to support these entrepreneurs, small businesses, and innovators here at Niagara Falls. So the first thing is the place. We have a 25,000 square foot facility here in downtown Niagara Falls on Zimmerman Avenue that's equipped with everything you need to really grow your business. So we have a co-working space full of desks, offices, cubicles available for rent. We also have a couple of meeting spaces, the classroom being one of our biggest that can facilitate up to 50 people for training purposes. The think tank, which is a more Zen space that is used by community businesses across the community, team building activities, brainstorming sessions, content creation as well too. We also have a number of labs downstairs to really equipped with all the tools and necessary technologies to minimize the operational costs for these entrepreneurs and maximize their success. So the content creation suite consisting of 4K cameras, all the lighting, green screen, all the software technology to create video and visual opportunities. The podcast studio is a fully soundproof facility with state-of-the-art equipment too, where we allow our entrepreneurs to have a voice in their marketing. We also run our own podcast there called Made in the Mist, where we celebrate entrepreneurs from Niagara Falls and learn their secret stories to success. And in fact, at the end of the month, we'll be having John McBain joining our show and learning his story on how he created such a successful business right here in Niagara Falls. Really excited about that one. We also have the Makerspace. Makerspace is a 2,500 square foot facility, has all the necessary tools to prototype and design, everything from CNC machining, water jet cutting, 3D printing, laser engraving, virtual reality, design time, and so much more. We have the Base Lab, which is the biological, agricultural, sustainable ecosystem. It is our mimic of any type of greenhouse for any company that's focused on biology or agricultural technology. And right now it's being used by one of our companies, Infinite Harvest Technology, which I'll get into in a little bit as well too. And of course, our most recent opportunity was the magnificent Women's Market, the former BIA building in downtown Niagara Falls, which we converted into a retail pop-up location supporting women entrepreneurs from all over Niagara right here in Niagara Falls, which I'll explain the program a little bit more in detail for that too. I want to mention the people that really help make this place thrive. So our team is consistent of 7 full-time staff. These 7 full-time staff all wear multiple hats to facilitate programs, to take care of the facilities, and also to run the day-to-day operations too. So a very eclectic group of people, a very curated group of people that again are top-notch and have been the core of this innovation center for the last couple of years. I want to mention the programs that we offer currently too. So The simple program is a co-working space for affordable membership. Companies from Niagara Falls can use the space. We rent office spaces, cubicles, open desks as well too. All memberships are very, very low, and they include all the services and amenities that the Hubs offers. And this is really where the magic happens, where that cross-collaboration between entrepreneurs happen, where businesses work together to solve mutual problems. We also have our Startup Visa program. So this is a program designated by the Canadian government. We are one of 50 institutions in Canada that has this designation due to our partnership with the Niagara Business and Innovation Fund. And this is an opportunity for immigrant entrepreneurs to move their business to Canada and to create their North American headquarters. We're right now in the midst of bringing our first 2 companies through this program in this current year. We're expecting another 5 companies this year through this program. And what we see is this is a really global talent boost for Niagara Falls. So Niagara Falls is not strictly known as a place for tourism, but a place to grow your business and thrive. I want to mention the Investor Readiness Program. This is our flagship program. So this is a tailored 6-month accelerator powered by Meridian Credit Union. This is where we provide technical and business skills to any entrepreneur, mostly in the tech space. And the goal of this is to have their data room complete, where by the end of the cohort, they will have any opportunity to seek investment, partnerships, and pilots as well. And our Magnificent Women's Market, again, this is a retail incubator space in downtown Niagara Falls, where we have 6 women companies utilize the space, and thanks to generous sponsorships from the community, they get to use the space at a cost-free opportunity for 3 months to really showcase, sell their product, and build a name for their brand too. In addition to providing the space, we also provide different professional development opportunities and community engagement opportunities for them on a bi-weekly basis. A STEF camp, this is for our youth. So this is our camps that we provide in the summer, focusing on science, technology, engineering, and fitness, taking care of the whole child. And this is our partnership with White Oaks. So we offer the science, technology, engineering component. Our partnership with White Oaks offers a fitness component through our camps in the summer. And we also offer scholarships to families who perhaps cannot afford to have their children sent to camp. We offer free full-ride scholarships for this program every summer. And lastly is our Esteem program, which we just launched in October this year. This is a program that we partnered with the Niagara Catholic School Board to start, but also bringing in DSPN later this year. And this is an opportunity for us to teach what's not traditional curriculum in the classroom, things that matter in life, such as financial literacy, media literacy, and mechanical engineering literacy too. So we have, every Wednesday, we have grade 8 students come from Niagara Falls to the Hub on a field trip, and they learn how to interact with all this technology, all through an entrepreneurial lens, and a really cool project where we focus on creating a new civilization on Mars, and it's the whole project's themed around that. Since October, we've had 289 students come to the Hub on field trips from these participating schools, and we have schools lined up all the way from now till the end of the school year, and even more asking, but we just don't have the capacity right now to support them. Again, partnerships and pilots are essential for any business to thrive. So these are the traditional partners that we had, of course, the Small Business Enterprise Center, the City of Niagara Falls, and FedDev Canada as our partners here. But 2 notable ones here, or 3, is Niagara Health. They're our partner for any medtech technology and medical technology to be able to pilot, integrate within Niagara Health. Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus is our cross-border incubator program where we share resources across Canadian and American markets, very unique markets in different sectors. Venture Niagara are one of our funding partners here to provide funding opportunities for entrepreneurs. This year, we brought on a number of new partners. Actually, it's our biggest year of bringing partners yet, where we're starting to get recognized across the community, as an entrepreneurial force to reckon with. So we brought on Meridian as a partner, the University of Niagara Falls, which I'll explain a little bit, the Exchange. We have our own angel group, and we brought partnerships with the Niagara Business and Innovation Fund too. So our goal is to try to bring the entire community together to give these entrepreneurs the best chance of success. To date, we've had over 300 companies supported and have created over 850 jobs through these companies. And that didn't go without a lot of effort. So the Hub itself has put over 7,500 coaching, mentoring hours for these entrepreneurs. We've hosted over 250 different lectures, seminars, networking events for these entrepreneurs too. So working very, very hard, tirelessly to support as many of these entrepreneurs as possible. Just want to go over some of the 2023 data we just finished collecting earlier at the beginning of this year. So we brought on over 60 new companies to the Hub last year. And these are just some of their logos too. But these 60 companies have created 170 jobs just by interacting with the Innovation Center itself too. And we also have a couple of good news items here too. I'm not going to fly through all of them because I think we'll be here for a lot longer than my allocated time limit. But I'll just go through all. And the second one has a spelling mistake, so we're going to prompt one of our companies to invent a new spell check. But the first one, Infinite Harvest Technologies, what they do is they collect food waste, and it's pre-consumed food waste. And what they do is they use that to create black soldier flies. These black soldier flies are then converted into a protein that's added to pet food and animal livestock food as well too, to combat the protein shortage in that as well too. They migrated their business from Colombia here to Niagara Falls. They received a $100,000 investment from our angel group this past December and voted one of the most sustainable companies here in Canada to look out for in 2024. Leaf Automation, a company that migrated from Chile here to Niagara Falls earlier this year. They developed a wine tasting journal app that a bunch of wineries are using here within the region, and they have drawn a lot of interest from major retailers like the LCBO. Excuse me. One of our traditional or more historic company is Zoom Rideshare, the first ride-sharing platform here in Niagara. They offer cross-border transportation. They offer Zoom Kids and Zoom for Her, which are safer opportunities for ride-sharing with monitored services. They just have 10,000 users in the app in Niagara last year, and they have 200 drivers hired in Niagara and 5 full-time staff too. TechRide, a company that migrated from India here to Niagara Falls this past year, working with over 900 restaurants in Canada and the United States. They have a recurring revenue of about $500,000 USD, and they just hired a full sales team, full development team here at Niagara Falls. Dosery Health, one of the companies to look out for. They created the first telemedicine platform to connect doctors with patients who do not have doctors. They have over 10 clinics using their product. They won the Youth Entrepreneur Award in Canada and also won the Microsoft pitch competition here too, and just raised $500,000 last year. Corks and Bubbles, a soap maker that's part of the Magnificent Women's Market. Since joining the Hub, acquired 5 distributors, nominated one of the Niagara's top women in business, and has led the Shoebox Project, which is a box building project to support women who have been perhaps physically or sexually abused. Twist Technology invented the packing peanut out of paper to replace styrofoam, a sustainable company right here manufacturing their products out of the Hub in Niagara Falls. They received $400,000 last year from BDC and have been finalists in Meridian's nationwide impact awards, recognized as one of the top sustainable companies in Canada. And lastly, Milron Industrial, a company from the Starter Company Plus program, graduated from there, fell under our support. We've helped them to grow their team to 10 full-time staff, over $750,000 last year in revenue, and working with large customers and revolutionizing the marine industry with Algoma, Makia, CSL, and the Coast Guard. And One World Logistics, a logistics company that started in the Hub in 2022, last year turned over $106 million in sales through cross-border transportation. So you can see that there's a lot of great news, a lot of great opportunities happening in the Hub too. So what's in it for 2024? How do we get better? How do we provide more? So one of the things is our partnership with the University of Niagara Falls, an exclusive partnership, a 4-year funded partnership with the University of Niagara Falls, connecting their students with the businesses out of the Hub, but also creating capstone projects with our community businesses for their students. So businesses around our community in the City of Niagara Falls can get free support in marketing, data analytics, business development, business operations from these students looking to make an impact in the community. We have our Business Basics program, a program we created because there's over 100 applicants that applied for the Starter Company Plus program that's run by the Small Business Enterprise Center, and they simply didn't have the capacity to support all those businesses. So we decided to create a free program to support all those businesses. Those local businesses have supplied and provide them with the essential business tools, the essential skill development, again, to maximize success and minimize their operational costs. And lastly, our Prototype program, a new program that we're going to be developing out of our makerspace that gives businesses in Niagara Falls discounted services on both prototyping, design, but also on marketing too. So bringing our makerspace team and our marketing team together to give businesses in Niagara Falls the full package to really develop their minimal viable product or their prototype. And I just wanted to say thank you so much, and that, you know, we're fully invested in the city of Niagara Falls, working with the Niagara Falls Economic Development Department, Serge and his team, to diversify the economy and provide different avenues to sustain the economy. In case, God forbid, we're stuck with another pandemic and we can't rely on our tourist industry, we need to diversify, have other opportunities for our economy to sustain itself. And just like as their saying goes, globally known, locally roam, but we want to do that not just with the city, but the companies that come from the city as well too. So thank you very much.
Well done. Wow. We got to do something about your energy. You got to pick it up a little bit.
It's a Spanish background. I talk very fast. I'm glad most of you guys caught that.
That was great. Well done. Appreciate that. Councillor Newstag, and then Patel.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Absolutely wonderful presentation, and so exciting. You know, we hear about we need affordable housing, we need, you know, there's food scarcity issues, and if we have more jobs, more employment, I think everyone's looking for solutions for those, but if we're able to employ people, then they can go to work and hopefully reduce some of those other social issues that we have. So wonderful. I'm hearing about all these new jobs that have come out of the hub.
Yes.
Have you done a total in terms of how many jobs have come from all the hard work that you're doing?
Yeah, so the number is well over 1,000 total jobs. However, not all of them are permanent full-time jobs.
Doesn't
So
matter,
the
they're working.
800
Yeah.
it was permanent full-time jobs, yes.
That's fabulous. So without that, without the work that you do, this 1,000 people wouldn't be out there.
It would certainly not be as high. Again, what we do is minimize operational costs and maximize the amount of chance for success, and that's kind of the theme of the hub, is how do we decrease the operational costs? The majority of businesses fail because they can't afford their rent, they can't afford their operational costs. So if we can mitigate that, then we can certainly give them the best chance for success.
The hands-up approach again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay. You also, a number of partners, you said so many different partners. Have you given a total of the number of partners that you have?
Yeah, we're well over 50 partners in the community.
So over 1,000, over 50?
Yes.
And you talked about the number of people that have gone through the play.
300, over 300 companies, yes.
So you have students of 200.
Oh, the students, yes.
I lost the number there.
289. Yeah.
289 students, but I see you're only with the Catholic Niagara District.
So
what about DSBN?
Yeah, absolutely, great question. So we started this pilot with the Catholic School Board only because we're working with a gentleman who's volunteering for the organization by the name of Blaine McDougall, who was the former president of the Principals Association for the Catholic School Board. So he kind of got our foot in the door. We wanted to prove the model that it worked, and ever since then we had the DSBN actually knocking on our door to start booking field trips too. So we'll be working with both organizations. Right now we're primarily servicing students in Niagara Falls only, but looking to expand that as well.
That's great. I read the letters from the students.
Yes,
so
yeah, and that was unprompted too. I didn't know. I saw the agenda there. I was like, wow, that's very nice of them to do that.
That's wonderful, and I'm really I'm very thankful that you're reaching young students as well, letting them understand what the entrepreneurial spirit, and I think it's something that we should be very proud of to have in Niagara Falls, and I thank you and of course Lou for all his heart. He's always the quiet one sitting there, but for all the hard work that you've done. I think it's a fantastic idea for the city, and really good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Dan, for a
Thank you.
great presentation. You always have so much energy.
Surprised. I was sick all week, and so I'm actually happy that I was able to pull it off.
I have visited Hub myself. Actually, I experienced all the technology they have there, and it's a great place. They have full kitchens, and people can actually cook their meal there. So if you're a small business owner, you don't have to go out and make buy food. You can make your own meal, or you can warm up your food, and you do provide spaces for rental.
Yes.
And I thought you told me that they get the mailing address in Canada and the U.S.
Yes, that's right. It's part of our cross-border collaboration with the University, the Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus. So any company that joins our hub has an address here in Canada as well as the United States, and that's simply just to manage their operations in each country. And if they need to make deals with Americans, they can use their American address, or for shipping purposes and stuff like that too. So that's a unique thing that only our hub offers.
And I really like the room that calls Think Tank.
Yes, the Think Tank.
That's a really great concept. And I believe last year you helped Implement Center and a Heritage Council to hold the job fair there for the newcomers.
Absolutely. So any nonprofit can use their space at no charge, absolutely, for any type of event. Even anybody that has a business in Niagara Falls can use the space between the hours of 9 to 5, Monday to Friday for free. Memberships only are for people that need 24-hour access or access after hours.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thanks, Dan. Great presentation.
Thank
wow.
you.
I remember when I was young like you. Fantastic. But anyways, I was able to go to a school in Notre Dame last week.
Oh.
And they invited me there to speak about and show me all the exciting things that they did at your center. And they were so enthusiastic. Mrs. Regent Cha invited me over there, and the students just, they loved everything about it. It was the most exciting field trip that they had taken in their whole school career. So kudos to you. You really sparked a lot of imagination to these young kids on what they could do in the future, and the robotics, the online broadcasting, which they absolutely loved. Broadcasting. You know, I got to see some film of what they had recorded. I didn't know that was all there, and it was an eye-opener for me. And what you presented again, fantastic job, and continued success.
Thank you. Yes, one of our goals is youth retention within the city too. Me being born and raised here in Niagara Falls, had the opportunity to leave to other big cities, but knew that there's opportunity here, and that's what I want to ensure that our hub makes that known to the youth here in Niagara Falls.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the next report, 6.4, the ask is $700,000 for the funding. So I guess my question is, in the past, the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub received a FedDev grant, and I was wondering, and there was a partnership with the City of Niagara Falls, so I guess through the mayor to Mr. Baldinelli, if you can tell me what does future years look like for funding with FedDev and the city? You're asking for $700,000. Is
Yes.
this a multi-year? What are you looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I can bring up a slide with the budget and the ask here too. The operating budget right now is just over $1 million, and this, when we were with FedDev, we were operating at $1.6 million. We were able to, unfortunately, make a lot of cuts on that as well, and I can provide you for this as well too. All this information, no problem. So what we do is we try to offset a lot of that funding from the city by bringing in other partners, such as the University of Niagara Falls, to offset that. We try to increase some of the revenue that we make too, so their ask isn't great. We are putting another application with FedDev currently right now. And Serge Phillips can speak on this too. Our ask won't change. It's just that we can leverage that for more funding, more program, more companies, more support. So the goal is, again, $700,000 ask from the city, from you guys, to maintain the operations as is. As you can see, our budget is heavily favored on job creation and labor for the hub too. 25% going to operations, which include rent, softwares, cleaning the snow. Unfortunately, that's a lot more expensive than you anticipate, and programming costs as well too. So bringing in some coaches, bringing in some guest speakers, and things like that too. So we know that the university has committed their funds already for this year and for the next 4 years to us too. And again, we're trying to source different opportunities for revenue to increase the amount that we contribute towards any project.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, regarding the FedDev grant, usually that's for 4 years or whatever.
Yeah, that would be a 4 year. Typically, they run on a 4 year, sometimes 3, but typically 4 years.
So if the FedDev grant does come through, how does that work in the funding? And then for the city's portion, for $700,000, are you looking to match the city's portion to the FedDev grant?
Yeah, we're looking to match the majority of the funds towards the grant. Unfortunately, FedDev doesn't cover a lot of the operational costs needed to maintain the facility too. So a portion of the funds will be allocated towards operational costs, and then the rest of it would be towards programming. The next FedDev application and the next program we want to run is far more advanced. We're looking at even funding opportunities for some of these startups too, to have some actual cash investment in them so they can really get that upper hand too. We're looking at partnerships with some, I can't really speak too much about it, but some of the biggest organizations here in Niagara Falls to provide tourists the opportunity to validate and a lot of these companies too through use of a collaborative approach with one of these companies too. So we would take that funding, leverage it, and just make Niagara Falls on the map in Canada as the ultimate place to grow a business and start a business.
I just want to go back to the commitment. So if we approve the $700,000 for 2024, is the expectation is that we're approving it for other years?
That would be
That is the
that's the
expectation?
goal, yes.
For 4 years?
Yes, well, any FedDev application, typically you can't change the amount invested per year. You have, like from the partners, it has to be the same throughout the years.
And you might not be able to answer this, but the City of Niagara Falls, you're requesting 700. Is it a match, dollar for dollar with the FedDev, or?
Yes, it's always a
It's
dollar
it's
to dollar,
dollar.
dollar for dollar
Okay.
match.
Okay, I don't know if this might go through to the CAO. I know our city partners with the hub, so we have our staff with the a small business enterprise. Is there a portion of our staff that is assigned to the Innovation Hub, or is it a minimal amount of work, or how, are we contributing more, is I guess what I'm asking.
We'll direct that one to Serge, Director of Economic Development.
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, our small business office works with the hub. We have limited resources with the hub. We get funding, as you know, from the province to run certain programs. And I think as Dan outlined, we have one initiative, the Starter Company, where we had 100 applications. We could only accommodate 12 of those companies. And because of the partnership with the hub, Dan and his team took on those other Niagara Falls companies to assist them. So actually, we're leveraging the hub in that regard. So we do work closely with them. Our staff will actually run some of our programs out of the hub, some of the seminars that we run. And we're really the start, really grassroots, to kind of get people who are looking to start a business. We'll run programs, and then as they start to put it together, they move them over to the hub, that's where the hub helps them grow and see if they have the sustainability to continue with that business, and provides all the services that Dan just mentioned today. So it's really taken them from a very grassroots level to the next level so they can be successful in the program.
Thank you. So I just understand, in our budget for labor, is there anything that's attributed for our labor to assist them, or are they assisting us more?
Mr. Phillips?
No, there's nothing in our budget that, with our staff budget, that goes to the hub. It's two separate budgets in that regard.
Okay, thank you. In the presentation, it said that, and Dan, you mentioned that there was some transfers of businesses from Colombia, India, Chile, Albania. I guess my question is, who do we approach to get those businesses to come to Niagara Falls? What is the process?
Yeah, absolutely. So we work closely with the region and their ECTF team too. So they once a year they send a group of international companies here through a partner called Global Startups on a tour through all the innovation centers across the province. And we've been fortunate that the majority of the ones choose us to come here, not only because Niagara Falls is a world-renowned city and a beautiful place to live, but again, we are the most diverse and most equipped innovation center mostly across Southern Ontario, that they see the value in working with us compared to other areas, perhaps in Toronto or Kitchener-Waterloo. So we work closely with partners. The Start Visa program is another avenue to bring international companies here. And I must mention that they're not only to bring their businesses, but they're also moving their families to Niagara Falls too. So helping with diversifying the economy and the residents here as well.
Okay, great. A couple more questions. In the slides, it talked about One World Logistics Group having $106 million in sales in 2023. At one point, the City of Niagara Falls was, because it was a partnership, we were looking at sharing profits. Are we at that point that we're sharing profits for our investment? $106 million is a great revenue.
Yeah, so that's again, that's revenue, gross, obviously, not net. So right now, I mean, and Serge can certainly speak on it. There's no set in stone to do any type of revenue sharing, but that is one way where we can provide more value for these companies too, is to offer something, whether that's investment, whether that's discounts on other services in exchange for equity. But at the end, that's a discretion of the company and what they want to do with their equity, and that's more of a legal issue than anything.
Thank you. So it's not an agreement between the city and the Innovation Hub?
No, that's not.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dan, for the presentation, and seeing Lou in the audience who helps out at the hub. Just want to thank you and the Innovation Hub and everyone that's there for just helping grow this over the last few years. It's just amazing that this year 60 companies supported, over 170 jobs created, and when you create those jobs, you stay here too, right? You know what I mean? You get jobs here, you stay here, you start your families here, you get houses here, and you pay your taxes here. So it's nice. So it all comes back to the city, and it's all kind of full circle. I love that you involve this pilot project with the students. And I couldn't imagine, you know, going when I was a kid, because I'm sure everybody in this room had that $1 million idea on their napkin and just say, I got an idea, I know I can make, but where do we go? How do we go from here? I know Councillor Baldinelli, he gives me an idea every time I see him. So like, we got something here, we can do this. Can you explain to me how someone like Councillor Baldinelli, or whoever it may be, or young someone who has no kind of, I can't go to university because what's it going to do? It's going to cost me tons of money. I'm going to owe money for the rest of my life. And I don't really know what I want to do, but I got an idea here that I think I can bring it and make it unbelievable. And they got the idea on the napkin and they said, Dan, what can you do to help me? How do I start off?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, I want to say that the reason that we're offering it for the students is more of a equitable approach to offer students who can't afford to have access to a lot of this technology, whether it's family, whether it's the school they belong to too. So the goal is to say, let's give every child an opportunity to interact with this technology and see where it goes from there. Because sometimes all it takes is that one interaction to flip a switch, and then they follow it and pursue it as a career. So when somebody comes and has an idea, we're big believers in the hub that there's no bad ideas. Because obviously you found a gap in the market that made you think of this idea. And obviously, hopefully you've done your research to make sure it wasn't invented in the past. Our job is to train you as an entrepreneur. Our job is to change your mindset to make it a business mindset, to make an innovative mindset too. So that's why we work closely with our coaches, with our programs, to really equip them so that they know what they're doing, not just getting someone to do the work for them. And once they're equipped with all that knowledge and that skill base, again, that's maximizing their chance for success. So when somebody comes for an idea, typically what we do is to see which program they fit into. Are they a high-tech opportunity? Well, then we put in investor readiness. Are they a small to medium enterprise? Then we put them into our business basics. Once they complete the program where they attain all the skill, then, and while we do that, we're also coaching and mentoring. So we meet with companies, twice, 3 times a week. Really they're on call, essentially, to meet with them according to their schedules. And our goal is just to support them with opportunities to pilot their technologies, to partner it, to build it, to market it too. So basically we say is, listen, don't worry, we got you. Because you came up with the idea, and we're going to help you make that idea a success.
That's amazing, because I think we watch all the different
Shark
reality
Tank.
shows, Shark Tank and stuff. It's like, I got an idea, you know what? And it's good that they have an opportunity now that they can make it real.
Yes.
And get some help, and it's not going to cost them 5 years of university to do it as well.
Yes.
And there's obviously we love university colleges, everything, but sometimes it's just not for somebody. Yes. And you're even partnering with our Niagara Falls University. How do you see that working out?
Absolutely. So we're going to have over 1,000 students a year working with companies in the community to support them. So in group projects. So let's just say that Third Space Cafe needs a marketing project done. We will work with the university students, connecting with Third Space Cafe. You will have all the resources. You will have 5 marketing projects. You get to choose which one you like best. So really doing a lot of the legwork for these business owners. These business owners have faced a lot of hard times recently with COVID. So again, they don't have this operational cost to do a lot of this opportunity. So the university, with this partnership, is grabbing the raw talent of these students who it's fresh in their brain. They just, they just went through a year of lecture and application and seminars. They need to apply this knowledge. So really taking the application of their knowledge and connecting it with businesses in the community and watching the magic happen.
That's awesome. And then just the last one, when most of us were at that event, the Magnificent Women's Market, how did that even come to place, and who thought of this?
Yeah, well, it was, we were approached to say, hey, you guys have any ideas? And this was kind of, the Small Business Enterprise Center and the former BI ran a great Win to Space project too. But we thought, why not just with one company? Why can't 6 people win this space? Why can't 18 people? Why can't 24 people a year win this space too? So we thought, listen, if we put these women in this space so that they can show and sell their products, and we can help market it by bringing the mayor to do a TikTok video or an Instagram video there, but also market it to host networking events, host the Christmas market that we did too. We're building their brand, and we're helping to, again, minimize that operational cost, minimize their marketing cost, let us do it for you so that they establish. And through that, already we've had 3 of the women in there are already in other souvenir stores in the city just because of that pre-location. And again, we have another great opportunity, which I can't mention much about, but we're looking as a second step, as once these women graduate from there, they're going to go into a larger souvenir store in the heart of the tourist district and get to sell their products and have a Made in Niagara section in this tourist store too. So this idea was just born, again, our great team, we put our hats together, we come up with crazy ideas, but we execute. And that's what we do, is we come up with the idea, but we always execute. We always make sure that when we are executing these ideas, we're taking everybody's thoughts into consideration and trying to put the best foot forward.
That's awesome. And what I like is it's not all about, okay, you have to be 18 or 19 to get out of high school. This is people of all ages.
Exactly.
Because everybody, and I'm saying everybody in this room always has that, like, not $1 billion idea, and they got somewhere to go now. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and thanks to Mr. Baldinelli for his presentation. Always a lot of energy, kind of like you, Your Worship. Wonder if he
He's
makes
got more than
TikTok
me.
videos as well. Yeah, Your Worship, I just wanted to say, I mean, when I think of the Innovation Hub, I think of it as an investment in our community, and not to take everyone, you know, back a few decades, but I remember when Councillor Thompson was mayor, and I first ran, and that was back in the 90s, and we used to have the Niagara Falls Chamber of Commerce, and they would put out a questionnaire to every single person that was running. And their number one question every single election was, how are you, as an elected official, going to diversify your economy? How are you going to attract new business to your city? And it was always an important question for Niagara Falls, because as we know, a lot of our eggs are in the one tourism basket. And looking out in the crowd tonight, Your Worship, because it was in '94 when I ran, I see Mr. Anstruther, and he ran as well. He had some great answers, and he actually went and, of course, published them at the library, which I know he's going to make a presentation on next. So I'll never forget that. But anyway, Your Worship, to me, it's like a fundamental question for politicians. How are you going to be able to grow what you already have? And to me, the Innovation Hub, it does that for us. It helps to attract new businesses. It helps to incubate new businesses. And when you talk about the funding aspect of it, well, when we signed our new deal with the OLG, we named 5 priorities for where we thought the money should go. The police was number 1 because that was part of the contract with the province. But from there on, we named 4 after that. The second one was a tax break. We wanted to give everyone in the city of Niagara Falls a tax break. And I think at the time it was set at $6 million. After that, we said that 2% of the funds that we received were going to go to the hospital, or the new hospital. And now that it's here, now that we funded it, we stopped with that 2%. But we also took 5% and we dedicated it to economic development. And it's not since 2019, I think that's when we actually stopped spending that money. So I know we have a lot of money there that we can use for economic development. This is a perfect prize for us, Your Worship. And the way I look at it is, it's an investment. It's an investment in everyone's future. So happy to support it, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Councillor. And since we've been through everyone's comments, to add a couple of my own, I agree, and I think Councillor Strange hit it right on the head. Everyone's got this idea, and usually most good ideas start in the back of a napkin or in someone's garage or their basement, and they just don't know what to do. And most businesses actually fail within the first 2 years because they don't know what to do. They learn everything the hard way. But this is a way that you can avoid a lot of the mistakes. You've got mentoring and coaching and guidance and business plans. And they show them the roadmap to avoid the landmines. And this is mining for the miners, because our economy is, small and medium business is the backbone of our economy. You know, as they say, small, medium business is the economic engine. It's the horse that pulls the community services cart so that we can support our community services. And we need these businesses that support Little League sports and give to the different charitable groups in the community. So it's so important, and it warms my heart, and Councillor Strange is right as well, that not everyone's going to college or university, and there's no correlation between financial success and education. It's, a lot of people have got great passionate ideas, they just need a little bit of help knowing what to do with it. So and the women's place, the Magnificent Women's Market, what a great concept. I mean, I probably did a quarter of my shopping there for Christmas. One-stop shop, great products, and now 3 of those entrepreneurs are in major commercial commercial opportunities where they're going to be able to sell to the broader public. And I got to tip my hat to, there's a great team, but it starts with a leader. Dan Bordinave doing a great job, and also mentored by Serge Felicetti, who's been around for a couple of years and understands the business. I always say he bleeds Niagara Falls. I think you do too, Dan. Then you surround yourself with all these great mentors and entrepreneurs, and it's great. It just makes me feel so good. So thank you. And we're going to look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call that vote. All those in favor, and that's approved. And we'll look forward to continued success, and I can't wait for the big surprises that you're holding back on us.
Thank you so much. I
Thanks
really
very
appreciate all your time.
Thank you. Yeah, and just before we leave, I'm going to ask, we do have a speaker that asked to address the current presentation. I'll ask the clerk to maybe introduce.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It's not very often we have a request for a presentation but Mr. Racy has requested to speak. I just want to remind you, Mr. Racy, that your comments and questions or presentation is to be directed to council and through the mayor. And at the conclusion of your presentation, it would then be up to this council through the mayor, if there are any questions, to go back to Mr. Baldinelli. It is not meant to be a back and forth type of thing. If that was your intent, perhaps you could reach out to the Innovation Hub for an appointment. But regardless, you do have an opportunity to speak here.
Yeah, welcome, Mr. Racy. Come on up. Introduce yourself. You've got 5 minutes.
Sure. Thanks.
So,
Guess you know me.
Welcome.
My name is Aras Racy. Happy New Year to you and all the council. I guess I'm coming after the decision has been made, but Your Worship, in 21st century, if you don't have innovations hubs like this, as if you don't have a library. And today's an exciting day. We have a very exciting presentations. So I'm glad that the council, very optimistic and supportive of this innovation hub. And I guess perhaps you could elaborate that we didn't get this innovation hub just right away. There were other cities that were competing for these kind of fundings. And so there's a beautiful picture on their website. I just saw that there's all the council in there, so they're giving their support. I just all wanted to say, I have been at the ground zero of the innovation hub in Canada. Just want to share a couple of things. These innovation hubs started really as Ryerson University because a student who had a project like that, and we had a true visionary, Sheldon Levy, which you know about him. And they just want to create a center like this. And I was involved as a student leader that they told us, just go there, check it out, and we want you to promote this center to students. I have to tell you, the first year when I went there, got a tour of it, it was a space maybe twice this amount, and they have little resources that the executive directors and the manager, there are 2 of those desks were their offices. I've seen over years how the growth has came up, and I know that the caliber of the companies has increased. I know the Councillor Lococo said about investors. First couple of years, there was no investors, but over time, I've seen investors just come in and, as a matter of fact, become a source of funding for the center. And I remember there was one year we had an open house that I got a delegate of my students to go in there for, and there were representative from, I forgot, a university from British Columbia who came there to learn what the center was doing and adopted themselves. Something that's not been mentioned, but we used to do a pub nights. Last Friday of the night, we would go to local pubs and support those pub nights. And the goal was to bring entrepreneurs and businesses together. And I hope, I know that they did not mention it, but I hope that they will bringing this to become a truly legendary, because I saw the first year pub nights and subsequent years. We see that, for example, lawyers would come to the pub nights, meet these startups, say, look, I know you don't have money, but here's my business card. Give me a call. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. I'll help you out. And I know that when you have your funding, you want to get your patent registered, then you will come talk to me. They used to throw in legendary parties, but the goal, again, was networking. I remember they had a 5-year birthday party that I got this DMZ T-shirt out of it. But the most important message that the executive directors I want to share with you was that we said we have failed companies, but we have successful entrepreneurs. Just like today's presentation, they have to put on the table how many fundings they have got, how many successful companies they have. But sometimes they know that they have a failed company on a paper. But what actually happened, the students of that company, they join another company to make that company successful. Or sometimes there are 2 failed companies, But what happens is that once their term is over, they go outside the DMZ, or the incubators, as I guess the general term, and they will create another company completely different, but they're quite successful. Or you see the companies that they have failed, but what actually happens is the entrepreneur gains so much experiences and networking, managed to land a job, while her friends are still looking for a free unpaid job. So while I'm hoping that the center has to come and present what they are doing, and I'm hoping the city would put long-term support, because as I said, I've seen this over the years. And as a matter of fact, there were two individuals in that center. One of them was Zoe. Zoe did a wonderful job of creating that, being involved at the very beginning of the center, and she was the life of the center. Guess what? Zoe was from Niagara Falls. We have the talents. If we don't create centers like for this, we lose them to GTA. There was another student, her name was Olga, I became a friend with both of them. She was an international student from Ukraine, and she saw the DMZ, but said, this doesn't work for us because we are fashion students. We have nothing to do with computer science, for example. But approached the leadership, approached the Shalom Levy, and they put her forward, just go forward, create a center. So they literally gave her a storage room, this is your zone. But it took them a couple of years, and I remember a couple of years later when I went to over there, I saw huge space, 3 times bigger than this room. There were like a 3D printing, all the sewing machines and packages. It's like a big workshop and multiple companies that are working there. And next thing you know, like an old grandpa, they asked me, how do you know Olga? Because she was the manager. Like an old grandpa was telling me, let me tell you, back in my day, we had none of these things. And that's true. I want to, I'm glad that everybody in the council is in support of it, but I want to bring you these personal experiences. The money that we're spending in this center, we get it significantly more. Look at the students of you. I had the pleasure of working with St. Micah's students and Myers. I'm sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo can speak more about it. But if we get these to our students, you will see. They will go to the University of Niagara Falls, Canada, or they will come here directly, and they will create big opportunities for our region. So I'm very excited that City does, under your leadership, your worship, and all the councils really supporting these innovative centers as we are looking how many affordable housing we are going to create. And I hope that one area that we could look into with how many of our students, upon graduation from high school, university, instead of thinking high schools or instead of who's going to hire me, who am I going to hire? That was the vision of Sheldon Levy. I'm glad that he's now the chairman of this new university. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on that regard. I'm very excited about this. I'm very appreciative of the effort of the center, as well as the leadership of the city that puts money in this one. Again, I could just tell you stories and after stories that I know some of the questions you asked today, it just takes time. But give it time, you will see investors comes. Give it time, you will see big company comes out of it. Give it time, and I've seen one by one over years, like the transition that DMZ happens, that this center has been modeled after that one. And with the growth that we have, I'm sure we will have a very prosperous, so we don't lose our talent to GTA and outside. But thank you so much for the council for supporting this center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Racy. We have a question for you, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not a question. I just want to clarify. We did not approve the $700,000. That's part of budget discussions for next week.
Yeah, tonight we haven't approved. We're not dealing with approvals tonight for money. But I think there's a little bit of enthusiasm in the room. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we move on to 6.4. This is our 2024 boards and commissions, fee-for-service grants, and honorarium recommendations. Again, I extend to you folks, you can stick around. We've got an exciting meeting. Nobody takes me up on my offers, Councillor Pietrangelo. I'm not sure why is that.
We have earplugs.
Okay, first up, I welcome Birchway Niagara, formerly Women's Place of Niagara. Jennifer Gauthier, Executive Director. Welcome.
I'll adjust that quite a bit. Thank you. That's not my presentation.
I'd like to welcome Councillor Morocco here to Regional Councillor. Welcome. And her birthday is coming up. We announced that earlier today. You weren't here, but we announced your birthday. She shares it with... 35 again? Yes, 35. She shares it with Serge Felicetti, January 21st.
Michael Bolton night, all night.
Serge used to be the president of the local Michael Bolton fan club. So. I'm going to pay for that later.
I don't think he heard you.
Oh, he heard. Oh, he heard. Oh, no. He's going to let the air out of my tires.
You don't have my presentation?
Oh, we don't have it? Do you have a copy of it by any chance, or did you email it?
Yeah, I emailed it to the clerk and Heather on Friday morning.
Give us one
At
sec.
like
And who did it come from?
Jennifer
From
G.
you.
Birchway.ca.
We have puppets if you want to do interpretive.
Will you be my assistant?
Yes, you will. That was a quick comeback. That was very quick. All right. Check your junk. What we could do, if you like, we could jump ahead and do project share, and then give if you want to resend it.
Yeah, I'll resend it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
All right,
Okay,
thank
you
you.
very much. That'll give Jason a chance to get his puppets too, so we can help you. Yeah. Is that it, or is that project share? Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's call up Pam Sharp, Executive Director of Project Share. Sorry, Pam, no heads up on that one. Thanks for being ready.
Okay, I thought Jennifer was going to do it for me.
We did too.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the community who are here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present and share with you a little bit about Project Share and what your support does for our organization and the neighbors that we serve every year. I won't go over too much of the background. I think most of you in the room have been very familiar and active in our organization. I have several past board members in the room. Ruth Ann is currently our City Council board member, so I won't go over too much of the past history, but just to educate you that we do provide over 15 programs to help Niagara Falls residents meet their basic needs. Emergency food is the immediate need that brings people in the door. From there, they are connected to all applicable support services through a one-on-one meeting with a trained client service worker. Clients choose their own food items with dignity. Fresh produce remains our most requested food item, and delivery service is offered to those who need it. Nobody is ever turned away. Since 1983, Project Share, which was formerly known as Coordinated Outreach Emergency Services, has partnered with the City of Niagara Falls to ensure our residents' basic needs are met. Our initial location was in the basement of City Hall, and we have received funding as a fee-for-service agency and then a grantee for decades, as Council has always seen it as their responsibility to ensure our residents are fed, housed, and healthy. Councillor Thompson could speak a little bit more to the history as he's shown there in that image. We exist as part of a social services system working together to ensure residents are fed, housed, and healthy. While the current city funding through grants is distributed to separate agencies, we often refer to one another and help our residents navigate all of the community supports that are available to them. The currently funded services prevent the state of emergency declared on mental health, homelessness, and addictions from becoming worse. We also share emergency food with other food programs like Third Space Cafe's breakfast program. It is clear that our community is in a crisis right now, and agencies are seeing record-breaking numbers. We are committed to working collaboratively to continue to better serve our community. During 2023, with city support, we served 13,047 individuals, including 314 who were served at our new Chippewa satellite site. That equates to approximately 1 in every 7 residents of Niagara Falls relying on our emergency services. This is a significant increase over the 9,313 individuals served in calendar year 2022. Our capacity to meet this need, even with city funding support, is becoming very strained. In the fall of 2023, we opened a Chippewa satellite food bank to reduce transportation barriers for our Niagara Falls residents living in that community and also reduce the physical capacity constraints of our current Stanley Avenue location. Our board is currently exploring additional options to improve our capacity to meet the alarming increased need in our community. Feed Ontario's 2023 hunger count showed Niagara Falls saw the 5th highest food bank services increase across all of the province. We are serving as many as 180 families, which is households, every single day. Now is not the time for the city to remove stable, relied upon funding. $298,400 has been contributed by the city annually for numerous years and is the only source of core reliable funding and the only government funding received for our emergency food program. This has been a source of pride for both the city and Project Share for decades. While city funding for food banks is rare, the City of Welland does also fund their 2 food banks. The current city funding equates to investment of $22.87 per resident served in our community. While we understand the need to revisit funding and looking at new grant systems with the report following our presentations, our concern is whether residents' basic needs will continue to be provided and seen as a city responsibility. We view our funding from the city as a partnership and receive many referrals from city staff. We know our food bank is not the solution to solving food insecurity and are committed to working with other service providers and levels of government to meet the community needs while advocating for long-term supports. Research recently by Hamilton Food Share and McMaster University showed half of food bank visitors would become homeless if they had to purchase the food they would receive from the food bank. So if we're talking over 13,000 residents, that's adding another 6,500 to those experiencing homelessness in our community if the food bank was not available, according to that research. Locally in Niagara Falls, clients have told us that they would starve if they couldn't access our programs. Our request tonight is for you to continue to see ensuring our residents' basic needs are a city responsibility. In alignment with the strategic priorities for annual funding, which is something that has been talked about in election platforms at the state of emergency that you've declared, and commit to that funding beyond 2024. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Sharp? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. Sharp, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to confirm something. It's $22.87 per year. Not per month, it's per year per resident, okay?
That's if you take the amount of funding, dividing it by the number that we served last year, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that people didn't think it was per month, so it is per year. And I was wondering, I know we have different resources for some of the immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers. Are those populations able to come to Project Share and ask for food?
Not for food, no. So initially, yes, when we had the IRCC supported individuals first arriving in our community, we didn't have any information on what support was available. We just knew more people were coming to our doors that were new to our community. So we provided food because we follow that client-centered philosophy of ensuring we're not turning anyone away. Over time, we were involved in conversations with the region and other service providers, and it was identified that food needs are being provided for those who have support through the federal government that are residing in our hotels. So we are not providing emergency food because that would be a duplication of service. We are providing other supports like clothing referrals, assistance with looking for housing, things like that, but not food.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Councillor Newstead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Pam. Wonderful, and thank you for all the work you do for Project Share. Being part of the board, I see the tireless hours you, as well as your staff and volunteers do, so thank you very much. You were giving stats earlier, and it went fast, and I didn't get it. So you were saying the increase between 2022 to 2023, you saw how much of an increase?
So in 2022 calendar year, so our annual report is fiscal year, so those numbers would vary a little bit. We saw 9,313 in 2022. We just did our 2023 data, which is 13,047. So to put that into a bit of context, I've been with Project Share for 12 years. When I first started, we were serving about 4,000 people a year.
Okay, so we're seeing it just grow. Now, to Councillor Lococo, but she asked you about the refugees. So this increase does not include food food going to the refugees?
So food, no. So that is a total number served through all 15 programs and services. That's not just emergency food. So that would include some referrals that we've given for clothing and other supports. But we have made arrangements with existing partnerships. So our clothing cards are actually now given out right at the hotels through Ontario Works to make it a little more client-centered for those folks. They don't have to come all the way to Project Share just to get a clothing card. And it also helps to reduce some of our capacity. So those numbers actually wouldn't be included because Ontario Works staff aren't tracking the way we would be.
Okay, so when you're looking at that, do you break it down further in terms of how many people are coming for emergency food?
We do, and I can certainly provide those figures to council after this meeting if you'd like.
Where are you seeing the greatest increase out of all those programs?
The greatest increase is emergency food, for sure. We're, used to be an average of 100 families every day coming to us for emergency food.
180.
Yeah, that's not uncommon at all, 180. The lineup is out the door some days.
All right, so this just keeps, I'm going to ask a question you probably don't have an answer to, but if it just keeps expanding as much as it is, where do we go? Like, how are we going to accommodate? It might end up at a day where we're going to be, I'm not sure where we're going to end up. So what different things are you doing right now to say that we're expecting it to grow this much? We need to kind of help or look at different things. Are there any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. So we've certainly grown our fundraising budget. Our fundraising budget for this year is $1.2 million in monetary donations. That's not including any gift in kind. So that's no food or clothing or grocery gift cards. We are part of a lot of advocacy efforts. So personally, this past couple years, that's been a big priority of mine coming out of the pandemic now that we can do more face-to-face things. So I was at Queen's Park twice last year, part of the Feed Ontario MPP breakfast. I was invited to be a part of the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction roundtable conversations around how can we address these big issues that are beyond a food bank, that a food bank's not going to solve. How do we be a part of the solution? But in the meantime, how are we going to make sure that our residents' needs are being met? So we're advocating for things like increased social assistance wages, more affordable housing. It's all very intertwined.
Okay. And I think maybe it's a good opportunity as well. So we heard earlier from the Bridge program and Project Share. So I think it's great that we have all these different programs. How would you say the two complement each other?
Well, we do work closely together. So when we get phone calls for prepared food that unfortunately we're not able to redistribute due to public health, we're a food bank. We distribute groceries. We don't do prepared meals. We don't have a sit-down meal service. We do have some partnership with restaurants who will flash freeze items, and then we can distribute that because that's been done in a commercial kitchen. But anytime we get phone calls for prepared food donations, we are working with the soup kitchen. We're working with YWCA. We're working with Boys and Girls Club Nightlight Shelter, Third Space Cafe to make sure that food's getting to where it needs to be. We share our resources as best as we can. So we regularly do provide food for the breakfast program. When we have an abundance of things, we're working both within the food bank network, so with our partner agencies through Feed Niagara, as well as with other food providers to try to make sure that we're getting the food to where it can go.
As a board member, I realized that, or I've learned that residents are not qualified in terms of need. Do you see that changing in the future if we end up with this, if it continues to grow? What are your thoughts on that?
So their qualification for our services, they need to be a resident of Niagara Falls. So when somebody comes in, we're asking for their ID, we're asking for their proof of address, or address documentation rather. If they're not from Niagara Falls, we will give them a smaller amount of food to follow our philosophy that nobody's getting turned away. We're going to connect them with the food bank in their community. So I would say most often that happens with Thorold, with some, maybe being on the outskirts of Thorold and Niagara Falls. But income verification is not required for our emergency food program. That is something that was removed a couple years ago as part of our Feed Ontario membership. So it is best practice and it is the most client-centered to not have someone justify why they need a food bank support. That becomes a barrier, and the research has shown that we are not then serving those who need us because they don't feel comfortable going through that process to qualify why they need us. Quite often, unfortunately, because of the numbers we're serving, the wait for our food bank is sometimes an hour in a crowded waiting room while we're struggling with our capacity. So I don't think anyone's going to sit there if they really don't need our help. We do qualify for other programs, so things like our Christmas program where we're giving out a grocery gift card that we're purchasing and the dollar value on that would be too high for us. We do follow the low-income measure, low-income cutoff through Statistics Canada for those programs. When we were administering the utility assistance program, that was something that was required as well. So it's just our emergency food program that doesn't have any income qualifier to access.
And how often can a family or an individual access the food bank per week?
So our program is monthly, and it's about 3 to 4 days worth of food. So we are not, their sole source of food. We do have a community food resource sheet that we give to clients that helps to connect them to all the other food programs, like the breakfast program at Third Space Cafe, like the soup kitchen, Grow and small scale farms, and all of these other places that they can access to help meet their food needs. That being said, we don't turn anyone away. So if they've already come for their monthly visit, we are still going to give them some food. It's just not quite the same amount as what they would get on their monthly.
So it does sound like you are very coordinated with all the different services that are providing food, that you all work together very well.
Absolutely, and I think that's a bit of a misconception in the community because we are all our own individual organizations. We're all fundraising, we're all food raising, so sometimes there is this misconception that we don't work together, but actually we do work together quite often and quite regularly, and the ultimate goal is always just to make sure none of our neighbors are going hungry. So I don't, it doesn't matter if it's Project Share or if it's Third Space Cafe, if that individual has been fed, then we've done our job.
Very good. Thank you so much for your time. It's been very informative.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Pam, for the great presentation. In Project Share, most of the people who use the service, they actually come back to give back to community. Is that, because, how much staff that works in the warehouse? Because I know how the operation works in the background. So how much staff is paid staff there?
In the warehouse?
Yes.
Right now, we have 4 full-time positions, and we have a couple contracts that are just winding down that were to help us through the Christmas season.
Oh, okay. And Christmas time, you had it, through you, Mr. Mayor. Christmas time, you had a hamper program, right? The Christmas. So was there a big spike from last year, this year?
Yes. So not as much as prior years. So over 2 years, I think we were about 52% increase in a 2-year time frame. Year to year, we saw shy of a 6%. We do work very closely with the Salvation Army, who also offers this program. And it's very clear to our residents that they are accessing one or the other. So I don't know how their increase was this year, whether they took a little bit more of the increase than we did, I'm not sure. But we served over 6,000 people through our Christmas program this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you do have food coming from Costco, I think Zayres, and sometimes there are pizzas there too. Are you looking to partner with lots more local restaurants and stores?
Absolutely. So as the need for our service grows up, it increases both our financial and in-kind budget, right? And if the food is donated and we don't have to purchase it, then that's less impact on the financial side. So we have 2 drivers full-time that are out in the community every day picking up donations from all Niagara Falls grocery stores, from a lot of, retail partners, farmers, you name it. So certainly we're open to any increase in donations for food as well.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the winter time, do you buy the produce item? I know summertime they do get it from farmers market, but what happens in the winter time?
We do purchase produce more frequently in the winter months because we don't have our 3 community garden sites growing the produce that's coming in and as much coming from farmers. We do still have some farmers, and we've got a greenhouse at one of our community gardens, so we do extend our growing season as much as we can, but we do have to purchase more over the winter months.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, how many volunteers altogether you have working for Project Share right now?
About 300. Some of those are in every day, some are seasonal, some are just certain special events, but certainly we've seen an increase in the number of volunteers as well. As you mentioned earlier, clients look at that as an opportunity to give back and maybe gain some workplace skills that are transferable for employment.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, so I'll look for a motion to receive. Councillor Newsday, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, and also to point out, I don't want to forget, I'm sorry. Council, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Johnson. The architect, 1983, right here.
First, I wanted to congratulate you. This would 1983, we didn't have the problem. And you keep growing. I got the food in the city hall at the time because of my experience with the health department. And I found that on the weekends, the health department would go out family and no food for the kids, and so I set it up in the city hall, and you took it over as your organization, and it's unbelievable of 8-3 to today, and it's really with this the last 3 years with COVID, and what a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Thompson. Appreciate your comments. Was there only black and white photos back in 1983?
Yeah, that's right. 41 years ago.
That's true, right?
Well done. We will call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yep. So Jennifer, we're in good shape. Looks like we've got your presentation. The CEO's got his puppets. We're ready to go. So Jennifer Gauthier from Birchway, formerly Women's Place of Niagara, will present.
Well, good evening, Mayor Diodati, council members, staff, and constituents that are attending today. I am so proud to be here today and share with you the impact that your funding has had on Birchway, Niagara, and the women and children that live here in the last year and since my presentation in January of 2023. So this year, Women's Place transformed into Birchway, Niagara. So this is a change that reflects our evolving understanding of the critical issue of gender-based violence and our commitment to expand our services through prevention-based work. And so our decision to adopt the name Birchway Niagara, there we go, signifies a growing awareness that intimate partner violence, while often affecting women and children at a higher rate, is an issue that has far-reaching consequences and must be addressed collectively. We believe that solving the pervasive problem requires the active involvement of everyone in this community. With this name change, we are embracing a more inclusive identity, complete with a new logo, vision, and mission. Our new mission is shared for you here today. Our logo featuring life rings draws inspiration from the resilience of the birch tree, renowned for its ability to endure challenging conditions. And these life rings also resemble human fingerprints, each one unique and a testament to the diverse paths individuals take, each marked by their own challenges. And although our name and mission has changed, we still provide the same great services and life-saving services to the residents of the city of Niagara Falls and Southern Niagara, including a 24/7 crisis line, safety planning and risk assessment, an emergency shelter services where we're right now servicing 45 beds that are consistently full. We provide counseling supports through our office visit program on an outreach basis, legal supports for women and children to navigate the legal system when they're leaving a partner, transitional and housing supports to help women transition safely to a home that they can afford, where they can be safe, and where they can continue to thrive after leaving an intimate partner violence relationship. We provide a lot of support for children and youth here in Niagara, so we provide counseling both in shelter and on an outreach basis. And we provide one-on-one support through a new program that we've recently launched called the Aftercare Program. This Aftercare Program supports women once they've discharged from the shelter. When women leave the shelter, one of the most at-risk times for them returning to an abusive relationship is when they go out and live on their own. And so now we have a worker that continues to support them while they're out into the community, making sure that they can access the additional supports and resources they need to be successful and continue to live a life free from abuse. This support has been crucial over the last year. We've also launched satellite offices in Port Colborne, Fort Erie, and Welland, where all of our outreach services are available. And we've launched a public education program. And while we've always provided public education program, we've launched a specific program that is prevention-based, that works with workplaces, schools, any sort of public group that wants to have us in educating people on gender-based stereotypes that perpetuate the mistreatment of women and girls that result in them not being able to be successful in school, at work, or to be at risk in intimate partner violence. And so this is a new approach that we're taking to ending gender-based violence and focusing on prevention-based work. The risk to women has never been larger. Last year, 62 women in Ontario alone lost their lives to femicide, 3 of them here in Niagara. This is a pervasive problem that needs to be addressed, and we need ongoing support. It has been declared an epidemic here at the City of Niagara Falls and at municipalities across Ontario. The support of the community and the cities that we serve is crucial. Due to the support last year, we were able to provide safe shelter to 239 women and children. We were there to answer 2,571 crisis calls for support. We gave legal support to 252 women and provided housing to support to 270 women. This doesn't capture the amount of children in these outreach programs that were also serviced. The funding that the City of Niagara Falls provided gave us 139 safe nights for women and children in our shelter. So that's pretty significant. The reality is that with the current municipal grant funding structure, you are providing support to a system of organizations that work collaboratively to ensure that the city's most vulnerable can access safety, shelter, and food. While you may be funding core operations and not new and innovative approaches, this core funding allows us to pursue other opportunities to make change, including the prevention-based work that we are now doing at Birchway Niagara. And we are committed at Birchway to now servicing men on an outreach basis to support them with past traumas that result in them being perpetrators of abuse in the future. So we need to re-examine what we're doing, but we can't do that without our core funding being stabilized. While we understand that there is going to be a recommendation to move towards a grant-based system, and we completely understand that, we do believe that having multi-year commitment funding allows an organization to be stable. We also believe that the decision to support programs should be held here with the council members at the City of Niagara Falls. You were elected as representatives by the community to be their voice, not a third party program or third party group of individuals. Many other towns and cities, townships and cities across southern Niagara have this exact same model, including the City of Welland, Port Colborne, Waynfleet, and the Township of Lincoln, all are who we are proud municipal grant recipients from. So I've met with many of you over the past year, and I thank you for your support of the work that is being done at Birchway. It is crucial that we have a partnership with the City of Niagara Falls in order to be successful. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, and I look forward to your continued support. As always, if anyone you know is at risk of being involved in an intimate partner violence relationship, or you have any questions, or anyone you know needs support, they can reach out to our crisis line through text or through phone, and all the information about our new brand and any questions that you may have will be on our website at www.birchway.ca, and I invite any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone on council have any questions for Ms. Goucher on the presentation? Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for the great presentation. You say you collaborate with the schools. So what kind of program or presentation do you provide to the schools?
So we provide public education programs on the signs of intimate partner violence, on gender-based stereotypes that perpetuate the mistreatment of women and girls, including like long-term myths like boys don't cry or you have to be angry to deal with a situation, teaching tools and resources so that people can, you know, manage their aggression and things like that. So we are, if people are willing to have us into their school, we definitely come in and provide those presentations. We are also working at providing child and youth support within the school system 1 day a week, traveling around to provide additional support one-on-one to children that may need it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know I spoke to you previously about having presentations in the school. Have you done any of the presentation in high school? Because when the child grows up in a violent household, they think that's a normal way of life. So when they have a relationship in the future, they don't realize that it's not normal.
Exactly. And that's what we need to do, is we need to re-examine how we're doing that. And so our main services are, you know, reactionary services. They're there to provide support to people who have already been victimized. What we need to do is look at those innovative approaches where we can make change. And our public education program does do that. And we have been in numerous high schools throughout Niagara providing those one-on-one programs, and in 7 to 8 classrooms as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for example, if you go to high school for presentation and a child comes and approaches you with the violence happening at home, how do you deal with that?
So when we send somebody out to do a presentation into a high school situation, or most of our presentations, we also send a counselor. And so we have one-on-one for support if they make a disclosure, and then we can help them access the services that they need. We also have great relationships with a lot of the K-8 schools here in Niagara Falls, and many of the counselors and teachers will reach out to directly to our child and youth workers when they need support.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, for the Birchway, was it fully occupied the whole year? Is the need greater than before?
We have been at capacity consistently throughout the entire year. If we have a bed come available, it's typically open within filled within 24 hours, and or we're running a wait list. Many of our programs, well, mostly our child and youth program, is running a wait list at this time because we're at our maximum capacity.
Okay. And last question to you, Mr. Mayor. We know that this domestic violence cases rose during the COVID-19 pandemic. You think that's coming down, or the trend is still going up?
The problem with that is that the incidences and the severity of violence increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. But a lot of pressures started on families, including the cost of living rising, not having access to jobs, social isolation, triggered new intimate partner violence situations. And it takes numerous times for a woman to reach out for support. So we're actually going to see a continued increase because abuse is still continuing to escalate, because once it happens once, it starts the cycle of violence and continues to rise. So we're anticipating a fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic for the next 3 to 4 years in our shelter systems and in our response systems.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newestad.
Thank you very much for a great presentation, or to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the great presentation. You can see the real passion for your agency, just as we saw with Pam and Project Share. So
thank you.
It's wonderful. You speak from the heart. But let's talk about the funding. So obviously you're here asking us to help support Birchway. Can you tell us about all your other different funding models as well? I know you do fundraising because you have the book, right? Which we give, I think, $6,000, and you turned it into $113,000. So that's a wonderful hand up again. But talk about all the other funding ways that you fund.
Absolutely. We are very fortunate to have some core funding through the Ministry of Children and Community and Social Services. They are our primary funder, and they fund about 65% of our operations at this point. And the remainder of that is fundraised or raised through municipal grants, events, people holding third-party events on our behalf, United Way funding, Niagara Community. A lot of our programs are grant-based programs, so they're sort of like funded for 3 or 4 years. And so we rely on support from Niagara Community Foundation, Niagara Prosperity Initiative through the Niagara region. We fundraise over $600,000 every year.
Okay, sorry about that. Technical.
And what is your fundraising goal? We heard from Project Share they have a $1.2 million fundraising goal. What is Birchway's?
Birchway's for next year is about $680,000.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay. Seeing none, I would look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Strange, Councillor Campbell, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, last but not least, YWCA Niagara Region. We've got Elizabeth Zimmerman, Executive Director, here to update us as well. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the audience. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. It's also a pleasure to be the last one to round up what has been here, or what you've heard tonight. This is, I think, a really good example of how this system, this network, this web of services that are in this community that help to support the most vulnerable in our community. So we are the YWCA Niagara Region. As you can see by this slide, that our mission is to be a change agent for community transformation, ending gender inequity and social injustice, and a vision of an equitable society where women and families thrive. The way that we do this is through, in large part, housing programs. And you can see by this slide that we have emergency shelters in here. In Niagara Falls, we operate a 20-bed shelter for women and women with children. We also have family shelter units. So this is for two-parent families or lone parent families led by men, as well as women with older children that may not be suitable to be in the other environment. We have also have up until now a men's shelter that we operate out of one of the hotels in Niagara Falls. And since we've started receiving funding, which is now, I think, about 20 years that we've been receiving core funding through the City of Niagara Falls, at the request of the City of Niagara Falls and the region to reopen the shelter that was at Culp Street. We have expanded programming that's available in the City of Niagara Falls. So the additional shelters that we operate, we also now operate transitional housing programs in Niagara Falls. These are programs that are offered across the region. But the transitional housing program that we offer in Niagara Falls is a supported housing program for women and their children. And also we have some longer term beds in our shelter for women who need additional supports to be able to come to have the stability that we have. There's numbers you can see in our shelter in the past year. We had 290 women and 24 gender diverse folks. In our transitional housing in Niagara Falls, we had 224 clients that were supported. And we also do, to support the women in our programs, and we also do workshops and life skills programs that are broad in their range. It's everything from financial literacy to how to be a good tenant, landlord your rights as a tenant, how to build your resume, and things related to relationships like conflict resolution and healthy relationships. And then the other arm of the work that we do is anti-human trafficking work. We have in St. Catharines a house that's a residential program for women who've been sexually exploited. And in the past year, we served 24 women through that program. So we have a broad range of programs that we offer. We work, and I think what's been very clear in the presentations that you've heard tonight from Project Share and from Birchway, is that we are, again, that network, but we all work closely together. Birchway is supporting women who've experienced intimate partner violence. We are supporting women who are experiencing homelessness. When there are intersections, we can't think of the word right now. We work together to find the most appropriate place for that woman. If they have safety issues, then of course we're going to refer them to Birchway and work with Birchway to get there. If there are other issues that are more appropriate for our services or even like into our transitional housing programs, we work with both Women's Jillian's Place and Birchway in terms of supporting women on a longer term basis. So part of the reason we're here is because you will be looking at a motion that is coming forward on changing the structure of the grants that we have been receiving, and they have been stable grants. And you can see actually in my next slide that our funding, 10% of our funding for the shelter in Niagara Falls comes through the city. That may not seem like a significant amount, but if we didn't have that funding, then we have to try to raise that money in addition. And as it is, we're already raising money, whether it's direct fundraising, whether it's looking for grants. We have 16, you can see that I think 16% of our funding comes through United Way. 64% does come through the region through the homelessness funding. But we have to look for other sources to be able to round out the programs and services that we have and to ensure that we are able to operate the shelter. And the stabilization that your funding gives us ensures that we are able to continue to operate the shelter. And it also, this continued grants that we have been receiving, both Project Share and Birchway and ourselves, have created the ability to have this system and network. And although I certainly understand that it's an unusual situation in some respects to have direct funding going grants like this, it does ensure that those who are challenged in the community do have the quality of services that they deserve. And so this is why I'm happy that I'm following up. You saw the great organizations that presented before me. You saw the depth of services that are being provided across all three of our organizations, how they intertwine and intersect. We refer to Project Share a lot. We work with Birchway in terms of how we share resources. So this funding that we receive is actually it ends up growing in terms of what we're able to do and how we're able to work with our community partners. So I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, to have been part of these presentations, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Zimmerman? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor to Ms. Zimmerman, thank you so much for your presentation. I did have a question.
Sure.
In your first slide, it says that you serve children and women of St. Catharines and Niagara Falls. So then I go to that slide, and there is no funding from St. Catharines. Is that correct? It's regional funding?
So it is regional funding. We are fortunate that we have United Way funding to help offset some of the other costs. So the City of Niagara Falls is in our situation, the only grant that we do receive. It was at the time a matched grant with United Way to reopen the shelter in Niagara Falls. As I said, we've leveraged that and have expanded the program offerings in Niagara Falls. When I first started with the YWCA, we were only doing shelter. And at that time, we had, I think, only 50% occupancy. That's what we were budgeting for. We were in per diem back then, and it was actually the grant that we had from the City of Niagara Falls, the United Way, that stabilized and ensured that we were able to continue to operate in the City of Niagara Falls. Since then, we've been able to expand and have all the other services that we do, but the core always comes back down to the shelter that we operate in Niagara Falls. In St. Catharines, we do not receive any additional funding, but we also do get funding. We do more fundraising then to offset some of those costs.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to clarify, if the region is giving 64% of the funding, can the region send a woman or children from other municipalities to the Culp Street one because of the funding model?
So we work in the homelessness system. And so more often than not, it's about where is a bed available than it is around, so yes, potentially somebody could come from outside of the municipality. Our statistics show that by far the majority are Niagara Falls residents that access shelter. But yes, because there aren't shelters in South Niagara, we are the largest provider of shelter for women and families. It is possible that someone comes from outside of the City of Niagara Falls, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those were all the questions that I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Seeing none, looking for a motion to receive. Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, maybe for the CAO. Within this report, it talks about grants and fees for services, and I know we're going to get into it later, but I just want to make a distinction. Some of these organizations were fees for services before, and now they're grants. Why did we change them? Did we change the criteria? Like, why are they changed? And like the fees for services seem to be contractual, and these were grants now. So I just want to know why we changed them. What was the theory behind it?
Mr. CAO.
It was a little bit before when the CAO came here.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll start, and Ms. Clark can can put in. I think there was a report 2 years ago, if I remember correctly, that redefined the classifications. A lot of the fee-for-service items are municipal responsibilities. So one of the examples is animal shelter services is an actual responsibility that the city must carry out. We choose someone else to undertake that. This council, wants to undertake, safety issues in the Welland River. So that's a fee for service because that's a service level that they want to extend. The grants, on the other hand, are for items that council wants to grant into providing services for social services, which is the biggest area, which technically is a responsibility of the regional government or the provincial government. I don't know if I missed anything.
Ms. Claire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think you hit it, except actually the Water Patrol, we actually have listed as a grant because our distinction was more if we didn't pay someone to do it, would we have to do it ourselves? That's kind of how we look at it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're moving along to 6.5, Niagara Falls Public Library. So we've got Ms. Kilgore here, our chief librarian, who is going to present along with a bunch of the board members. Oh, no, we've got, who's presenting? We have the...
We're a team.
Oh, the whole team,
We're always
okay.
a team.
Oh, look out. Look out, strength in numbers.
So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and fellow citizens. We really appreciate your time tonight. With me, of course, is I'm Ann Andrews-Jones, the board chair. John Ann Strother, who I don't think I need to introduce. That's why I bring him along. You all recognize us. Alicia Stubnak-Kilgore, our CEO, Chief Librarian. Also in the audience, we have trustees Barbara Ness and Jackie Roddy, and Sabrina Mongrain is watching from home because of family responsibilities. So we really appreciate your time tonight. The library is one of the last free, safe spaces that welcomes all. We're truly a community hub. We connect people to services, to each other, and to information. We love the work we do, and we love having the ability to provide these services to the community of Niagara Falls. We appreciate the support we received from the council in the past, and we hope council continues to see the value of the library and the services it provides to our community members. The Niagara Falls Public Library, we're in a category of our own. We're not a service provider like the previous presentations we heard, and we're not a city department. We're a separate nonprofit, registered charitable organization, and we're governed by the Ontario Public Libraries Act, and we're required to follow the rules governing us under that provincial act. The board, as appointed by you, our City Council, is tasked to oversee the library to ensure that it functions as legislated and that we're fiscally responsible. The city, under the act and through this budget process, is tasked with funding the majority of our operations on behalf of all the residents of Niagara Falls. It's a unique and difficult to understand, sometimes difficult to understand the relationship as described under the Act, because it can seem that the library is another department of the city, but it's not the case, as the library is legislated to operate as a separate entity. Yet we all work together for the benefit and well-being of our community as partners in the delivery of essential services that are both needed and wanted to make Niagara Falls a great place to live. The library, along with the city, is facing increases in costs due to inflation, that we're all dealing with. There's an added increase in cost with no offsetting increase in our provincial operating grant, which, by the way, has not increased for over 20 years in spite of the province downloading other programs and mandates. That puts the cost on the library to build this into the budget. The board has presented a budget that encompasses the needs to ensure that not only can we provide the core services to our ever-growing city, but to ensure that we can bring the Stamford branch back, which we're getting very excited about because it's at about the 90% completion point right now. And we're really looking forward to an opening early in this year. As your board, we are committed to bringing forth a budget that fairly and completely presents the cost to continue to operate the library within Council's desire to serve our community at a level of service that our community not only wants but needs as we navigate the future together. I'm going to turn things over to Alicia to give you a quick overview of 2023, and then John will take a turn as well.
And I'm just going to advance our slides. Is that just here?
I'm sorry, I
That's
didn't realize
okay.
that was my job, Alicia.
That's okay. We're right here, right on target. So I just want to take a moment and share with you our 2023 preliminary stats with you. So at a glance, we can see that our in-person visits are up. That's a really wonderful 41%. And I would like to point out too that that increase is in spite of the fact that our Stamford location is closed right now. So this is showing a really strong return, a recovery after COVID. Our city has been slower to come back. That said, if you take a look at the virtual visits and the folks and residents that are using our service virtually, that started during the pandemic and it has grown, and they have continued to use those services as well. So next slide here. Sorry here. Oh, sorry, wrong way here. I apologize. There we go. So I wanted to take a moment here to actually talk to you about our card holders. So this is as per the ministry's definition. So we have 49,197 individual actual active card holders. So that's basically residents through the city who actually have a library card and continue to use our services. So we're very proud of that. That's just over half of the population of our city. We can see that items borrowed has also shown an increase. And the next slide, there we go, is what we were talking today and the board with the chair and the vice chair. And when I look at this slide, what I see is what we call the in-reach. So these are the programs and services that we're doing inside our bricks and mortar. So you can see there's a huge uptick in the amount of programs offered as we return and recover post-COVID, and a high increase as well of attendees. So these are citizens that are coming to the library to enjoy our programs, our educational, recreational, and also literacy-based. The other piece here I really want to drive the point home with is the computer sessions and our Wi-Fi usage, because in this day and age, I think there's many folks that feel that everyone has a cell phone, everyone has a smartphone, everyone has a service plan, everybody has data. And what we are seeing and our numbers are showing is that residents continue to access the library for computer usage and for Wi-Fi. We were doing a pilot program with the Toronto Public Library called the Bridge Program, and we were able to do some surveying of our residents, and we found that there's a significant percentage of our residents that if we did not offer the service, they would not be able to have it anywhere else in the city. So that's an important service, especially when you think of, in this day and age, most of our services are going online. All of our government forms are going online. I wanted to share an example with you of the tax clinics. That's an example of one of the programs that we are offering at the library and residents take advantage of. And actually I see Miss Clark in the room, and she's been a volunteer over the years helping our local residents actually file their taxes. What's interesting about this is that
they're also using our computers and our Wi-Fi to access that. So that is, you know, for a lot of residents, the only access they have to even like file their taxes. One interesting piece of information is that at the library we have what we called a good things happen at the library, and it's a database of basically quantitative data and testimonials we get from our staff and from the public. And one of the testimonials I read recently was about a young man that came in and had help from the library staff to complete his resume and apply for a job, and then he came back to us to say, hey, guess what? I got the job. So this is how we work with our community and our residents. So the next slide, sorry, I think I'm backwards here. Oh, try again. There we go. This is what I'd like to call our community outreach. So this is the services and programs and resources we're offering outside of our bricks and mortar to the city. So one of the things we're very proud of, and as per our strategic plan, and one of our goals is to do more outreach with the schools. And when we did our environmental scan and surveys with our residents and our stakeholders, this was one of the things that came forward. So last year we did 375 class visits and reached over 13,000 students. We have a really good relationship and offer educational teacher cards so that teachers can actually get a card for their classroom, and our staff actually makes deliveries of our items and resources to the classrooms on a regular basis. We also do, you can see some of our programs, and as an example of some of our programs is a wonderful cooperation we have with the city and Ms. Moldenhauer, where we do parks and pools. So in the summertime, we have our staff that go out in the city to the parks and pools, and that's where we see a lot of folks that can't get into our bricks and mortars. They might actually be in a different part of the city, they may be experiencing transportation barriers, and we come out to them. In the first quarter of this year, our hope is that our bookmobile will be ready, and then it'll literally be on the road, and we'll continue to do all of the outreach to parks and pools and other areas of the city that we cannot, that they're having difficulties reaching one of our 4 locations. Okay, so now John is going to talk to you about our big ask.
I'm going to let you operate the slides. Let me catch up to where I get to speak. Okay, I got to get to my notes here, if you'll just bear with me. Okay, here we go. Well, the most difficult thing for me to come here is that there's certain things I dislike. One is, which is public speaking. I don't like to ask for help, and I certainly don't like to ask for money. Okay, well, four things. I don't like to be wrong, but that's more like a Monty Python skit for the Spanish Inquisition. When we had our discussion today, it's how do I come here and let the passion come out for libraries when you look at screens with numbers and stuff like that. How you look at this is we all look at it in our own way, but the reason we're here, and I mean everybody in this room, all the groups you've heard of, from planning all the way through, and everyone sitting here right through to our media, we're here for people. It's all about the people in our community and how we deal with that and how we address it. And we've heard from some great groups that are helping people in our community. And we should be embarrassed that we need these groups in our community. We live in Canada, one of the greatest countries in the world. We live in a great province. We have a great region. We have a fantastic city. They're providing a service that's needed, and they're doing a really good job of it. And you know what? It's pretty easy for me to say, well, Birchway's not going to help me because I identify as a man and they help women that are in trouble. And I am 100% behind every one of those groups that came before you today because they're needed. And I'm happy that we can help that group because they're doing their thing and they're doing a good job of it.
So we have that commonality of people, and I look around here and I said, you know, I know many of you on a first name basis, and it's like, it's pretty hard to say. Like the Reverend Matson performed a wedding ceremony in May for two of my good friends. Mr. Nickel and I were at our climate committees and stuff like that and talk about how our stormwater ponds are filling up. Kathy Moldenhauer and I have worked together for years and years on various things with trails. Now, one guy I don't want to see professionally is the chief. You know what? And that's no offense, Chief. I don't ever want you to have to come to my home because my home's on fire. But I am very grateful that you're there. Now, you and I can go down to Station 6 and check out that new number 6 pumper tanker, because that's a beauty, and I'd love for her to go on a little ride in that thing, but that's another story. Certainly, we've come a long way in fire apparatus, because my dad used to drive the Buffalo out of Stamford, and that had 100 gallons in it. Don't even want to think about what that would do in today's world. But this is what we're here for. We're here for the people, and I'm glad that we're here. I work well with most of you and everything else. We really thank you for this opportunity to come forward and do this. The Niagara Falls Public Libraries Board has worked really hard to present a budget that properly reflects the cost to provide the library services our community has come to expect and cherish. In recent budget engagement survey, 60% of our citizens wanted our library to maintain the current service, and 20% were willing to see an increase in funding. We feel that the survey speaks highly of the library's importance to our community. We've been here for a lot of years. When we look at the operating ask at a glance, the one thing that's difficult here is, you know what, you can look at numbers and you can say, oh, there's percentages, there's dollar signs, there's data and everything else like that, but it all reflects people. And the one thing that I really hope that you will take back within your deliberations for all the groups is that all those numbers, all that data, all those percentages represents the people in our community in some way, shape, or form. And that's really what's key. So that's the one thing I really hope that when you go through these deliberations, that responsibility that's laid on your doorstep is really, really important for here. Now, our request for this year is for an increase in funding at the 4.3% level. But to the taxpayer, what does that really mean? The increase represents a cost of $2.52 per person. That's based on the 2021 census. That works out, it's not a cost per week or per month, it's one coffee in a year. That's what the increase basically represents. And I think people understand that. They understand that dollar figure. It works, it means something to them. When you go into a store, you pay $2.50, you know what you get. But if you say, well, it's a percentage, you don't go into the store and buy a percentage. I'm going in to get 1.5% of milk, although you buy 0% or 1% milk. You don't think of it when you go in to purchase a percentage. You think of it as a dollar cost. And that's the one thing we want to sort of emphasize is how people see this. And we know that it's an ask. We know that people have to afford that ask, but we also believe that that ask is what we need in order to provide the services that people want. We're continuing to return to full services, and that's one thing obviously is Stamford is very close to opening, but we're not quite there yet. We've got a little bit of finish work to do. So as we ramp up from COVID, and people think COVID's over, but it's still in our community, and we're still reacting to that and trying to get people back into branches and things like that. We're going to have additional operating hours within our new Stamford branch, and I tell you, when you see that, I think you're going to be very impressed. I've had the good fortune of being in that, and we've increased the space by about 2,000 square feet, but when you step into it, it feels 3 times bigger than it was, just because of the design. It's coming along really great. We can't show you pictures because we're not allowed to, but I tell you, it's really something, and you can peek in the window. We don't have paper on the window, so you can actually get one of these. We've recently completed our new strategic plan that ensures that the library is going to utilize our resources and funds efficiently. and with the plan and within the plan's targets. I mean, we've got a plan, we're working towards that. Our ongoing fundraising efforts have shown great response from our community, and I mean great response. This is something we have not really done a lot in the past, but the efforts to date are continuing. We keep asking for people to go in there, and you know, you can still get your book bags, you can still get your socks. Now, I don't have my socks on because they're in Montreal with my daughter, and I do not have my vest on because I forgot. My apologies. So now we have our budget considerations. When we sat down and looked at the budget, our initial numbers that came out well over 6%. Yeah, it scared us too, but we started to look at what are the things we are considering to do this. After all, you've appointed us to do the best. And our job, under all the legislation and everything else, is to provide those library services to our community. So when we looked at that, said, well, we've got to kind of put our heads together. This is not a number that we want to bring forward. There are things within our budget, especially the labor expenses, where we're caught with this is what it costs to pay people, because our majority of expenses in labor, similar to the city, because you have a large workforce, we have that similar situation. There are things within that labor that we don't have control of. EI goes up, CPP goes up, we've got WSIB has gone up, and our friends at the provincial level also mandated that we will now offer OMERS to all our part-time staff. We have almost 50% of the people at the library are part-time staff, and now suddenly they have the opportunity to come into OMERS. The only thing they forgot to do was say, by the way, we're going to increase your provincial operating grant so we can help you out with that. Not only did they not increase it this year, they haven't increased it for the past 25 years. Now, think about that. You know, I bought my house 26 years ago, it was X. Today, it's worth 5X. Imagine if you never got an increase in 25 years. Yet, they're telling us, under the legislation, that this is what you must do. That's why the library is kind of like an oddball organization. It's not a department of the city, because we're legislated under the Ontario Libraries Act that we cannot be a department of the city. We have to be a public library. But we're also legislated under that to say you must provide your core library services with no fee to the user. Now, people think, oh, it's free. But we know, we're here tonight. It's not free. It costs a lot of money. And they also kind of slipped into the legislation that, oh, by the way, your municipality will also be your main funder. So we have to come here, and this is why we're here tonight. So you look at a situation where we're caught sort of between a rock and a hard place on some things, and as the city is too, because you have labor costs that are being legislated that you have to meet. So one of the things we also deal with is COLA, and we mimic the COLA that the city has with the unions, because we have to maintain our pay equity and everything else. Well, when that amount comes in at 2.3%, we're stuck with that. So we have there's not a lot of leeway with that. And that's one of the problems with our labor expenses. That alone brings you up to a large number just to come in for the ask. It's not the only thing. Certainly we're somewhat nervous about the OMERS, because that's a cost that once it kicks in, it doesn't end. It's continual. So it's not like a thing where you buy one thing and, well, we're going to be, it's the gift that keeps on giving. And for our employees, I think that's a benefit, because now they can partake of a good retirement program too as they go along. Now, the other thing that we have here in our considerations are the contracted services. And you ask, well, what do we contract? Well, sadly, we have to contract security. Now, why would you need security at a library? You'd think we shouldn't have to have security at the library, but the only branch we have security at is our Victoria branch, and it's because of where it is. And unfortunately, we run into a situation where incidents happen. we're responsible, as the city is responsible under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, to ensure that we provide a safe workplace for our employees. The difference with the library is everybody can come in, because we have to let people in for them to look at the books and things like that. We don't, it's not where you can put somebody in a glass booth and keep them separated from the public that we're serving. Cost for that has gone up 10%. We're talking like almost $80,000 to provide security, and it's full-time security with 5 night patrols. You think, well, things happen at night around the library, and unfortunately, it's a cost we don't want to have to spend, and it's nothing against our security people because they're doing a great job for us, but it's a cost that's added that without it, our staff may not be safe. Without it, our patrons won't feel safe. And it's sad that we have to do that, but the reality in this world is that's what we're facing. The other thing that's hit us this year is insurance. The insurance cost has gone up almost 13%. And, you know, we've all heard about the wildfires and the flooding and everything else. That type of insurance is just, it's hurting. And 12.5% is a long way from 2 or 3% that, you know, even inflation is not anywhere near that in some things. We've also had to consider with insurance is that the recent attacks on the Toronto Library from a cyber attack. What would we do if we were hit with a cyber attack? Well, they have insurance for that. And how do you weigh that? Do we take the chance that it will never happen, and then we have to come to you and say, oh, by the way, we need a lot more money to get out of this instance? Or do we get insurance to try to protect us if something were to happen? And touch wood, we don't want anything to happen, but again, that adds a cost on to our insurance bill, and it's pretty massive. One other thing on that is that our bookmobile is going to be on the road. We haven't had that big a bookmobile, so there's a little increase in our insurance to ensure that our bookmobile is available. And that specifically speaks to our outreach, because now we have something that we can get out to people that aren't able to get into the library. And as Alicia was mentioning, a lot of those folks are taxpayers. They were taxpayers that have supported us for years and years and years, and now they're in a situation where they cannot get to the library. The library's going to them. And that is one program that is just so well received, and the people that are taking that service, the drop-in service and stuff, it brings a tear to your eye, because you really realize that we are serving people, and that's what it's all about for the library. I guess we're moving on to our next slide, which is our discussion of the operating budget. Now, our request, and the board is moving forward with the request at 4.43%. We worked very hard to get it down to that level with the obligations we have for labor and all the other things that are hitting us. We've worked very hard to get our donations up. We've got a great program running right now, and we're having some significant success, I would say, with that, beyond even selling our socks and our book bags. But the interesting thing is, it's a very much a grassroots campaign. We are getting support from local service groups that are coming forward and bringing money, but we're getting even the little donations. Like, people are it doesn't matter whether it's $10 and $25. As a registered charity, which not all public libraries are, but Niagara Falls is, we're able to issue tax receipts directly. And I happen to be one that is expecting to get my receipt, you know, and many other people. And we've had one great instance where someone got help, and they prayed that if they got this money, they were going to give money to the library. And we got a little check. Now, this is from someone who probably couldn't afford to give that money away, really, but it came to the library because they felt so strongly that the library was so important that they were able to do that. And I mean, it's heartwarming, but it's also heartbreaking. It's incredible what we can do when we work together. And I think that's happening now. We hope this carries on for a long time. Obviously, Stamford is a good focus right now where, you know, we have maybe some of the larger donors. Hey, it's great. We have a campaign for a specific thing. Let's bring some money in. But it's the constant donations that also help us. So that's something we can't necessarily count on, but we're confident that this program is working, and it's something that we've been weak on in the past. And now that we have a good program going, we hope that it's going to carry on and maybe mitigate even more when we come to the city to ask. So one of the other things you'll see a transfer from reserve, the city's policy now has changed a little bit around that. And I don't want to speak on that because you guys know how that's supposed to operate. So it's a little different thing from us. It's new to us, but it's the new way that your CAO wants to work this. And I think it's a good, open and transparent policy, and we're trying to conform and work together with the city to ensure that we have that commonality where we can. It's easier for auditing, it's easier to get through a lot of the obligations that we have. I think the next thing we're on to is what where's our next slide? Let's see if we get to the paper, okay. Some of the things we're doing, we're also beyond that, we're leveraging our staff through what's called cross-training. So we're trying to make sure that the staff that we have can do more without having to increase the number of people on the floor and things like that. We still need certain people there, but the fact that they can now maybe move between positions, cover for people that may be off and stuff like that, we're doing that now so that we don't have to pay as much in COLA. So we're not filling positions necessarily when someone retires or someone leaves the library. And I think that's one thing that we're looking at to try to mitigate these things. We're continuing to work with our community partners like NASO and CORE to provide services and assistance to our community as much as possible. Like our fellow groups that are doing the best they can. These groups have been instrumental in helping us at the library, and I think the CORE program especially has really reduced the amount of issues we have out front of the library where you've had a lot of complaints and stuff like that where people are hanging around and everything else. And we're working closely with the city and the other groups to try to do our best they can to provide the services in a safe and respectful manner. And as I think, you know, Jason had mentioned, and I'm reading in the paper about, you know, some misinformation about the homelessness and everything else, and there are situations where we have people that aren't allowed into shelters because they're displaying very violent tendencies. That type of tendency is not allowed in the library. And it's not that you want to keep people out, but in order to keep people safe, that happens. And unfortunately, that's part of the whole security package as well. So we understand that many people are going through that in the community. We want to help where we can, but there are situations where our staff is not trained in that. You know what? These things require people with a certain level of training, and you know, we can't just say to somebody, well, you go deal with that. Well, we've done a lot of training. We've done a lot of things to help our people, the naloxone kits and stuff like that, so that they can respond. But again, you're asking people that are, you know, our pages, our librarians, to deal with situations that they're really not, that's not really what their job function is. And every time it happens, it takes them away from doing what we really need them to do within the library. And unfortunately, because all of our staff are people person, they're there to help. So they can't turn a blind eye to what's happening. They're doing the best they can to help. But that also involves a lot of burnout where people are getting tired of that. You know what, like it's too much for them and they have to go home and deal with that. And employee assistance programs that we're running and offering to our part-time people and stuff like that adds to the cost, but they need that because they're experiencing this in our library. So it's very hard for us to try to say, well, we don't want to do that because that's not treating our own people as we want to be treated as well. They need help. We want to make sure that the help is there for them. So we know that this is not the ideal situation. Our library tries very hard to work with the city for things that we can work together or share resources, you know, the principle of buying in bulk and stuff like that. We also do that with the other local libraries. We work closely with our other local libraries throughout the region and try to work with, we have book sharing so that, you know, you could get a book from Niagara-on-the-Lake and come to Niagara Falls or vice versa. So, you know, we share things around where not everybody has to have everything. And I think that's important. It's a difficult scenario now with us, you know, so much talk about amalgamation, but our libraries have been working closely together for many years, long before any of this discussion was. And I think that's a positive thing that libraries are doing across our region and probably across the province, because this is something very special. So we're really happy that you know, so many people are trying to do the right thing in so many things. Your library board respectfully asks you to consider the request for funding to provide the library that our community wants and needs, and we strive to provide services to those who are not able to deal with the movement to online services, which Alicia mentioned is a major situation for us, where everything goes online, but if you have no access online, where do you go? People come to the library. And they're coming to your library and our library for that. And we have our people there to help people. And you've seen one of the stories that somebody got a job out of the deal. You know what? Somebody was able to renew their license. Somebody was able to do things that they could not do because they don't have the laptop at home. They don't have high-speed internet at home. They have nothing. And I think that's the one thing that when all else fails, we want people to be able to count on the library. And it's not our library, it's your library, it's all our libraries, it's our community. So in your deliberations, I really hope that you think about that and understand what we're doing as a library is a community service for sure, but it's really a passion about people and people in our community. So thank you very much for my little bit over wordiness, but I'll do my best to say thank you and good evening.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
You know me, Vic.
Any questions of council? I got Councillor Lococo and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do sit on the library board, so I know some of the information that the library board wanted to talk about, and I think you did a great job, great presentation. There was a couple of things I just wanted to beef up so people really understand. When you say that you work with Nassau and the CORE, that's the Niagara Assertive Street Outreach, and CORE is the it's a police unit specifically for
Community policing.
Community policing, thank you. And when you say that you work with them, you're in touch with them on a pretty regular basis. You provide office space for them to meet with clients as well, so I think that's really good. The other thing I wanted to talk about was that you provide space about warming and cooling stations. So when the temperatures dip down or get very high, people can go into the library, and you're open quite a bit of hours throughout the week as well.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, to address Councillor Lococo, just today when I was waiting for John in the parking lot to come here, 2 people on mobility devices were coming through the parking lot, and I could hear the lady call to the other, "Let's just go into the library for a while and warm up." And I thought, okay. I know the numbers, I know what we do, but as I'm standing in the parking lot, that's what was happening.
So when you think of your library, you think of books, you think of programs, but they also offer so many other assistance that we need in the city. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for everything that you do. The last thing I'm going to say is if you'd like to donate to the library, please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I could add one thing.
Is it brief? Is it really brief?
Very brief. And thank you for appointing Councillor Lococo to our board, because she's been great. She really helped with us. So thank you. I should have put that in earlier, but you know what? It's good to have somebody who's a supporter for us on there. For
Very
sure.
diligent. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to receive the presentation. Got Councillor Thompson, Councillor Lococo. Oh, you want to speak to it? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ann, Alicia, and John for the presentation. And I was actually at our Environmental Action Committee with John the other day, and I'm walking out, and I see one of my buddy's wives there with her son. And I said, oh, what are you guys doing? He goes, oh, we're just here with our siblings, and we're using the library. And they had a package with them. I said, what is that? He goes, oh, it's a survival kit. I said, oh, what's that? He goes, oh, it's just tools that teach kids how to survive, and they get to take it home for 3 weeks. I go, how long? You got to bring it back? You have to pay? He goes, no, it's absolutely free. You bring it home and you have it for 3 weeks. And then I said, well, okay, well, what other? He goes, oh, laptops. We can go anytime, bring a laptop home and have it for a certain time. And I thought, this service is just awesome. And they go, yeah, we love it here. He goes, it's the best location. We just live down the street. He goes, our siblings can go swim. Our family, our sisters, brothers, whatever, can go use the library, do their homework and whatever. It's just awesome. And I think that's the way I'm seeing the future of libraries, more in community centers. Because I asked her, I said, well, do you go down to Victoria at all? And she goes, no. She goes, Mike, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe to go into that library. And truthfully, you know, like, nobody wants to hear that, obviously, right? And you talked about wants and needs. And we're all dealing with that, and then we had the 3 speakers before you, Project Share, Birchway, YWCA, wants and needs, and we're all around this table are on a budget right now, and we're trying to tighten that belt and trying to get down a little bit. And, there's some stuff, and I've been doing a little bit of research, and especially with the Victoria Library, and it's just, when I was a kid, I used that all the time. I went down their schools, and it was packed, and it had packed full of books. And then you'd get the drawer out, and you'd be looking for whatever you had to do because you had a project. And I'm like, okay. And then I had to go down and I had to check, and it took quite a while just to do it. And you don't really see that, I guess, anymore. You don't need those big things with the files,
Card
and
catalog.
because you have the computers and stuff like that. And it's an aging building, I guess, down in Victoria. Like, I don't know what the year.
1974.
1974. So it's aging, and it's yeah, and it's massive. It's a massive library. Do you technically need all that space for the library? It's almost a block. We see the homeless out there in the front. They want to use the washrooms whatsoever. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could split that somehow and have a transitional shelter or an actual housing for the homeless on half of that library? You're 2 blocks away from the soup kitchen. You're close to some of the needs that we're talking with Bridge. I don't know, Alicia, is it something that you see in the future that do you need all that space, or do you use all that space at the library?
I can, but go ahead. You probably have the stats closer to the top of your head.
Sure. Well, I definitely think that libraries have changed over time. And you're absolutely right, we no longer need the card catalog and floor space for that. But what we've seen evolve out of, as time passes, is that libraries are community space. And yes, that Victoria Avenue Library is almost 50 years old with, some significant aging and facility issues. But at the same time, when you look at the city, I don't know in this part of the city if you have that amount of square footage that is just community space where you can go in and warm, you can cool. We also have meeting rooms, so we are actually working with the city to get our meeting rooms up and running again. So we are seeing use, but different than we used to, right? So we are seeing folks that, for instance, during the pandemic, they've had to, a lot of our partners, they actually got rid of their physical facilities, and now we will see them using our meeting spaces. So while you don't see huge spaces anymore, you'll see that we have more smaller rooms and spaces. Whether or not that space is enough for the community, I mean, that's something my board chair and my board will most certainly consider. But there are a lot of challenges when you take a building that's almost like 50 years old, yep, and try to retrofit it for modern amenities. Like if we want to add simply another outlet, we have to drill through concrete. If you want to put another drop-in for Wi-Fi, there's still all of those challenges. So for the board, they're going to have some tough decisions in the upcoming years as to what to do with the space. They're going to look at the space and determine over the next X amount of years how much it's going to cost for renovations, facilities, this type of thing, and maintenance, and then decide, you know, what is the next step. Yeah. Right? And I think the board, as long as I have been there, they have always been open to having conversations with the city, and we work well with you know, the city staff to have more conversations on what do we want to do with this building. Because as we've been going through the asset management process and journey along with the city consultants, these are some of the issues and challenges coming forward as how do we as a library board ensure that not only do we have a space that's open and safe and accessible to the public, but how do we maintain you know, aging facilities at the same time.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know what the square footage, would you have an idea what the square footage would be in that building?
So I don't have it right, it's over 40,000 square feet.
Yeah, so it's a big place.
Yeah, with the first floor being open, accessible to the public, and the second floor being staff space.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, you know, and we see it, you know, it's cold outside too, and we see the homeless, you see on social media where we're saying, you know, we don't have the beds that we need in the region, and we're looking for spots, and you know, obviously city buildings are a perfect spot to have. So it's something I want to put out there, and whatever, it's just an idea, and you know, because I see more libraries as in community centers, in community centers now, like the McBain. I'd love to see one at the Gale Center, like even one of those rooms, or Chippewa Arena, where, you know, someone's brother is skating, well, their sister is out doing homework at the library. It makes sense because your whole family is there, and you're getting a lot of use. I love the idea of the bookmobile. Amazing, you know what I mean, where you go on. And I see more of those kind of pop-up centers rather than a big, huge library. And, you know, just to put kind of things in perspective, like the Stanford, the Portage Library, it's not our facility. It's not our building.
No, but it is geographically ideal, if I may, because we looked for years for property.
100%.
And a lot of you know that because we were exploring a lot of different avenues. I'm sorry, am I speaking out of turn? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. But the thing that's so ideal about that location is the proximity to a number of elementary schools, but directly adjacent to the high school, as well as to many buildings, both private apartment buildings that are occupied mostly by senior citizens, the Kiwanis Seniors Building, Stanford Estates, and so much of our demographic there is that combination of students and seniors that it just really wasn't viable to leave that location. We did even gather statistics on how many of the seniors and students and seniors walked in as opposed to drove, and it was really hard to leave that location.
I think we do need that service in North End. It's just, you know, I just can't see fixing a building that's not our own, and then we're going to pay rent on top of it.
I know. And when I go to other cities, I really appreciate the comments about it being attached to a community center, and that was one of the real impetuses. I was on the board at that time with Nancy Ite and Shirley, the old councillor, thank you, Fisher. and we pushed for that because you see that in other cities, and it is a unique marriage. The one thing about the Victoria branch, and I think we were talking today about libraries' role in combating social isolation. And as we move out of COVID, and I think the new booking system, correct me if I'm wrong, Alicia, will help us gather the metrics on just how well used our meeting spaces are, some of which have been reconfigured. If you take a walk around the perimeter of the main floor of the Victoria building, there's now 2 meeting rooms, a quiet room with computer accessibility, as well as different quiet study rooms. Some of those are utilized at times by some of the social services that we provide space for, but also groups that meet and where the program is not so as important to them as that social connection, like this Crafternoon program we were talking about. And I think the new booking system will help us gather metrics on just how well used that space is. So it will be something to keep an eye on going forward, certainly.
To give a little bit of just financial, Stanford hasn't been open for the last 3 years? Has it been doing renovations for the last 3 years? Is that correct, or the last 2 years?
I'm sorry, on
Stanford?
Stanford, yes.
And what's the cost that you've been renovating for that? And once it's renovated, once it's open, what do we have to pay a month
Okay,
to the landlord?
Okay, so right now, the Stanford project, renovation project, is coming in, I believe, at $2.6 million. And that is with the taxes, the rebate given back. Of that $2.6 million, we did receive pre-COVID, I think in 2018, $760,000 from the city through OLG funds towards the project. Unfortunately, right after we signed the lease and we were ready to move forward, we had COVID steps. So we, of course, had to sign the lease and we had the space. And as you know, with supply chain issues and expenses, our expenses almost doubled for the Stanford area. So what we were able to do was get a FedDev grant for $750,000 to help offset the costs so the city didn't have to step in. And the board also agreed to start fundraising, again, knowing that the city was also had budget constraints. So the board agreed to raise $500,000, and which is, a very lofty goal for a board that hasn't done a lot of fundraising in the past. And I am happy to say that we are only $150,000 short of that goal in a year. So we have been getting some significant, traction from, some big donors, but a lot of small donors, a lot of grassroots, as John mentioned, service clubs, the Kiwanis Club came on board, the Stanford Volunteer Firefighters. So we've had a lot of support towards that to help offset the costs for it. So our lease in that space is 10 years with a 10-year extension. So we're looking at being in that space for 20 years. Now in that space.
And what is the monthly?
It's $13,000 roughly. I don't. Yes, I do not have my numbers in front of me.
What's the square footage of that place?
It's 8,200 square feet.
8,200 square feet. Okay. And did you have to pay for the HVAC as well, or did the landlord pay for that?
It was split between the landlord and the library.
Is that a normal
board.
practice? I don't know, to our CEO, like HVAC? It seems like we're improving a building that the landlord is going to be like, yes, thank you very much, and then you're going to give me $13,000 a month at the end of it.
Yeah, it's not unusual. I'm not as familiar with the details of the lease, but sometimes it's an adjustment between if they were to prepare for if they were paying for the lot of leasehold improvements, that would be recouped in their base rent with a rate of return for the capital that they put out. So in many cases, organizations go with shell rent arrangements where they do all the leasehold improvements, control that, and they're not being charged for it on the back end with a rate of return on it. So. I don't know all the details, but it's not uncommon that would happen.
All right. Well,
And just to that point as well, we did negotiate with the landlord at the onset of the project so that they did actually put quite a bit of money into the demise of the space. So actually the tearing out of the walls inside, leveling the floors, so to make it all accessible and ready for the renovations as well. So.
Well, I think there is a need, obviously, for elderly down there to walk to a place where, obviously, I guess we probably don't have any city-owned buildings down there that we might be able to potentially put a library there. Do you see in the future possibly, because there was rumors about maybe getting a room at Chippewa Arena, putting a little library there, and possibly, hopefully, the Gale Center, because I really think these big one library buildings are, it's done. They're done. You know what I mean? You can order books online. You can have mobile book stops. You can have pop-up places where you're not all these expenses. And I never even brought up, like, how much staff do we have for the library? How many staff?
72.
72, okay. And
That's a combination of part-time and full-time.
And so, like John mentioned, that these cyber security attacks, and I saw it in Toronto, and then there was one in London as well, which it could be insane too. Is there any way that city and the library can share services to save money, whether it be IT or HR? Is there a possible way to connect that we have our city services looking over your services?
Okay, so
because it seems like it's duplicated services, right? They're doing it anyways, and obviously going to be a little bit more time in that. But if we can help the library out using our services and save some monies, if we can, and save the residents, taxpayers' money, then it would be worth it.
For sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have actually been working very well with the city. I think over the last couple of years, we have been working towards a memorandum of understanding with the city for shared services. Right now, the city does all of our payroll. They do all of our accounting. In the past, we did share HR, but we are at the point and scale where we do need HR in-house. We do HR as a contracted service. So we have a contracted HR company called Peninsula that the library uses, and they do all of our legal work as well. So it's not just, we're not just getting HR, we're getting HR compliance, we're getting all of our legal HR pieces. They do all of our contracts, all of that. So, and they also issue to us legal insurance, which the board has had to use over the years. So with respect to IT, I've worked in a number of different municipalities where IT was shared or IT was provided by the city. And I think, in my opinion, what I have seen is that that's a difficult thing to do, because as you saw, we have that, about 50,000 card holders. And with that, we have third-party vendors, we have software. I can tell you the calls will start ringing if Cloud Library is down and people cannot access their digital resources. So having IT on board not only offers us the opportunity to build capacity in different ways, because I think there's a sense that maybe our IT is just looking after our infrastructure, but our IT members are also members on all of our other departmental teams. They're doing our data collection, they're doing our metrics, they're working with the frontline staff, they're doing our social media, they're doing more than just looking after the infrastructure. That's just one component, right? So right now I don't see, as I said, it's at my board's discretion, and we're always open to having discussion. But right now, while I don't think, the IT and the HR you mentioned might be good, I do see opportunities for shared services with legal, perhaps, for, other than just like our employee contract, because we are a separate entity and a separate employer, right? So, but we have other legal needs, and that would be wonderful to have that from the city. Continuing to have the payroll support and accounting, because I do not see the reason for duplication of efforts there. The other area I see some potential growth is in procurement. I do not see the library as having to set up our own procurement department with all of those resources. I feel if we can have, and we have been, the city has been kind enough to extend services to us. I think that is an area that, we can continue to grow and have more discussion on. So for sure for procurement. And lastly, sorry, because you asked to, I think we would also be open to working with the department that does your transit and your service, because now we're going to have a bookmobile that's a Sprinter van that's larger than our cargo van.
How does that bookmobile work? Does it just they ask for a book and you bring it?
So it'll go out to events. We'll actually have it as stops at the pools and parks like we've done, but it'll also go out to the nursing homes, to the schools. And it actually, I don't know if you've been on one of the bookmobiles before, and maybe we'll be able to come to council and have our bookmobile outside before you guys can come down.
Yeah,
you're right. But it literally is like it has shelving in it, it has services in it. So a member of the public can actually, once it's open, you can walk onto it and browse the shelves and browse and choose materials. So that is an opportunity that, you know, we're going to be offering our community coming up.
Perfect.
Did
That's
that
a lot.
answer your question?
Yes, no, of course. Lots of, even maybe some comments from our CAO, what he thinks of shared services and whether he thinks we can look into something like that. We're all looking for every department, including pools,
yes.
parks, to try to tighten our belt and to try to make it more affordable for residents, you know, and paying their taxes, obviously.
Yeah, I totally understand about the duplication of services, and I think over the last few years we've worked really well too with Ms. Moldenhauer and her department to share services for programming and how we do, you know, like for instance Friday is a PD day and there's the eclipse coming, and we can coordinate services while not duplicating them.
Perfect. Well, I think it gives us a good kind of what to begin with, what to look at when we're discussing budget around the table. So thank you. It was a great presentation. It really, really was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on the memorandum of understanding. A couple of years ago, the board thought about these shared services, so they went and investigated a lot of memorandum of understanding with other libraries to see what were the shared services. So they went through all of that, and Alicia went through and outlined a lot of the things that we could share, and then she's been in contact with our CAO to check those services. So that this is an ongoing thing, and they put a lot of thought in, because every library is a little bit different, every city is a little bit different, so it is an ongoing conversation.
Any other questions of council? No? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much. Look for a motion.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. To receive the presentation, Councillor Newestay, seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we changed the agenda?
Yes, Your Worship. Now that we've heard all the presentations, I believe Councillor Lococo had made the suggestion that we perhaps deal with a CAO report regarding social services and grants before coming back to the finance report on boards, commissions, fee-for-service, etc.
Okay. All right, so let me just, everybody, so we're going to 8.1. Everyone wants to jump ahead a little bit here on our. And Mr. Burgess, this is your report. Okay. And Councillor Lococo, you wanted to bring it forward now? I didn't know if you had anything to say on it.
Oh, I have lots to say, but I thought someone was going to explain the report before I started.
Okay. Yep.
I'll just do, and I apologize, my laptop crapped out on me here, but no, it's okay. Briefly, the report is in a couple of different phases, but the importance of social services, I don't think has been at a greater point in the city's history. You know, what we're spending on social services, what we should be spending on social services, and where we're spending that money, I think requires, you know, discrete concentration on those issues. And I'm just going to highlight, so tonight, you may have noticed I had to leave council chambers for a bit. I had a police incident downstairs. So I had a homeless individual who had some medical concerns. So for that incident, we had 2 EMS techs involved. I had to bring back a bylaw officer, and core unit is not operating at this hour of the time, so call to the police. And we have Cantech Security on hand, which is something that's new to this organization. It's a similar challenge that's just been described to by the library for their cost. You know, our city is incurring these costs. Our taxpayers, if you look at it as one taxpayer, the number of calls for EMS, the number of calls for police, it's all increasing. And there's some fundamental issues with, you know, society and the challenges that we're facing, and the taxpayer dollars that are going to pay for these services. So I think it's time to have a bit of an inflection to say, Are we spending the money on the right things? Are we spending the money in the right proportion on those things? Rather than just continuing to do what we've done for 15 years. Because what we did 15 years ago, as Ms. Sharp said, her volume of activity at Project Share was 4,000 or 5,000 people. It's now 13,000 people. We give her the same amount of money. Does that make any sense? It doesn't to me. And if I have trend lines that are going in a completely different way, if I was looking at KPIs and said, well, my job is to reduce poverty, but my food bank usage is going up, I think at some point in time, you have to say, am I on the right path, or is it time to rethink the path? And I don't think I have the solution. If there was a solution out there, we'd be doing it. But I think what's required is a pause and investing some time into the investment on what we're doing with those funds, and not just saying, well, we're going to give the exact same amount of money to the exact same charities that we've done for the last 15 years. I think the issue is far too important to pass it off. I think this council does great work. I don't want the reputation that this council in this city is just essentially investing it as guilt money. We have a problem out there. I cut the check. Don't bother me about it. Because even if that was the strategy, and I'm not saying it was, it's not working. Because my costs are shooting up all over the place. I have literally tens of thousands of dollars in cleanup costs. I have, we're looking at increasing bylaw officers. I can't continue to do the same thing because I'm not getting the results. It is the definition of insanity. I don't know what that path forward is. There is no expert out there. I've scanned, FCM has, our Federation of Municipalities has a document out there. I've looked at, what Vancouver is doing. We did some research. We looked at what Finland was doing. There's different approaches. I can tell you that no one's doing what they did 15 years ago. And I think what we need to do, so the purpose of the port and the purpose of looking at funding allocations, and I hope we may look at increasing allocation, as it was a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to increase the allocations. Now, as staff, even with that generous motion, and I think it's an important motion to increase it, how do we allocate it? Currently, we give 76% of the funding to Project Share. Is that what council wants, to put 76% of the money, the new money, to Project Share? Because that's the current allocation. Do we want a separate process for that $100,000 for people to apply? It's very difficult for staff to create something when we have these restrictions on the current process, if you want to keep it the same. I also think council needs to pause and say, where on the continuum are we investing? If we want to break poverty, you have to go after some of those core issues, which is education, which is childcare. So if we went back 20 years and instead of funding one agency, we funded lower childcare spots so that women had better access to employment and they could be self-sustaining, would we be in a better place today than we would, doing what we did? I don't know the answer. I don't know if you'll ever know the answer. But as staff, I need to at least present that to council or whoever is the decision maker to at least have that information. None of those options are given to council. It's just pay the same amount that we did last year. So the first part of the report is saying we need to potentially rethink what we're doing and how we're doing it. And maybe after we go through the process, you're going to do it the same way. I don't know, but I think the issue is too important of an issue for our city to just keep doing the same thing. And that's why I'm asking for a process that is more thoughtful, more transparent, and we'll look to tackle the issues and have this council decide where to put the money in. Because frankly, the decisions was not of this council, wasn't of the last council. It was from councils, many moons ago that said it, and times have changed. So, and what I hope is with that research, with greater education, what I'm hoping is council may say, you know what, I need to make more investments in here. Because I do believe if you deal with core issues, you may not get the payback today, but you may get the payback in 15 or 20 years' time. Because I believe if we made different decisions both at all levels of government 20 years ago, I wouldn't be dealing with the cost today. So I think it's appropriate for council to do that. So the ask that staff has put forward is let's take a year, let's design something, and let's have this council at least put some mind time to how are we going forward in a new process. I've given 7 key decisions I think that council needs to make for us to go back and redesign something, to come back to council and say, this is how we choose to make our investments in social services. So that's kind of part 1 of the report. One of the key issues, which I agree with all the presenters, I believe in core funding. I believe in stable funding. I don't think this system, because a number of different council members here could easily say it's an easy $400,000 worth of saving. Hey, St. Catharines doesn't give money to the food bank. None of these other municipalities give to Women's Place. It could open them up for it, and that would be devastating. And I don't think that's appropriate for this council. I don't think it's appropriate, for the agencies to solve the issues we're asking them to participate in. So, but that's one of the recommendations you'll see in the report from staff under, length of funding. But council needs to make some of those decisions. Staff can go away and develop a plan going forward. So that's really the ask. And it will take time, and we need to give time to the agencies who have received this funding for a long period of time to be able to adjust. And the recommendation from staff is that it's a 2-year adjustment period, and then they can apply. It doesn't mean that they're going to be cut off. They can apply and receive money under the new system, and then they get greater guarantees because now we're going to fund for 3 to 5 year programming cycles. With Project Share, because of the magnitude of the funding, I thought it was inappropriate to do 2 years. I said we need to stretch that out. Doesn't mean that they can't continue to apply during those periods of time, but I think it would be important to stretch them out for that. So that was kind of the first part of the report, and there's 7 kind of key items staff would require input on. The second part of the report was a project or a pilot project called Project Level Up. One of the things that I've concluded is that whatever we do, we don't have enough money for it. I need to be able to create partnerships, and partnerships are going to be key to solving this on a bigger scale. And I need items that can be scaled. So I wanted to develop a small pilot project on a very tough segment of the population. When we had the round tables, it was quite clear that single parents with dependents is a key issue. They face a number of barriers on poverty, including childcare, including transportation, and some other things. So if we were able to put a program together that if we could figure out some of those issues and some of those challenges, then could I go and get other investors, whether that's through a social impact bond, which is a method to attract private investments to solve a problem, or just have other parties copy the program that we have, that I could multiply the impact of that. Maybe it'll fail, but I'd rather, try something, and if it fails, have some learnings and try something else. But Project Level Up would be to take 2 individuals who are on Ontario Works, and what came through all the people in the consulting is if you got to them early, if you got to them before 6 months, once they got past 6 months, it was very hard to get them off of OW. So if we got single parents early on the OW, gave them an opportunity to a job, give them a salary that lifts them well above the poverty level, give them whatever additional supports that they require for childcare and stuff, we can stabilize their family, what I call level up. I can level up their income, I can level up their skills, I can level up their kids and dependents and to access other programs, and take them out of the poverty cycle. And what I hope to do is, if they're great employees and we have an opening after 12 to 18 months, they'll become new additional employees of the city of Niagara Falls, or we give them the skills, and when another city or another company, they then have that on their resume and go forward. So, that was an attempt to look at that. If it's a successful program, if we take some of those barriers away and work through it, you know, I can go to a Niagara Parks Commission, I can go to, you know, some of the, an ES Fox, some of the other employers and say, you take on 2, and if I can get 10 employers, that's 20. You know, that's 20 individuals. If I can get, you know, 50 employees, that's 100 individuals off of it, and not just those individuals, but also the children. And why I think it's good for the taxpayers, frankly, I'm paying for this. The taxpayer is paying for this no matter what. So whether it's through, you know, whether it's through camping cleanups or police calls or any of that other stuff, or mental health issues down the road, we're going to pay for it. And this way, as the mayor says, he likes win-wins. The taxpayer gets the benefit of the work that they do while under you know, under employment. The person gets obviously an economic uplift and training, and I think the taxpayer likely reduces their future cost exposure significantly, not just for the individual that's receiving the job, but for the dependents of that individual. So, you know, it's not a novel idea, like this stuff has been done before. But the difference with today, where before, you know, you say, well, all people need is to get a job. That solution doesn't work for people who face barriers of poverty. They need the job, plus they need to be able to address their barriers. And this is why we wanted to do that. And I do have to throw a shout out to our union, because I couldn't do this without their cooperation, and our union's been very supportive of participating in this program. So so that's the first barrier I had to overcome, you know, frankly, and QP was great with it. But those are the things we got to, you know, work on to do that. So the report is really for us to say, or from staff's point of view, is we don't think things are working, and if we continue to do the same thing, it's not going to work. We need to spend some time and effort to change it. Staff's asking for council to put some time to that, and then staff's also asking for you know, permission to run the program, to, you know, pilot the project out, and then, you know, and go from there. The other key thing, which is not part of this report, but is referenced that a second report will come, is the greatest ROI we can have on any investment is housing. You know, that was the Finland model. They took away their shelters, they put housing in. Commissioner Julie, if she was here, if you asked her, greatest ROI you can have is affordable housing. You know, that's going to be another pillar we have. This council has been very aggressive. You know, we've literally poured millions of dollars into opportunities for housing, and we're going to continue to do that for the ROI. That's going to be another pillar of the strategy. So, and I think from a council point of view, we need to make sure that we're hitting all those items that that's important for a healthy community in the right proportion. And I don't know what that proportion is. I don't know what all the answers are, but the ask is for council to, you know, spend what I think is a very important time to consider its actions, and not just treat this as just do what we did last year, do 3 minutes of discussion on it and move on, because I think we're past that point, and we see it every day out in the street. So that's my less than brief overview.
Yeah,
but
thank you. That was good. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very complex issue, and it involves so many things. So I'd like to thank the CAO for putting the report together, and staff. I think it's a great opportunity for us to look at a number of things that we have had before, as the CAO said. The first thing I'm going to talk about is Councillor Pietrangelo brought up earlier about the OLG spending, what we, the 5 different areas that we spend. I think it would be a good opportunity for all of us as and the new councillors to sit down and look at what the 5 are, and if we want to change them or how we want to change them. So that's the first thing that I'd like to do, because this report talks about OLG money for the grants and fee for services. So that would be the first thing. The second thing, I have a lot of notes here, I'm sorry. I'm going to read them because I have a lot of different points here. I said that I appreciated the work. we have different processes, and I'd really like to see some transparency and some consistency. And I'm going to bring up a couple of examples. And it doesn't mean that the money that we're giving to the organizations is the wrong thing or that they're doing a bad thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just looking at processes, and if we can sort of streamline, and certainly have some different situations that will require something different. Last meeting, we looked at a single source for the SPCA, which was just approved. That was $574,000. I did ask the CAO why we were doing single source. He explained it. There was good answers. We all approved it. That was fine. So you look at that of single source. There were reasons about why we went single source, but you could go to an RFP and see if there's something else. We're also talking about grants for Project Share, Birchway, YWCA, and Pathstones. Currently, they're being used as a single source and with no opportunity for new applications or new innovative ideas. That was in the report. So if you look at a single source of SPCA, same idea, and we're looking at these ones, no new applications. And I know that there's a lot of organizations out there that say, hey, we would like to do something as well, but we have been doing this process. So then we have another process about assigning recreation facilities, maybe the ice rink times. And I looked at some of that, and the word that really jumped out at me was historic. So the historic, and I've had a conversation with Ms. Moldenhauer about this, and we've looked into it, but what jumped out at me was historic. So we're doing the same thing. Now I know when I talked with Ms. Moldenhauer, she said that, you know, we look at a lot of things. When were they scheduled before? How many people? Are there tournaments going? So we look at a lot of things, but the policy says historic. So someone who has had ice time Monday night at 8 o'clock for 20 years, that's where we start off first. They might have 100 people participating, but there's a new group coming in with 100 people. So usually the groups sit down at the beginning and figure out some ice time, and there's some negotiation and that sort of thing. But again, it's that historic, and I have had calls for ice, racquetball, that it's not a fair process. So I want to link all of those together for transparency and an ease of a process. So So I appreciate that the CAO and staff have tried to come up with ideas. I think we could have also come up with ideas and discussions at council. We have two committees that are ad hoc committees. We have the homelessness committee that Councillor Campbell was on and I'm on. We have the affordable housing, I think that Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Patel are on. Maybe those committees can be part of this discussion. I'm not saying that the model that's in the report is good or bad. We've just had a brief overview, but I think maybe council should be more involved in it to figure out what exactly we want to do. We've declared a state of emergency for homeless, mental health, and addiction. All of our council should be part of these brainstorming ideas to come up with it. It's part of our strategic plan. And I know social services has not been part of what a city would normally do. It's usually at the region, but slowly we've been putting more social services in our strat plan to work with that. So I'm not saying that the ideas won't work or that they're not good, but I believe that we should defer this report to another time so we can all come up with ideas rather than approving it right now and putting the pilot program in place. It's an idea, it's one idea, maybe there's other ideas. If we don't have any other ideas, then sure, go ahead. But I would like the opportunity to come up with different solutions. And I'm just going to briefly talk about one solution that came up. We talk about affordable housing on a regular basis. To build affordable housing, it's going to take years, a lot of money, a lot of time, and a very lengthy time. The University of Niagara Falls last week had an open house, and they were going to present a partnership with Spaces Shared. And it's a program that pairs seniors and students together so they share spaces. It benefits both. The senior can stay in their home. The student gets a lesser amount to pay for rent. So a few years ago, I heard about this program in Toronto, and I reached out to the people, and it didn't really go anywhere. It wasn't the same people, but it didn't really go anywhere. It was based out of Nova Scotia. I thought it was a great idea, and I thought it could be used in a bigger sense, not just seniors and students. So then I actually approached two designers, coding designers, to put a program together. It would sort of be like a dating profile, that you'd have a host and you'd have somebody who wanted a unit. And it was very intense, so it didn't go anywhere. So after the open house for spaces shared with the University of Niagara Falls, I spoke with Victoria Martin, who's in the university, because I couldn't go to the open house. I wanted to know about it. So I set up a meeting yesterday to talk with her. In the meantime, on Saturday, the spaces shared gentleman named Rylan Kinnan was on the radio, and he talked for an hour about the program. And the program is set up to be safe. People have background checks. The money goes through spaces shared. The landlord gets paid that way. There's interview processes. There's follow-up processes. So I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll connect with him, not just Victoria Martin at the university, because it's his program that she's using. So I spoke with him yesterday, and he said that he's open to sitting down with the city or the region to talk about maybe not just seniors and students, but maybe just regular people. There's lots of opportunity to have discussions there, and those can be quick solutions. I'm not saying it's one solution that's going to solve everything, but it's one part of a solution that might.
Councillor, I think we have to focus on the recommendation in front of us.
I know, but the reason why I'm bringing that up is to show that there are other opportunities. So my suggestion is not to approve the recommendation, not because there's not that it's not a good one, but I think there's opportunities to look at things. And I did speak to the CAO about spaces shared, and he said that if I put a direction to staff, that they would reach out to Mr. Kinnan to do that. But the whole thing of what I'd like to say is that there are other solutions, and I think all of council should be part of it, whether it's going through our committees, setting up another committee, and I think that part of that committee is about the project share, the grants, Birchway, to figure it out. And I believe that council should be doing it, not a third party, not a committee of staff. I think council, that should be council's decision. So those are my points, and I'm sure there's lots of other points.
Okay, so I've got a few councillors that want to weigh in. And just to be clear, you're suggesting deferring all this, including the level up, where that would hire the two people and take them off of Ontario Works, so you're opposed to moving forward on that as well?
I'm not opposed to moving forward with it. I'm just saying let's put it off for a bit. Next week is the budget meeting, and I think council should be part of it before we put the program in place. I'm not opposed to the program. I just would like to have some other discussions before we put the program in.
Okay. So I've got Councillor Patel, and then Councillor, I saw the, pardon me? Did you want to weigh in? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, you know what, I'm not going to take the motion yet, because you haven't made a motion yet to refer this, because if you do, then there's no debate on it. So, you know.
That's fine, we can have debate and I'll bring it up later.
So we'll have a couple of speakers, and then if someone wants to make that motion, because then we're not going to know what everybody's thinking, and it'll probably fail. So I've got Councillor Patel, and then Councillor, was it Pietrangelo, or is that what I saw? And then Newestag. So we'll start with Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is about the report the CEO just presented. What I see as a municipal official is we end up cleaning up lots of mess that other level of governments are creating. Mm-hmm. But when you look at that other level, we don't have control over other levels of governments, careless spending, bad policies. What happens with the careless spending and bad policy? Our inflation is skyrocketing. People can't make the ends meet. Lots of people are losing their jobs. And when you lose a job, then you are under so much pressure, you start using substance, then there's domestic violence, then people eventually lose their homes, then, you know, then mental health, it's all connected. And that is when all the agencies that are here today, they all come into play. And as a city, I think we are doing a great job by investing in our hub, because that's creating a job. So I'm actually kind of proud that we are doing something in our capacity. We are doing a great job by creating jobs in our city. And when we talk about the homelessness and shelter solution, I think all the solutions we have in place are all banded solutions. I agree with Mr. CEO when he talked about that approach that Norway is taking. And I think Alberta is taking a really different approach than what our government is taking approach right now. So I think provincial and federal government, they all need to look at the different approach to solve this homelessness and mental health, all crises we have to look at the different approach, and I do agree with them. Because mental health, addiction, and homelessness, they all go hand to hand, right? Another thing I would like to say, like I was in a roundtable discussion with the minister, and I did bring up the question. I said, we do talk about the homelessness. We always try to catch up to the homelessness, but what are we doing to prevent people from getting homeless? Because if the finish line keeps on moving, we're never going to catch up to that. So what are we doing? I didn't get the answer. We ran out the time. So next time when I get the chance again to meet with the minister, I think hopefully I'll get the answer. But what Mr. CEO is saying is true. It's just not just getting someone a job is not enough. It's the whole support system we have to provide, whether if it's child care or even some companies taking on to some people who are coming off the Ontario Works benefits. So I think it's a whole holistic approach. So I agree with his report, majority of it, not all of it, but yes. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, and there's a quote, I think Desmond Tutu said it. I think Councillor Campbell referenced it before, that we have to stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream to find out why they're falling in. Mm-hmm. Right? And yeah, you're right. We're reactive in a lot of ways, right, not proactive. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Uestag.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm going to agree, first of all, with a couple things that Mr. Burgess said.
Make him feel good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, before. But no, one of the things that he said that that really made a lot of sense is that this council and past councils have just continued to do the exact same thing. But part of that is when you take a look at what we've done and you take a look at the organizations that we fund, I mean, you're talking about Project Share, YWCA, Birchway, formerly known as Women's Place of South Niagara. This is food and shelter organizations. They're foundational. And I think the first point I want to make is I want to be very clear about this. I don't want to dismantle that aspect of our social services. I think that those services are very foundational. So I agree to some extent with, sole sourcing those, and I'll get into that in a second. Because the second point that I agree with Mr. Burgess about is the fact that perhaps it's time, or I think what he said was, at the end of this process, you're probably going to realize that you need more money. And perhaps it's time for council to start getting our head around that. And that's why last year I had made the motion to add money to the social services budget, because I thought the whole argument that we started down this road about was, well, I provide a really good service too, but I really can't get my foot in the door because you have these organizations that you've always given money to. I thought it was a good argument, but if we're gonna let more organizations in because there's value in doing that, then we shouldn't actually get rid of the ones that we already have. And in terms of the new additions, Your Worship, I didn't mention Pastone because to me, they're pretty much a new addition. They've only come on in the last few years. And that would be the mental health side. Then the other side for municipalities is the homelessness. I really don't believe that 10 years ago there was any municipality in the region that was investing in homelessness. But now there is. I mean, I don't think we have a choice anymore. So I want to be clear, I think we should expand what we do, but I don't want to dismantle what we've already built. The other point I want to make is, I mean, if we go down the road of an RFP, I really don't want to create competition. So when you take a look at someone like, I'll use Project Share again, there's a lot of value in that name branding because these nonprofits were not their sole source of income. They have to go out and continually fundraise. So to have those organizations in your community that are consistent providers, it not only helps them, but it also helps us because then they're more recognizable. They have their own brand. I wouldn't want to put out an RFP where we then choose a brand new organization that we have to introduce to the public and they go through a 5-year term, and then we put out another RFP, and then we pick another one. So I have some concerns with that. So, Mr. Burgess, I don't know if you can kind of alleviate my concerns, because I would like to move forward and expand the social services, you know, envelope that we have. But again, I really don't want to dismantle what we've already done. So can you give me some assurance that moving forward with this motion won't do that?
I think the first issue, and that's why I broke it down to a number of parts of the decisions that you'd have to make. But one of the issues that council would have to make is, you know, what are you funding? So if this council decides to say, I'm going to fund food security items, and then you put the amount of funding that you would put towards that would dictate, you know, whether you're dismantling something that you had before or not. And those would be the decisions of council. And so, you know, what you're going to put the money into and how much the money you're going to put into it. And really it comes down to the mayor's comment. It's, are you doing downstream funding or upstream funding? And what's that balance? We currently are doing significant downstream funding. And, you know, and what's the decision of council? And there's no right or wrong answer to it. And that's why if this council says, you know, we want to focus on downstream funding for these variety of reasons, and there's good reasons to do it, then that's for this council to decide. And then what I think would be appropriate is if you have 4 to 5 year funding, the next council, when economic conditions change or different dynamics change, you know, they may decide to change the priority of the funding. So it would really be of the decisions of council of what you fund, right? The other thing you would do is, what are the criterias for funding? You know, so are you only going to fund organizations of a certain size? Are you going to fund, you know, new concepts in that? So those are all things that council can design the system to get to the results that they want. So it would really be the decisions of council to do it. I think, you know, I think at the end of the day, I want to say this without diminishing the result. I think the value of is not so much in for this council is what are the check amounts that are going to go out. It's the thought process that's going to go into the next year, and hopefully every year thereafter. I think that's where the value is going to be gained. Is that if we really start thinking about, okay, where do we want to spend the money? Do we want to spend upstream? Do we want to spend downstream? How much money is it? And I think the good thing is, you know, the good or bad thing, I'll be blunt, very honest with you. If I'm in your seat, I would much rather have a third party go to it. Because I think if you see the number of organizations that can come to you and the different needs, you'll be hard pressed to make good decisions on. There's a lot of good reasons, a lot of good causes out there to do it, but you have to be very laser focused on what you want to do, and you need a good process to be laser focused on it, because there is a fear that if you open it up, the fear isn't that you're not going to spend your money well. The fear is, I think, you're going to have a lot of good ideas and a lot of good agencies out there that have a lot of good solutions, and you won't have enough money to do it. And I think hopefully that generates some different decisions at this council, hopefully generates different decisions, frankly, at our colleagues' council at Niagara Region to solve the problems. So I can't give you that guarantee that it won't be dismantled, because this council may say, after they evaluate all this, maybe we have to do it a different way. And if that's council's decision, well, then that would be dismantling it. I think, though, you need to put protections in place, because, and that's why I want longer term transitions to that, so that these are good charities, they do good work. There's a need for them. No one's questioning the need. It's just, you know, where are you investing the dollars going forward? So I can't give you a complete answer to it, but I really think the answer, I really think the value of this is, you know, moving forward with the thought process. And, you know, to Councillor Lococo's comments, you know, one of the questions in here is who's going to do the allocations. If you choose, you know, council to do it, that's great. Have council do it. But I don't think you need to go and study it. I think, you know, I think we've been doing this long enough, and I think you just got to start doing something moving forward. And if, you know, I'm saying it's going to take a year to develop an approach. You want council to do that? I think we can do stuff while we're developing that approach to come out to it. And then for the 2026 budget, you'll know how much money you're going to spend where. And, you know, my truth is you know, you can call me the mean bean counter and all that kind of stuff. I look at this as ROI. I don't look at this as I'm giving money to Project Share as a donation. I look at this as if I invest money in my society to solve certain problems, will it reduce the overall tax burden? The unforeseen calculations that you have that's there. The issue that we had downstairs, that you know, the taxpayers probably spent $4,000 tonight on one incident. If I can eliminate 100 of those incidences, you know, by investing my money differently, that's where my payoff is. And I think that's what council has to do. We do a very good job at doing ROI calculations on, you know, buying different types of equipment. How long do they last? My engineering friends back here can tell you when to do preventative maintenance on a road so it doesn't deteriorate and you're going to cost more, right? So pay a little bit more money up here, right? And you're not going to have a big repair down the road if your road condition index does it. We need that kind of discipline, quite frankly, on the social services side. We don't have it, we're not close to it, but we need to start at some point in time with that analysis and with council making those decisions on where to invest. So very long answer to your question, Councillor. I can't guarantee it. It'll be up to council to decide where they want to invest the money. And I think when you go through the process, you'd have a better defense, frankly, to those questions. It started last year because we had requests to it. I couldn't defend it, but if you went through a process and said, this is the reason I'm giving the money to XYZ charity, this is why I'm not doing here, you would have had that due diligence process undertaken, and you and staff can better defend that decision. I just can't defend the decisions today. I'm not saying that they're bad decisions. I can't say why Project Share gets X amount and pick your other charity doesn't get anything, or this, you know, I don't know why a women's shelter gets a tenth of what the food bank gets. I have no rules for why that was. And I don't think, you know, those decisions were made so long ago, no one really knows why that was. I think we just need to reset it. But if council says, listen, I want to invest so much in domestic violence, I want to invest so much in poverty, I want to invest so much in, you know, childcare or something else for barriers of poverty, well, then I can say, council made those funding level decisions, and we're executing those funding level decisions based upon a thorough job that council's done. We just haven't done that work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newstag. It's still spinning? Okay. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to an adjudication process, the city has a great one for the Niagara Falls Community Development Fund. There's $70,000 for arts and culture grants, and the applications come in, there's a scoring criteria, there's a certain number of people that will go through them, and then, you know, it's hard decisions. You only have so much money, but you have all of these grants that come in, and it's over. So maybe it's $170,000 worth of grants and $70,000 to apply to it. So you have to look at what different things are you going to do? Is it a festival? Is it something? Is it a poet reading? Is it a book? A song? So there's lots of different things to look at, and that's what the CAO was talking about. What do you want to fund? So I think there can be a guideline about what we want to fund, and then you have ability to sort of move around that you don't have to stick with it, but then you're accountable. And I agree that I don't think I want to dismantle what we've already done, but I think we need a better process in order to do it. And I think the other thing that we need to think about is how many people does it affect? When we're looking through this grant process for the Niagara Falls Cultural Development Fund, it talks about capacity or how many people it will affect. I think those need to be the questions as well. Are we affecting 10,000 people? Are we affecting 2 people? Are we affecting 30,000 people? By asking those questions, I think we will have a better handle on what we're doing, and that's what our CAO said. So I'm all for a process, but I believe that it should be up to council, and I think we have a good base of an adjudication process that we could look at and go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Newstead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank our CEO for bringing this report. I think it does, I think just doing everything that we've been doing doesn't make a lot of sense, but I do want to make a statement that I can speak for myself. It doesn't mean that we don't want to fund these agencies. So if they're sitting here wondering where we're going to go with it, I personally think that we have a responsibility to our taxpayers. I also like what Councillor Lococo is saying as well, that we need to look at everything. So maybe there is an agency out there that needs our help, but we haven't really been there as well. So I like the idea of stopping it, and we're not stopping it, but reevaluating what we need to do. I like how the CAO is saying that we have to be able to defend what it is that we're doing and have that we have to be responsible to the taxpayer. We have a lot of residents that we are responsible for, and we want the best for everybody. So, and I think, again, back to Councillor Lococo's point, that it should be us making those decisions, because we are responsible to the residents, so we should have input into that rather than a third party, so we can truly understand what it is. We get piecemeals of different things. We have 3 organizations today speaking, and yes, we feel passionate towards all of them, but there may be something else, and we have to look at everything as a big picture. So I think it's a great report. I think it's good that we stop. Looking at where we are going, I think I mentioned that earlier with when Pam spoke for Project Share, is that it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So where do we go? We have to figure out how to handle all of this. So I thank the CEO for doing that, and also for Councillor Lococo's comments. I think they're very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other insight? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Actually, I agree with Mr. CEO on one point, that when he said that we get people off the Ontario Works and get them working. So that's actually hard work. That's not going to be solved overnight, because what happens is when you get people working and when you get them on their feet, then they rely less on the social services. So I think it's nothing, I'm not saying we're not funding any of these agencies. I'm not, we are doing this for years. But what I'm saying is we need to look at the different approach. We have to look at the approach that reduces the need of this agency, because everybody who's sitting in a gallery today, they will be happy to close the doors and go home, because they don't want people to come there looking for help. So I think it's a whole different approach we have to take. And when we discuss about our funding model, I think we have to discuss the whole other approach too. So I'm open to have a discussion for lots of different ideas.
So maybe, just a suggestion I'll throw out there, maybe, so we can break these recommendations down. The one thing that I don't know that we need to have discussion about, we support it or we don't, is number 3, Project Elevate. I think that's standalone. The rest is all connected, and maybe a suggestion, maybe we have a council workshop one day where we meet and we discuss the direction we want to go. I can tell you personally, I feel that we've had these relationships, for example, Project Share, since 1970, or was it 73? 83, sorry, 83. 41, yeah, the black and white, 41 years. I wouldn't want to damage, that's been a long time relationship. I'd almost use that as my base to start from there, and then maybe discussing some, like Councillor Pietrangelo added the 100,000 for new ones. So maybe we start as a base there, and I mean the 3 groups, Project Share and Birch and Women's Place. Yeah, and then from there, because I'm not going to punish, I don't want to see them punished. I mean, they've been great community partners for decades. But I like the idea of going forward, that we have a system. And yeah, they have an advantage. They've been with us for 41 years or whatever the case is. So maybe just a suggestion. So I'll put out there to council, if you want to, someone wants to maybe deal this in terms of a motion, why don't we split the 4? 4 is just reporting back. So I mean, that really is tied to 1 and 2, and potentially 3. And maybe why don't we take them separate, and then we'll see if there's a motion on coming back with a date for council to gather for a session, and also make a decision perhaps tonight on Project Elevate. Councillor Lococo.
Just a question on Project Elevate. What is the cost? Because this is in budget for next week. What is the cost of this?
Ms. Clark's up
Before we
too.
make the decision.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, Ms. Clark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's $155,000 for the 2 laborers and benefits, and there's additional $20,000 added in for support for those 2 individuals. It is fully funded by special purpose reserve funding for this year, and the request is only for 18 months, so we do have enough to cover an additional 6 months in the next 2025 budget.
Thank you for that. Through the mayor, if we were to approve that, will there be extra funds in other ideas that we have? I would not want to approve, not that there's anything wrong with this program, I just don't want to put $175,000 for one program and then come up with ideas later and then we don't have any money.
I don't know who could answer that question. You want to? Okay. Well, you're thinking. Yep.
Yeah, as Ms. Clark's doing it, I created an SPR because I earned additional revenue. Special Purpose Reserve. Accountants. We had an opportunity with Niagara Falls staff, both bylaw, Mr. Nichols' ops team, and the region. We were able to apply for funding and obtain funding from the province 2 years ago for some of the work we were doing with the homeless. And we did that, we structured that in a way so that I did have some money to deal with this problem going forward, because, for example, the outreach is no longer being funded. So that program, that SPR is actually funding our commitment for an outreach worker, which from a staff point of view, we couldn't lose because we use them on a daily basis, our outreach workers for the homeless population. And they work with our core team and the NRP's core team and with their bylaw. So because we were able to obtain money from an upper level of government and we were able to be efficient with it, that's what created this additional fund. And because it was created for, or it came originally for poverty issues, from our point of view, it should stick with poverty issues. And so taking people off of Ontario Works we thought was an appropriate use for it. So there could be some additional funding left for that fund.
Yeah, we had a $500,000 that we had put aside, so if we use $175,000 of that, we'd have $325,000 left. Oh, so $250,000.
Thank you. The challenge I have is when we look at budgets, a lot of times we're looking at individual things and not looking at the bigger picture. And I'd really like to get away from that we look at the whole picture and then make a decision. I don't want to make the decision. I'm sure we can come up with something else for $175,000 that is poverty related. I don't know, but I'd like the opportunity. So I really don't want to approve that money not knowing what else is on the table.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, I just don't want council to think this was a random idea. So as the report says, we had a number of consultation sessions with a wide range of social service providers, also funders, people who fund into the program, and my partners at the region. From that group, that's how it was identified. So from my point of view, when someone says, well, why this one? I can say, I met with a number of social services agencies. I talked to the experts in the field. This was a request from all levels of agencies. And I have support of CUPE, Niagara Region, who's in charge of social services. So I just don't want you to think that this is just one program kind of pulled out of the air. There was some thought, and it's a staff recommendation. Council can always override it, but it wasn't just a random idea. It was, like I said, if I'm coming with a recommendation, it's going to be well-versed. And Commissioner Jugley, and specifically Lori Watson, who works on the Ontario Work side, and Commissioner Jugley both support the program, and I can show you the emails, but they're very supportive of this type of approach. And what they're hoping, again, because it's a pilot project, to be able to multiply this going forward, which is really the key. I need programs where I can take them, or we need programs where other people can invest in. And that is the missing link, I believe, here. The number of people who donate in Canada has decreased every year for 30 years. The donation side of it is, diminishing, and we need other ways to get community involved in it. So I need to give them something that's straightforward that they can invest into, and I can go to, like I said, major employers here to do that. So that was the criteria. So I just don't want council to say, it wasn't me and staff sitting in a room throwing ideas at the wall. We went and talked to the experts. We went to talk to the people in the field, my outreach workers, and they all said, if we can target this section of people, that's the one I would target. So we came up with that target.
Through the mayor to the CAO, I expect nothing less of you than doing that. You always do a great job. I didn't think it was just an off-the-cuff idea. I know that you put the work into getting all of the information from the region and all of the other people. What I'm saying is I would like council to have a brainstorming session to see if there's other ideas. And it goes back to, are we helping 2 people? Are we helping 1,000 people? Are we helping 10,000? Maybe there's other ideas out there. Maybe there's not, but we haven't been given the chance to do that. And with your expertise of going through with all of those agencies, you can answer those questions or ideas with information that you've got. So I would just like an opportunity to come up with other suggestions before committing to one. Not that it's a bad idea or that it doesn't have support or it didn't have staff behind it or the work put into it.
Okay, Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it's the right time to vote on this report because we are going in a workshop. I think we should go into workshop with an open mind. Mr. CEO is speaking facts and he is thinking outside the box. So we have to go in with open mind and let's see what we come up with after the workshop. So I would like to defer voting on this report until we are done the workshop.
Okay. So are you making that as your motion?
I would like to make the motion.
Oh. What's that? No, you're talking about one.
The entire report. I'm talking about entire report.
The entire report?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind moving forward with number 3.
Well, why don't we do it like this? Why don't we just split them, and then you can defer the ones that you want? Do you want to defer the entire report, or do you want to defer?
Because we're talking about the social services grants, right? That's the whole report outlines our boards and commissions.
Not 3 though. 3 is not that. That's
three is not. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's for the pilot project, Project Elevate.
I'm fine with that.
If we can take the 3, I'm fine with the 3. We can take that out, and other ones, I think if we can defer it until we have the workshop, then we have better understanding what we are voting on.
So do you want?
Defer 1 and 2 until.
Yep, that's okay.
Okay, so you're going to defer 1 and 2?
1 and 2, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to second that, Councillor?
Yes, I will second it.
Okay, so there's no discussion on 1 and 2?
So just as a timing question?
Yes. Yep, we're allowed to ask that. Until we have the workshop. Yes, just till we have the workshop, and that'll be as soon as staff can schedule it, hopefully sooner than later.
Right.
Okay, so motion for deferral is not debatable, so we're just going to vote on it. All those in favor? Okay, and that's deferred. Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo moves number 3, seconded by Councillor Patel. Any discussion to moving number 3? We'll vote all those in favor. Okay, opposed? Okay, 1 opposed. Okay.
4 become moot at this point?
Yeah, I think 4 becomes moot because follow-up will be after our budget workshop discussing 1 and 2. Okay, so staff, I just want to make sure staff have that. We're good staff-wise? We're good there? Councillor Lococo?
2 things. I think we just talked about that there is extra money in the special reserve, so if we could look at that in our brainstorming session, I think that would be a good use of that. And then I just wanted to go back to that spaces shared that I talked about. When I spoke to the CAO, he said that it could be direction to staff if council would do that, for him to talk to this gentleman to either have some sort of partnership with us or the region.
So, yep, he's good. Direction of staff? Great, thank you for that. We're going in camera now, right?
Maybe go back and finish
Just a question, before we do go on camera, do we have anyone here for any other reports?
Yeah, is anybody here for anything else on the agenda tonight, specifically? No? No? Okay. What do we have?
The report was 6.4,
We're gonna go back to 6.4.
finance report.
Yeah, oh, we didn't make a motion. Okay, for 6.4 to refer to budget. So there's a recommendation, okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we refer it to budget. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, that cleans that up. Sorry, I didn't realize we didn't vote on that. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, that we go in camera. All those in favor? Okay, we're gonna go in camera. So folks, we're going in camera. We'll be coming back out. You can hang out here. We'll be back. We could chat more. You could listen. It's pretty exciting stuff. Or you could leave and run, start the car. Okay, welcome back. We just concluded the in-camera portion of our council meeting tonight. Tonight being the 16th of January, 2024. I'm now looking for a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock. Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange. Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Okay, go. He couldn't wait for me to make the motion so he could vote against it. Oh yeah, I should have figured. Did Ray notice that? Okay, good. All right. Yes. Redo it? No, the vote's done. We're done. Nice try though. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, we are. Is it 8.2? Is that where we are now? Yes. Okay. So Brown Road Water Main Replacement Contract Award. We have 3 recommendations there. Looking for a motion of council. Moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. 8.3, Quarter 3 Development and Housing Report Provincial Reporting. Recommended that we receive. Motion by Councillor Peter. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to receive, second by Councillor Newestag. Just before I call the vote, you can have your comment, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just looking for it again in the report. How many units does it say that we already have approved? I know it's over 10,000.
Does anyone know that at the tip of their, Ms. Dolch, or?
Do you want? I'll pass it over to Signe Hansen, our manager of planning.
14,768.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well
So, Your Worship, clearly we've hit that goal that Premier Ford wants. The only thing we haven't hit is that the homes aren't built.
Right.
So has the province thought of anything that it's planning on doing? I mean, our side of the bargain is done, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how we get those homes built. Right. So I don't want to be penalized if there's a financial offering from the province because these homes aren't built. These homes are approved. So I don't know if there's been any discussions with the province in terms of, municipalities receiving that incentive, even though the homes aren't built, but the homes are approved. So I don't know if you want to expand on that.
So the only thing I can suggest is I've spoken many times to the province, expressed my thoughts on there being sunset clauses, because as we know, a lot of developers like to upzone, land bank, borrow against, and buy more property, but they have no intention of ever building. And that just sterilizes land and scares off competition, and it doesn't help us with our objectives and our targets. So it's got to be a provincial directive for sunset clauses. So I've expressed this many times. I said one of the most powerful tools you could give is take away their approval, because then all of a sudden the zoning goes away, the value goes away, and the borrowing ability goes away. And always follow the money. And I think that's the key. You can incentivize as well. Of course, I'm sure the province can come up with some plans, but I think expiry on approvals, sunset clauses, my opinion, I think that's the way. Yep, the floor is yours, Councillor.
I'm not saying that I disagree that a sunset clause might be a good tool to use. Mm-hmm. I guess what I'm trying to point out is that right now the province has said that any municipality that hits their targets is going to receive a financial incentive. There's money there that the province is going to pass down to municipalities that hit the targets that they've identified. As far as I'm concerned, we've approved the units, so we've hit those targets. We can't actually or physically build the buildings for them. So has there been any discussions about receiving that financial incentive, even though the homes are approved, just not built yet? Because I think a lot of other municipalities are in the same boat as we are.
So maybe we can go to Ms. Dolch and find out, is it approved or built? That's the, or whoever wants to answer.
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. So you're speaking with respect to the Building Faster Fund and the $400,000 a year. So it's interesting that only of the 50 municipalities that are on that list, only 11 met the target. And then I think another 6 were within 80%. So it's definitely a problem when over half of the municipalities are not meeting the target. And I think this was discussed at the September meeting when you considered the Q2 report, is there's an expectation that the province is going to have to consider this and consider how they're going to deal with this situation, because the housing starts, which is how they measure this, are down considerably across the board. So I don't have a sort of a solution on, you know, how we could approach the province, but it is a problem throughout Ontario, and that's being reflected in the fact that a significant proportion of the municipalities, the 50 municipalities, didn't hit their targets.
So I think Councillor's asking what triggers it. Is it the housing, not a housing approval, housing start,
It's the-
housing completion?
With respect, sorry,
Province to give you a letter or decision.
Well, I know, that's what I'm trying to find out. What does the regulation say?
this fund is based on housing starts.
Start. That means what? Pulling a permit?
That, yes, I would assume that would be it. It's not issuing the permit, because there are other measures that measure permitting. There are other measures that measure houses being constructed, but this is based on starts.
Yeah, and I know that, Your Worship. I know that that's the province's criteria. What I was wondering is whether or not there was any discussion to still receive the incentive if the houses are approved. Because in Premier Ford's comments, it was all about, I want to cut through the red tape. I want to make sure that municipalities are getting these houses started. So part of the red tape is getting them approved. In my opinion, we've done our job. So any incentive that the province would be passing down to municipalities to hit their targets, as far as I'm concerned, we've already hit our target. We've exceeded our target. So any monies that is coming from the province or other municipalities, I think we should be in line for as well.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. I don't know if you want to make
I
don't know if you want to make a formal request for consideration, if you want to give that some thought. I leave that in your hands, because I know that, you know.
Yeah, to that point?
Yes. Do we have an idea of what value, how much money we'd be looking at? Is it, 100,000, $1 million? I don't know.
Yeah, do we know that number?
Through you, Your Worship, it is a $1.2 million fund that's divided over 3 years, so it's $400,000 a year.
So any suggestions, Ms. Dolch, on should we, how we might petition the government to consider our situation?
Thank you, Your Worship. My suggestion is, at this point, we still have to finalize the number for the year end. So we'll have the housing starts for the year end. Once we have that number, which will be our next report, and we'll try to get out as quickly as we can. I know this one's come a little, but we'll try to get out as soon as we can. Once we have that housing start number, I would suggest perhaps we could send a letter, or yourself could send a letter to the Premier saying, these are our housing starts, this is what we are shy on, because we're not far off. We're not that far off. And then talk about all the developments that have been approved. And see if that's an option that he would consider, given that we're close to our target anyway.
We've done our share.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, we're gonna consent agenda. Okay, can we move along right now to the consent agenda? Did we get a second, or which one?
Councillor Diodati, you just need to vote.
We just need the vote.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, approved, thank you. All right, so consent agenda, what's the will of council? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Yes, do you have some specific ones you want to deal
Yes,
with?
I'd like to pull 9.1. I have a question.
Okay, so why don't we do that one? 9.1, F 202405, the intern tax levy. And the recommendation is that we approve the intern tax levy calculation. Councillor Lococo.
So it says not to exceed 50% or prescribed percentage. 50% of what? Last year's levy, or what are, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Ms. Clark?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's 50% of last year's levy, and I think it's clarified a little bit in number 1 there. If no percentage is prescribed, then the total amount is the the total amount of taxes for municipal and school purposes levied on the property for the previous year.
I was just looking for a percentage. So it would be 7.9, half of 7.9, is that?
No, it's 50, well, it's just 50% of your last year's taxes. So if your last year's total tax bill was $2,000, the interim levy would be $1,000.
So not of the increase of the taxes.
Okay, thank you.
To that, Councillor?
Well,
Yep.
since we're having discussion on it, Your Worship, I know I asked last year, so the interim tax levy is based on the previous year's tax calculation. So what happens is the very first two installments that you get in 2024 are the exact same as your installments in 2023. They don't add any tax increase on. And then when you get the third and the fourth installments, it's always double whatever the tax increase is, because it wasn't added to the first and second. So what I asked was whether or not there was any way to mitigate that. Because people then open up their tax bills for the third and the fourth quarter and they go, oh my gosh, you guys raised taxes this much. So take, for instance, the region is going up, what are they, 6, 8, 18, I'm not too sure. I know they're the highest in the province, right? Okay, it's 6%, Ms. Clark says. So on the third and fourth quarter, that's going to be a 12% increase to the residents, because that increase would not have been added to the very first two installments. Is there not something we can do to mitigate that so that they don't open their tax bills and say, wow, what an increase?
So let's ask our treasurer if there's a way to mitigate that sticker shock.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, short answer, no. It's very clear in Section 317 of the Municipal Act, which does say in the report that percent cannot exceed 50% of last year's taxes. And then later on in the report, we've said that's exactly what we're going to do. So we are charging the most we are allowed to charge based on the legislation.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor.
When you have your tax bill, can you pay more?
When you have your what?
When you get your tax bill, let's say it was $1,000 for each payment, could I pay $1,020?
Could you
As a resident?
voluntarily pay more?
Could I pay more? Okay. Well, that would be help people if they have, kind of knew what the percentages would be and not get the sticker shock. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so you made a motion, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Now we're at 10. Pardon me?
Move Parkinson's Day. Proclamation.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag to move 10.1, proclaim World Parkinson Day on April 11th, 2024. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 11.2 and 11.4.
You want to talk about 11.2 and 11, okay, so 11.2, Town of Lincoln.
Yes, Town of Lincoln is asking the province for money in, for Bill 23, all of the additional. I think it's important that we just don't receive and file it. There's so many municipalities out there that feel that they're getting less money coming in and we have to spend more. I did send, there was a really neat video from Whitby. I sent the video to Ms. Dolt, and here's some of the things. It was a very quick video. It said, taxpayers pay more, developers pay less affordable housing, not more, less checks and balances to manage growth, less funding for parks, roads, labor and rec facilities, less environmental protection. It raises taxes, reduces service levels, and any savings go to the developer. There's no guarantees of housing being built. I just think that we need to do more than receive and file. I think we should talk about Bill 23, and if there's any changes in the legislation, maybe Ms. Dolch can comment on it. So that's why I pulled that one.
Okay, so 11.2, are you making a motion to support the resolution of the Town of Lincoln?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Baldinelli. Do we have any discussion to the resolution? So the resolution, basically, there are 5 main points, but first is request all municipalities that are challenged to fulfill their growth targets petition the province over Bill 23, urge the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to work with the municipalities, establish long-term sustainable critical funding programs to fill the infrastructure gap, emphasize the importance of the provincial government commitments looking forward as municipalities deal with the outcome of Bill 23, and that's kind of it, and then circulate it, whatnot. So that's the motion, moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Okay.
Thank you. And then on 11.4, the Niagara region, in the second attachment, it said that the budget was going to be 1.9, but then a couple pages later, it said the budget was down to 0. So am I correct in saying that they were recommending 1.9, but then they approved 0?
Are you talking about the waste management?
Yes.
They approved 0, I know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my question. And then if that's correct and they approve 0, in the report it says that they have increased fuel costs, and I'm trying to understand why they're increased fuel costs if they've removed the blue bin program out of their umbrella. Like, shouldn't they be saving costs if they've removed that program? Why are they increased fuel costs if they've removed the recycling program?
Probably Catherine Habermelt, the region, would be the best person to answer that question. Pardon me?
The regional report.
Yeah, yeah.
Could we look into that, please?
We can do that.
What's the best way to do that?
So I don't know, what staff would look into that? Okay, Mr. Nichols is going to look into that,
Great,
correction
thank you.
staff? Okay, great.
The contract has fuel escalation clause in it that's related to CPI.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we can ask that.
So, there's a recommendation from the clerk that we receive and file 11.1 through 11. So we already did 11.2, so 11.1 through 11.5. Motion by Councillor Thompson.
Recommend Councillor Lococo for the transportation, the 12.1.
Oh, we're not there yet, Council. We still have to approve 11.1 through 11.5. We already approved 11.2. You make the motion to do the rest of the correspondence? 11.1 through 11.5? Okay. I need a seconder. Second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Now we're on to 12. Okay, yeah, Councillor Strange?
They're looking for appointments to Transportation Strategy Steering Committee.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Councillor Baldinelli.
Okay. Do you have a second by Councillor Newestag? Okay. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did forward my intention to the clerk earlier this week.
Okay. Okay. Did you want to put your name up for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So how do we do this, Mr. Clerk? Is this a vote, or how do we do this?
Well, before we vote, I guess we could entertain if there's anybody else interested in sitting on this committee. I should point out that this is a new committee. They do not yet have any date set as to when they'll meet. It is for the balance of the term. This is not in any association with the Niagara Transit Board or the Niagara Transit Commission Public Advisory Committee that we just appointed some public to. It is to represent our council, and the region will also undertake a recruitment process for public members. But going back to my initial statement, I'm not sure if there's anybody else interested, or do we just have the two individuals?
Looks like that's it.
If it's just the two, then I guess we could do a ballot or a show of hands, whatever this council prefers.
Yeah. No. There's two people. There's two names put forward. Ballots, so maybe we'll do ballots. I guess that'll be. Sure.
Do you want to do ratification of bank camera?
Sure.
Oh,
well, he's got it.
Sorry.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass around some recorded vote sheets that I have, and you could just place your vote as to the councillor to represent on this committee. And again, that would be either Councillor Lococo or Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you. Could be long stocking. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 6 in favor of Councillor Baldinelli and 2 in favor of Councillor Lococo. We do not have Councillor Campbell in attendance at this moment. So we could have a motion then to receive the results of the vote and to have Councillor Baldinelli appointed to the Transportation Steering Committee.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, ratification of in-camera.
Okay, the result of the in-camera meeting held earlier this evening is number 1, that council will accept an offer to purchase part of River Lane located between John Street and Hiram Street for $290,000, and that any sale of the subject lands be conditional upon the lands being merged in title with the abutting lands, and that the city solicitor and the CAO or their designate are authorized to execute all other documentation and take whatever steps necessary to complete the transaction. And then secondly, that council approve the sale of 2.385 acres of land within the Montrose Business Park, specifically Part 12 of Reference Plan 59R-16783, and that the city solicitor and CAO or their designate be authorized to execute all other documentation and take whatever steps necessary to complete the transaction.
Okay, motion, looking for a motion to approve the in-camera. Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Now we're on to the notice of motion. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I've talked about this before. Do you want me to go through the brief history and then the notice of motion?
Well, Mr. Clerk, how would you suggest we do it?
Yeah, I think the motion, part of the fact that you brought it as a notice of motion, I think everyone has been given ample heads up on it. It might be worthwhile just reading out that motion again, and then if there are any questions of council.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. There is a change. I did change the wording suggested by the clerk this afternoon. So number 1 is that staff be directed to report back to council as whether the transit amalgamation has met the goals that were outlined to this council for the amalgamation. And number 2, that staff provide a range of options to council as to how to work with the Niagara Transit Commission / Niagara Region Transit to, and this is where the change is, instead of better results, it's increased efficiency and transparency, and it is changed on the agenda. And number 3, that staff be directed to begin conversations with Niagara Transit Commission / Niagara Region Transit regarding the process and cost of expanding the transit to the new regional hospital on Montrose and Bigger Road.
Okay. Next steps, Mr. Clerk.
Well, Councillor Lococo is obviously the one making that motion. I guess we could call for a seconder.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Newestag. Any discussion? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the third one, like, is it where's the third one, sorry? That the staff be, like, isn't that, it's going to happen. Like, you're not going to have Niagara Transit not go to the new hospital. Or we're just discussing what it's going to cost, or like, isn't it common sense that it's going to the hospital? It's not like it's like if we don't make this motion, like, the transit's gonna say, oh, you know what, she never made the motion, we're not gonna go to the hospital.
No,
Okay.
that's not the intent. The intent is because of the increased cost from the amalgamation contract, the agreement that we made. I just want to know what the costs are going to be. If the transit was ours, we would have just made the arrangement. Transit would go to the hospital, that would be the end. But now transit is not ours, somebody else is going to be putting a cost on it, so I just want to start having those discussions.
Okay, any other discussions to the motion? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, that's approved. Okay, thank you for that. Is there any notices of motion or new business? Councillor Pietrangelo, Lococo, and Patel? You do.
You're counterclockwise tonight.
I know.
Something must be
I'm
up.
backwards.
Yeah. Just quickly, Your Worship, I know I mentioned this one to you already. Huggins Street, we have that multi-purpose court there where there's tennis courts and also basketball courts. Years ago, that court got there because of, it was funding from 3 different sources. I believe the DSBN put in 1/3. I believe 1/3 was funded from private sources. And then I believe 1/3 came from the Niagara Falls Hydro Holding Co. That was supposed to be a community court, Your Worship. Somewhere along the way, that was lost. I know there's a new director at DSBN now. I was hoping that perhaps you can contact her. Even to get a copy of the original agreement, I think would be good, so that council can see it. I really want to see it opened up as a community court. That's my ultimate goal, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Because we did invest in that with the understanding that it was going to be open to the community.
Yeah.
And right now, it's locked all the time.
Yeah.
Even in the summertime, so.
You couldn't hear that?
No, I didn't hear
It was at Ian Meyer.
Oh, it's on Huggins Street, yeah. It's at
Tennis
Ian
court?
Meyer. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, tennis court, yeah, and basketball.
And basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is that direction to staff or to?
You tell me, do you want to have a conversation with the director?
Well, I haven't met the new director yet. I
at
sent out a
DSBN?
card.
Okay.
So I'm sure plate's pretty full right now, but also maybe even one of the superintendents, maybe that handles Meyer, might be the good person. Maybe their facilities person?
I think starting with an original copy of the contract.
Do we
Your
not
Worship.
have, would we not have?
I would imagine that we would somewhere. Perhaps because
Okay,
it wasn't the city, it was Niagara Falls Hydro Holding Co., I believe.
Right,
That
right.
made the donation. Maybe that's where it rests.
So maybe our CAO would like to weigh in?
Yeah, Ms. Moldenhauer is unfortunately had to leave for another item. We had some discussions with them last year, and we're looking at an arrangement where the issue is they don't have staff on site to monitor and to lock up is one of the issues. I think we need to come to an agreement on that. I think it'll be some of our costs that will deal with that, but I think we need to get some rules around it going forward with that and work with it. So we'll take it under, we can take it as staff direction. Not to say that the mayor can't talk at his level, but we'll work with staff on that level. But that was one of the intent. The other issue is there's always an issue of waste disposal when it's there. So it'd be something that we'd have to put into our ops cycles.
So, yeah, just on the issue of waste disposal, I'm sure that we can help out there. I know that we have crews that go around, especially in the summertime, pick up garbage. On the issue of locking it up every night, I'm going to say the obvious. It's a tennis court. We don't have any of our tennis courts that are under lock and key, and nothing happens to them. Like, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel here? Like, we don't have to lock it at night, do we? What's going to happen at nighttime that doesn't happen during the day?
It's not our property, so I think it's the school board, if they want it, property's locked, we make those decisions based upon risk and public access and that kind of stuff. I can certainly raise your point, which says that we don't have the experience of, that, so.
Okay. Just
So-
when I beat you.
Those size 15s, I think that.
Well, I was gonna say, on the courts, you're right, and the only thing we lock up is the turfs, right? That's the only thing we lock up, but not tennis courts or basketball. No, it's a good point. Councillor Lococo.
To that point, I've had a lot of complaints from people in the apartment buildings across the street that there's a lot of young people that hang around in the tennis courts, and when we would complain to bylaw, it's not our property, so we couldn't do anything, and there was a lot of do you call the police? Do you call bylaw? Do you call the school? So there have been some issues there.
I think that, there may be, all the complaints I got was to do with the parking lot. It had nothing to do with the courts, because they're locked up at night. And there are kids squealing, and they've called the police, because I've gotten calls from the apartments, same thing. So I've called the police, let them know. They're always around the same time every night that they do it. So I know that I know for a fact we were having a lot of problems there, and I drive by there to go home every day. So I'm always looking, and I see them hanging out there, mostly in the summertime.
If I remember correctly, this was a while ago. She said that they were jumping the fence to go in the tennis courts.
Oh.
Because they weren't open.
Because they're not open.
They do it every day. They do it every day, that's why.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good to know. So I know that our CAO's got some contacts there too, so maybe you can chase that one.
Was I next?
Are you done, Councillor Pietrangelo? Yep, so you're next.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of emails wondering if we could post our budget sooner. I know tomorrow would be the normal one for council to get it, and then Thursday would be the public, but there's some public that would like to go through the budget, but they don't feel it's enough time, and we got our budget like a week ago. Is there any possibility of posting it publicly?
So I don't know, Ms. Clark or Mr. Burgess, who wants to
You
come?
might not like my answer. Ms. Clark, go first.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly publish the media version tomorrow. The report's not ready tomorrow, though.
I think it would be nice to post the budget, because it's a lot of pages and it takes people a lot of time to go through. If the report's not done, maybe just put a notation that the report will be posted later.
When it's ready, whenever that is, yeah. Because we can't post it unless it's completed, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then,
We're not done, we're almost done, Wayne, we're almost done. Councillor Lococo's got a little more.
I'll be quick.
Councillor Patel.
We've had a cold weather alert, and I know that there's been a lot of emails and phone calls over the weekend, and I know that the region increased the beds in the region by 30. And tonight is really going to be cold. It's going down to -25 with the wind chill. A couple of residents sent me different ideas about a warming bus. They felt that having a bus that they just turn on. I did send an email to our CAO, and I know he's been busy. I was asking about what the cost would be for a bus. I know it's not our bus anymore, it's the Niagara region. And the other suggestion was, why can't you just open up the Gale Center? So I just wanted to inquire about some quick ways. Because I am hearing that the beds are full at Summer Street. There is an opportunity to go to other communities, but sometimes people don't want that. So is there another quick, low-cost way that we can keep our residents warm if they need it?
So, good question. The CAO's been actively involved with the region on this exact file with all the other CAOs, so he's the best to answer.
I'll address it in a couple of ways. When we open up our warming centers, traditionally we don't get many residents to come in. You may get one or two, and traditionally it's not heavily used. And there's three parts of the population that is living out in the elements. There's the 1% of the population that will never come in. It doesn't matter what you offer them, they're going to stay out. There is the second part of the population where they've been restricted from the shelter for violence issues. And then the third part of the population is, the ones that would accept shelter and may not have a spot in the shelter because of bed restrictions. The region will flex their bed capacity a little bit on a short-term basis for that, or find alternative arrangements. And none of those arrangements are to use facilities that are unstaffed. So what my commitment to the region has been is that if they need to flex, you just can't put them in a building with no supervision, with no, no supports. They're better in a more purpose-built facility with active staffing because most of these individuals have other challenges. So my commitment to the region has been that if they are short-staffed, to flex the building. And staffing is the biggest issue with our shelters, and not just our shelters, but shelters across the country. If staffing is an issue, I will flex my staff into their facility because they have professionally trained staff. you know, it's very hard for me to put a hockey attendant, a Zamboni driver into the Gale Center and say, please supervise these individuals who have drug addiction or mental health issues or may have a track record of violence. It just will never work. We've been working well with the staff. What I will say is I have not ever heard of an incident where someone wanted shelter and reached out to the appropriate person and the region didn't take care of it. You know, the bus concept was something that we used during the blizzard last year as a potential backup plan. I had buses ready for that. They were never used. That was more to do with the fact that there was areas without power, and we can do that. We did make some requests through the region yesterday for transit to provide free transportation to shelters. That's something that this council used to do on a regular basis, so we've requested that that be considered, and I'll hear back from the region on that tomorrow. So short answer is our strategy is to support the region in what they're doing, not do something different, and I'll give them staff to support their strategies.
Okay, thank you. I guess the last part of it would be to be aware of what's going on. I started making phone calls and emails on Sunday night, and by that time it was very cold, and the people who needed the resources didn't know. So as much as I was in contact with the Commissioner of Housing and Kathy Cousins and the CAO, but that message wasn't getting out, and I don't know how you get that out. But me as a councillor, I couldn't answer the question because I didn't know. I had to reach out to find out that information. So I'm just saying when there is a cold advisory, maybe as council we can be given the details of what to tell people instead of us having to reach out to find out what's going on.
We'll circulate the cards out to the councillors.
The other thing that we met with our group that meets with the Gateway group that meets with all the people on the street, and they said 211 is what they should be doing. That's where you get all the up-to-date information. And I asked them what portion of the homeless have cell phones. They put it at below 50% and only in Wi-Fi zones, but they said they're very resourceful. They find out about things very quickly. They said within their network, and these are the people that talk to these people every day. So they are the most closest to the people that are on the streets, and they were confident, they're well aware. Because I said, how do we communicate with them? What's the best way? And they said they know very quickly because of their network and their resourcefulness. And that was from the experts on the ground that deal with them every day.
Now, I've been told that when people call 211 that they're put on hold.
Sometimes,
or you have to leave a message and they don't call back until the next day. I myself called and I was put on hold for 15 minutes and I decided to hang up. So as much as we think that we have a solution, it doesn't work all of the time or as effective as we would like it to. Someone's not going to sit there for 15 minutes on hold. So I would just like more information as it's coming up when we have these cold snaps. If we know what to tell people, then it would be a consistent message instead of little bits here, little bits there. I just think more information.
Well, I think that's why they're trying to do 211, because what your suggestion is little bits here, little bits there. So 211 centralizes the information, and they did say they're working through the bugs of it so there aren't delays, because we mentioned the same thing, that there was delays, you get put on hold, sometimes it just keeps ringing. So they're aware of that, but we got to work toward a centralized system. Otherwise, we're going to keep doing little bits here and little bits there. So I think it's the right long-term plan. I don't disagree with you that we share the information with everybody, but we're not going to go around giving there's got to be a central place.
Oh, no, I didn't mean give around information. Like you said, they're very resourceful, but me as a counselor, if I can post something, then somebody tells somebody,
Yep.
and they're very resourceful, but I didn't know what to tell people.
Right.
I didn't know what was being talked about, what was in the works. And 211 has been this way for a while. It's not a recent thing. I've experienced this for a few months now.
Well, do we, through our...
Sorry, I was just going to say, city...
Yeah, communications?
Yeah, so
comms?
City of Niagara, if you go to the City of Niagara Falls webpage, I can give you the handout brochure, but if you go to cold weather relief on the City of Niagara Falls website, all the information there, all the agencies that you can contact, it's all on the website. So if you're looking for information, and actually we have a best practice because we create a little card that we actually sent to the other CAOs in the region. And we hand that out. We have stocks of those at the library and places where people frequent. They can have the card, there's a QR code on it. and gives the information, and I'd be happy to give the councillors that little card too. But cold weather relief on the City of Niagara Falls website.
Thank you. That's great when it's business hours or after hours on a Sunday night at 7:30. Everything was closed and people were told that the shelter that didn't have any beds. So that what was the next thing to do? 211 was called, nobody answered. So I don't, it might help in regular normal business hours, but after hours or a Sunday when things are closed, that process just didn't work.
So do you have a suggestion?
No, I'm looking to the experts, as we were talking about, that there's certain experts that know that. So I'm just saying, here's the holes that people have been telling me and the holes that I've been seeing. And as a councillor, when somebody says to me on a Sunday night at 7:30, 8 o'clock, what do we do? I didn't know what to tell them. Because I knew that people told me that the shelter was full, the library's closed, the museum's closed, the Gale Center is closed. What do you do?
Mr. Seah?
Yep, like I said, to me, the outreach workers, like, I've received some of those phone calls, and they're from residents saying, well, I've heard this, right? The challenge is when, you know, we haven't had anyone that is eligible for a shelter not receive space. When, yes, it may be filled, we're at 60% capacity, they have alternative solutions for those individuals. And we do welfare checks. So, you know, I can have Commissioner Jugli or Kathy Cousins write, you know, a fuller explanation. I don't want to get into all the details that of the protocols, because it's not for me to say, but, you know, at the end of the day, all I can say is if a person needs shelter and they contact, even if they contact 911 and get police or EMS out there, if they contact Gateway, Gateway does health checks. They know where these people are in tents. They monitor them. They go out. They do health checks. If someone requests a shelter, Gateway is going to get them to a shelter somewhere. The region has never not fulfilled a shelter request for someone who is eligible for shelter or for someone who wants shelter. The problem is I have residents who say there's a guy sleeping on the street. He needs a shelter. Get a bus. Open up a derelict building. They don't want it. You know, I had a guy downstairs tonight refused medical care. I can't force him to get on, you know, in an ambulance. So he's going to walk outside with no shoes and no boots on. I'm going to get a call from somebody on the street saying, how dare you put this guy out with no shoes and no boots on? And I can't do anything. We offered him help. The only thing we can do is offer help. If they choose not to take it, I can't force them. There will be people on the street who have refused help. And when someone calls and says, you got to do something about it, we've tried. And, you know, and I can't change that. So a lot of the calls are related to people sleeping somewhere inappropriately, but we may have offered help 3-4 times to them. And I can't change that. And I'm not going to open up the Gale Center to sit it empty. I open up museums and they sit empty. So it's an unfortunate situation, but the only thing is we put in a lot of resources for help, and if they refuse to the help, I can't do anything else. There's no protocol, there's no solution to someone who doesn't want to be helped. As a society, our obligation is to provide something, but I can't force them at this point in time. So,
thank you. These are good conversations to have, and again, a lot of it's just about information and providing the right information at the right time.
And there's confusion by residents because they don't have all the facts, and that's the challenge. And you know, it's unfortunate. People have good intentions when they're looking at the situation, but you know, there's and maybe if Adrian or Kathy was here, they choose their words more carefully, and they're better at this message. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, I'd love to be able to help the guy who, you know, didn't have boots. We could offer them. We offered assistance to it. He chose not to take it. So I can't do anything. But I will likely get a complaint from someone on Queen Street saying he left City Hall with no boots on. And, you know, how dare you do that? I can't help them. You know, we applied first aid and moved on.
Good conversation, and I think people start to understand when you explain you can't just open up a place without having experience staff, so that's good. And, okay, so I'll move on. The last one, I've received a few emails about car accidents, pedestrians being hit by cars, safety concerns, and I know the CAO was going to contact the police chief regarding a safety issue, how a city could be involved. I brought up a safety committee, a community safety committee before, and the CAO was going to talk to the police chief. I haven't heard back on that.
Yeah, I did have a discussion with the chief. I wasn't, at the time, I'll be honest, at the time I thought you were talking more about, because at the time when it was raised, it was about the stabbing at the library. So when I was looking at community safety, I was looking at more of that. We had a meeting with, earlier this week with Sergeant Aaron Medill. Thank you. And he's going to come, well, him or one of his core staff is going to come to council likely in March with Adrian and or Kathy Cousins with regards to the safety issues of the downtown and around Summer Street. I did receive your email with regards to the traffic items. I'm going to actually refer that over to our Matt Bilodeau on those issues. So I would, and I apologize, Councillor Lococo. When it was raised, it was with regards to the stabbing, so I was looking more at those type of safety issues, not traffic issues. But I'm sure Matt Bilodeau and his reps at the NRP can address that.
Okay, thank you. When I did bring it up, it was a bigger issue of all different things. We've had Crime Stoppers here. It's about, how to secure your property so there's not crime there, lights, locking things up. I know this information is all out there, but a lot of communities have it where it's specific. There's this BIA, there's this school, and some collaboration and communication. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to address something what Councillor Lococo was talking about, the cold weather and shelter. On Sunday, actually, the weather was so cold and was snowing, so I called our municipal bylaw general manager, Gerald, right? So I called him and I said, it's really cold outside. How about the shelter? How about the people who are living on the street? Do they actually have a shelter? And if we have shelter overflowing, I know a couple of the friends who own a motel and they will be happy to let people stay over for overnight. And Gerald told me that I guarantee you, councillors, that if somebody goes to the shelter, they will not be denied because it's so cold outside, they will find accommodation. And if you find someone on the street, it's because they do not want help. So I just want to add that my experience, that's what happened on the weekend. Because I said, if we do need to rent some more rooms, because we had in-camera meeting on Monday, I said I can bring it up in front of the council and we can extend one night and we can all talk about it in an open meeting. But he's like, nope, we have shelter, we'll take anybody in when it's cold. They will make accommodation to get them around in a region if they have to.
Great, great. Thank you for that.
Yep, thank you. And actually want to do the notice of motion, and this has to do with snowfall on Sunday. I was at a couple of the events, then last events had lots of seniors then, they were all complaining about snow shoveling and sidewalk shoveling and the, what do you call it, snow? Windrow. That you can't, because when you're elderly, I guess nobody enjoys shoveling snow. I know about Mr. CEOs enjoy shoveling snow, but nobody else does. So, and it was brought to my attention that other cities do have programs where they do help seniors who are over 65, people with disability, to shovel their city sidewalk and a windrow, or provide a grant to hire someone to do this. So I just wanted to introduce a motion for our staff to come up with couple ideas to bring it up to the table so that the council we can discuss on it and see where we can go from there, and what the budget implication would be for something like that.
And were you aware of the Snow Angel program that we have here?
Yes, we do, but that's volunteer-based, right?
Yeah.
This is something city can support them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can take it as notice of motion or staff direction. Not flexible.
It's up to you.
If it's a motion, we can all talk about it, right?
Yep.
So I think it's a notice of motion.
So notice of motion? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
And,
is there anything else we need for notice of motion, Mr. Clerk?
According to the procedural bylaw, it does need to be in writing, so if you could send that to me.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
And I have one more thing.
Well, this is specific
that?
to that. If I remember correctly, last term we brought it up and staff was going to go back and get a bunch of information. There was an actual survey that was being done, and yesterday I just contacted Dale to say, did we get the results? She just sent me the results. I haven't even had a chance to look at it. So we've already been doing it. It's been brought to council, a good neighbor bylaw it's called, about shoveling your
Oh, no,
walks.
this is not a bylaw. This is about city helping seniors or people with disability to shovel their driveways. and
Right, but it was
sidewalks.
part of it. That was part of it, about giving a rebate or paying for somebody to do it if they couldn't. That was all part of it. Does everybody else remember that?
I can't recall.
So anyway, I do have the email here from Dale that there was a survey because we wanted to figure out who wanted what, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So staff have already been sort of doing that. But we don't have the results yet.
Okay, another new business, I think Councillor Campbell a while ago talked about the newspapers.
You mean the free
news
ones?
they're
being-
throwing
yeah.
them. So lots of people complain during the winter time is those flyers are thrown right on the city property, right in front of the driveways, right?
Yep.
So that's one of the problem. What my personal experience is, I called Toronto Star 2 times, canceled my subscription. So those flyers stopped coming for 3-4 weeks. They started coming back on. So unsubscribing doesn't work. So I don't know what we can do with that.
I don't know if legal has any ideas to avoid the flyers being thrown in our yards that we don't want. Do we have any legal repercussion to them? You know, the dropping all the brochures and the flyers on our yards because they get
Kind of
stuck in the snow blowers.
Yep, we actually lost a snowblower over that actually from the
You
flyers.
share your cotter pen and
Yeah.
you're, yeah. So is there anything?
And it's on city
Ms.
property
Pinero-
too.
Pardon me?
It's on the city side of the property, right in the front by the road, right? So.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I believe there is a bylaw that says no person shall obstruct a public road, so I think that would apply. That's my.
I don't get flyers.
You don't?
No.
Well,
Oh, our clerk's got something to say.
I know the town of Fort
Councillor
Erie,
Campbell brought it up a while ago.
the town of Fort Erie, I think, had recently passed a bylaw that deals specifically with this, so I'll get a copy of that and we'll see if we can circulate it or report back.
So do you want, is direction to staff to come
Yeah,
back?
perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. No, I know. Is there any other new business? Okay.
Yes, it's a never action.
Looking for the bylaws?
Yeah, sure, first, second, and third.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor?
I'm
Yep.
opposed to one of them, sorry.
Okay.
The one that you had the conflict on, the VRU.
Yep, yep, yeah, you were opposed to that.
Yeah. I'm
Yep,
opposed to
okay.
that.
So that was the first one,
007.
007, good memory.
Wow, what a number.
Good memory, wow.
No, what a number, 007.
I know, right? Okay, so we've got the motion, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Councillor Travis?